Good morning, everyone. My name is KG Purushothaman. I'm a partner with KPMG and a lead sector vertical for telecommunications for KPMG in India. I want to thank COI and IMC, the India Mobile Congress, for giving me the opportunity to present as well as work with them jointly on a point of view on the most relevant topic for enterprises and telecommunications. And that is relating to how connected enterprises will be very relevant for the emerging need of the business. The theme of today's conference is Reinventing the Enterprises, Building Intelligent and Secure Ecosystems. Enterprises, as we all know, are going through a transformational journey with increased competition and new operating models. The role of emerging tech and how enterprises connect to provide these solutions is extremely critical. We have an extremely important discussion and panel planned during the day, but will first request Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kocher, Director General COI, who needs no introduction, to come provide his point of view and inaugurate the conference. Over to you, DG sir.
A very good morning to all of you. I convey my heartiest welcome to everyone today to the very first edition of IMC Connect program, which has been jointly organized by COI and MobiPro Innovations Private Limited. We have ideated IMC Connect for TMT industry really to bring together thought leadership across technologies. The forum focuses on the convergence of technologies across industry verticals and collaboration with various stakeholders for optimal use of these technologies for practical purposes. Change is everywhere. It's accelerating. And most organizations today recognize that disruption has come to their industries fueled by advances in digital technologies. Around the world, companies are embarking on costly but crucial digital transformations. Their goal everywhere is to leverage new and still emerging technologies to provide a truly differentiated customer experience that will attract new customers, retain old ones, and drive revenue with increased efficiency across all verticals. Organizations are making continuous efforts to transform internal operations as well as fuel the growing digital shift across various industry sectors. TMT services are expected to play a pivotal role in driving the shift in digital priorities of businesses. With convergence of 5G, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things, enterprise users can actually improve the speed, the latency, the reliability, agility, and scalability, amongst others, of the solutions in a smart city, in automation, connected vehicles, smart factories, broadcasting, Industry 4.0, etc. The list is endless. In this context, telecom operators and enterprises have a pivotal role to play in infrastructure development and service delivery. Also, this implies that telecom operators need to work very closely with enterprises to develop the required technological infrastructure. At COI, our aim is to connect the whole digital ecosystem together and nurture the industry in facilitating digital transformation. This is the sole motivation to bring together such a forum and initiate dialogues and build an opinion around opportunities and challenges that attract the attention of policymakers and update other stakeholders about evolving market dynamics. Today's program is themed Reinventing the Enterprise, Building Intelligent and Secure Ecosystems, and this will focus to bring a global perspective of intelligence and secure enterprise and what it means, especially for India. I also take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors and partners for being with us today and making this program a grand success. I am keenly looking forward to an exciting and engaging discussion on reinventing the enterprise. So stay tuned and enjoy the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kocher, for that insightful inaugural address. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Abhijit Kishore, who is the Chief Enterprise Business Officer for Vodafone Idea. Abhijit drives the enterprise business for Vodafone Idea across various industry verticals and has been instrumental in driving and scaling up the operations for the enterprise business of Vodafone Idea since February 2020. Prior to that, Abhijit used to be the Circle business head for Gujarat Circle and has driven the business for the Gujarat Circle for Vodafone Idea. He has played various roles in his tenure within Vodafone Idea and is a very well known personality and a leader within the enterprise business space. I welcome Mr. Abhijit Kishore, and we'll really like to know his views on the entire theme of the conference and the role of connected enterprises and how he sees this space transforming in the years to come. Over to you, Abhijit.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, General Kocher, for your address. I hope each one of you is safe and connected with your loved ones. Let me start by thanking IMC for this great opportunity and inviting me to share my thoughts on reinvention of enterprise in this new normal. To my mind, irrespective of the unprecedented and challenging times that we have all gone through in the last 15 months, in any enterprise environment, status quo has never been the DNA for growth. We need to constantly evolve. Pandemic has given us perspectives on newer challenges as well as opportunities and has definitely pressed the need for reinvention more than before, faster than before. We all see a big shift in engagement and buying patterns of enterprises. Supply chains are being redesigned to cater to the new normal, and we are seeing a clear shift in the manufacturing activity, and machines are getting more and more intelligent by the day. And this is to increase the efficiency, productivity, and generate new revenue streams. Workplaces are increasingly expected to be hybrid. Work from office to now home is the new office. Now moving to work from anywhere. The workplace or workplaces have changed forever, and hence the requirements. We see more digital native customer and consumers in this economy. Enterprises have been adapting to digital for some time now, which was a choice, which was being exercised by them. And that now has clearly changed to enterprises adopting to digital, which is an imperative. We truly are in an era of what I call AD2. This change and the magnitude of change, however, could be different for different enterprises, be it large enterprise, medium and small, or even government organizations. And this emanates from the changing need of the enterprises and their end customers. In large enterprises, as the workload shifts from office premises to the cloud, rebalancing the IT and telecom architecture, focus on security, remote working, collaboration, and remote asset management will see a huge growth, which we already see. While on the government side, the slew of programs and initiatives around Smart City, Startup India, Atmanirbhar Bharat are changing the way the government and citizens are interacting with each other. And in the SMB space, which is a largest segment and deeply impacted by pandemic, the rate of adoption of tools such as internet presence, cloud telephony, focus to reach to the end customers of the SMB in a hyper local way, all of this will get accentuated. What this reinvention would bring to the enterprises are three clear benefits to my mind: productivity enhancement, efficiency increase, and cost optimization. All of this while making the enterprises and businesses more customer centric. In the process of reinvention and digital adoption, while connectivity, where it all started, will be there as the basic backbone and will get enhanced by private LTE, SD-WAN, and 5G in coming times. To my mind, two technologies which will play a larger role are clearly IoT and cloud, underpinned by security. Today, we see explosion of use cases from enterprises demanding distributed universal cloud and edge, the need for cloud and ultra-reliable secure network to enable remote working, access to important business applications, cybersecurity, uninterrupted virtual customer engagement for both large and small enterprises is extremely critical. IoT is fast emerging as a real digital enabler across businesses and has a wide range of use cases across industries, communities, and lives. We at Vodafone Idea Limited take a lot of pride in being both thought leader as well as a market leader in this space. And we've had varied kind of use cases over the last 18 months. And this gives us peak in the greater customer acceptance, appreciation, and requirement, be it water management, waste management, connected cars, electric vehicles, transformer monitoring, and many much more product like that. What is interesting in this space is that we, as service providers and consultants, need to clearly map the customer's requirement and help them on how to achieve what they want to achieve for their business. We need to help them navigate to reach there. While customers have to reinvent and need partners to be able to help them do that, we as service providers also need to reinvent. This is what is shaping our journey at We Business from being a traditional telco to being a tech co by offering our customers not just enriched connectivity, but also an array of digital products, managed services, including our end-to-end integrated IoT, our security solutions, collaboration tools, cloud, and many more such propositions. What, to my mind, will be very important in this journey of parallel path of reinvention, both as a seller and buyer, is to have a clear shared vision. I think it's never a better time than today to envision the new normal together. Second is to work on building and sustaining trust with existing and potential customers. The third element, which is very critical, is to invest in talent, as we need to keep learning along the way. And as much as the machines, algorithm, and digital tools aid us in this journey, I think people and talent will remain the core competence to make the whole digital journey of this reinvention more human. And lastly, they embrace the partnership and offer differentiated value proposition, as the sheer magnitude of work is going to be impossible for any single organization to be able to handle. And fostering relationship within ecosystem and driving it together would unlock better value in the market. In closing, there's no doubt that reinvention is the need of hour, whether it's a large enterprise or small and medium enterprise or the government agency. As I said, digital is a great opportunity. The ecosystem is rich and diverse, giving rise to an opportunity to build this together for our customers and partner. And this is going to be an exciting journey. I wish you all a great conference ahead. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhijit. That was extremely insightful. Now I move on to Ganesh. Ganesh Lakshmi Narayan is the CEO of the Airtel's enterprise business and has been responsible for strengthening Airtel's market leadership in the B2B business space and accelerating growth as enterprises during the digital transformation journey and making it future ready. Ganesh brings in rich experience in the IT and the technology sector, and prior to joining Airtel, was the the Chief Operating Officer for Capillary Technologies. with diverse industry experience and also serving as advisor on the board of various startups. Ganesh is a well-known figure in the telco enterprise segment space. I welcome Ganesh and would request him to share his views on how he sees enterprises and telcos co-working, co-creating, and innovating together in this extremely dynamic space. Thank you. Over to you, Ganesh.
Good morning. My name is Ganesh, and I'm very happy to be giving the keynote for this session. I hope everybody is safe and most of you are getting back to work, I presume, as we are all. One thing this pandemic has done, according to everything we have heard, is how fast it has moved the digitization agenda. It is jokingly said what CXOs and CTOs and CDOs couldn't achieve, COVID was able to do it. But if you look at what has happened, there was a very interesting thought shared by one of our customer advisory board member. At Airtel Business, we have a customer advisory board, which is filled by CXOs from our customers and some industry leaders. And one of them recently commented that while we say that digitization has happened, what has been really digitized is pizza delivery. While we all know where is our pizza and where is your lunch and dinner every minute, every second, as a country, we didn't even know where our oxygen cylinders were. When will these reach the right place? Where is how many oxygen cylinders? So it's a very interesting and thought-provoking question when I talk about digitization. Because as you could really see, what we have digitized is the front end. What we have digitized is ordering pizza online, ordering food online, trading stocks has been digitized. Some places, classroom training has been digitized. But beyond that, if you look at post-ordering, the service digitization is still at a very early stage. And anything which relates to manufacturing, warehouses, logistics, we are at a very early stage of digitization. I mean, it's telling that we know where our shoe is going to be, which we ordered on one of these e-business sites, or our pizza is going to be, but we really don't know when the critical components of our economy, where it is and how much it is. And this is a problem which needs some thinking. And I hope that this session will provoke this thought. So if you take that problem, right, how do we know where these cylinders are? It needs a few ingredients. One, we need real-time information on where the demand is. So something about oxygen capacity in big hospitals, when it's going to run out, how much do they have? That is important information to have. Second is, where is the supply? Which factories are creating how much supply? Where is the oxygen cylinder? And then matching these two, we need to figure out what is the shortest path to get that oxygen cylinder to the place you need, and then track it along the way. So the whole logistics needs to be tracked. And the first ingredient of this problem, and it's not an unsolvable problem, it's just that we haven't solved it the same way we have solved the front-end digitization. So the first enabler is an ubiquitous connectivity. You need to make sure that the factories are connected, the hospitals are connected, and these devices are constantly sending information without human intervention. So you need connectivity to begin with. Then all that connectivity generates a lot of data. And this data needs to be stored and analyzed in some place. And that's a lot of capital expenditure, right? People need cloud computing, we need storage, we need analytics on top of it. And then once that analytics is done, we need communication to go back to the hospital saying this is when the truck is arriving, or to the manufacturing saying, please increase your production because there is demand. All this communication needs to go out as well. And all of this needs infrastructure. It needs equipment. But what we really want to make sure is that this doesn't become the roadblock for this innovation to happen. So today you can see this movement of everything is consumed as a service. It starts with computing, hardware, and storage consumed as a service. But if you go to the next levels of it, the network is still not consumed as a service. It is still a fixed bandwidth. And there are quite a few elements of this, which is still a big capital investment. So how do we make sure that the whole value chain is consumed as a service? And the third most important thing is the security. There is quite a bit of information sent back and forth. We need to make sure that nobody is tampering with it. Nobody uses it for undue gains, and this is protected, and the data privacy is also protected all the time. So if you look at the problem of digitizing the backend, digitizing the manufacturing, digitizing the warehouse, we at Airtel believe that these are the three critical ingredients of this journey. And we are trying to figure out what would it take to do all of this. And if you look at the first problem, it is machines talking to each other. Today, there are close to 14 million devices in this country when it comes to what we call M2M connections. And we are number one, we are 45% of it. Whether it is POS machines, whether it is trucks, whether it is electric meters, all of this is possible because we not only have the coverage across the country, both in 2G and 4G, but we also have the platform to collect this information and process it effectively. And I think as we move forward, this is one area where it's going to be an important investment area for us. We really want to make sure that the ability to collect data from machines becomes very, very efficient, cost effective, and it could be all over the country. You just can't have connectivity in cities alone because these manufacturing facilities and warehouses are outside the country. You can see this will also be go through a major change when 5G comes in. We know 5G is about 18 months, 12 months to 18 months away. But just to give you the idea of what could 5G do, I was talking to the chairman of one of the biggest electricity distributor in the capital. And what we are saying is that if there is a transformer in a village and the transformer has a spark or some heating, we need to know that. We need to shut down the transformer. All of that has to happen with less than 100 milliseconds. Otherwise, this could be a catastrophic accident and the whole city can shut down or the whole state can shut down. Now, to make this happen with that level of latency, this electricity board alone has laid 250 kilometers of fiber. 250 kilometers of fiber, because fiber today is a only medium that can give them that kind of latency. And the fiber has enough challenges. It can be cut, you go through various constructions. So this is a pretty big problem. And 5G can solve it. Once we have 5G, the ability to collect this information from the transformer into a central processing data center, identify if there is a fire, create that signal to shut down that transformer, can happen in less than 100 milliseconds. That's the power of 5G. But unfortunately, I would not say unfortunately, but hopefully it's still to 18 months out and we should be able to get it. But you could see that the first problem we need to solve, and I hope the ecosystem comes together, it's a power of the startups in this country, which not only putting all the money, raising money on digitizing the front end and e-commerce, but they will hopefully solve the problem of digitizing the back end and this connectivity issue we have. And we definitely, at Airtel, we have this as the number one priority. The second thing you will see is that this data is coming into these data centers and cloud locations, hyperscalers. But we still are consuming the network as a fixed service. It is like a fiber being laid, 2 GB, 1 GB, 100 GB, and you have to buy this in fixed capacity. And we are imagining a future where the bandwidth can be consumed as you need it, when you need it, and where you need it, the same way you're consuming cloud computing today, the same way we are consuming storage, same way we are consuming computing. It might be a little bit more expensive on a per unit basis, but you will only consume what you need, very similar to what is happening in the cloud. We really are, this is a big change for a telecom, right? It changes not only the way our network is architected, but also all the way back to the billing systems have to change. And our internal organizational KPIs have to change, right? And it's a big change for us, and it's a big investment for us. And we are doing that. We are actually bringing this to market. We are doing this innovations right now. So customers will have a self-service portal to order bandwidth when they need it. They can do this between data centers, cloud providers, increase or decrease it depending on the time of the day. And then we will make sure that it is depending on the business needs, right? It might be a particular time of the year where you need more bandwidth than less bandwidth, and you can consume it as you go. It'll also make sure that you're consuming it in the place where you need it. Maybe there's one particular city or data center where you need bandwidth more often than in another place. So you don't have to put this fixed fiber in place. And I think this is the next bit of innovation we need as we think about how to digitize the backend, because this much amount of data which is generated by these millions of devices, whether it is warehouses, trucks, manufacturing plants, have to be brought into these data centers, hopefully edge data centers as well, which are closer to these manufacturing locations, and has to be processed. And another area I would highlight is all of this could be done through video analytics. How much production capacity you have can be quickly scanned by a drone, and those images can tell you how many cylinders are there in a warehouse. And that processing can happen at the edge. It doesn't have to happen at a centralized data center. And that will also need this connectivity. The main ingredient of this is the network. Today, if you look at it, a lot of this network is still physical. It's not software defined. SD-WAN or Airtel Intelligent VPN is the most important ingredient of consuming bandwidth as demand, because it virtualizes the network the same way the hardware gets virtualized. And SD-WAN or Airtel Intelligent VPN is a very, very important investment for us. Our data tells us that at least 70% of our customers are either already investing in SD-WAN or planning to invest in SD-WAN in a year. This Airtel Intelligent VPN, we have now done it for various different verticals. We have done it for a leading food and beverage chain, an Indian bank, electronics manufacturing company. What it allows us to do is to optimize the network, make sure it's manageable, and you can prioritize applications so that whatever is super critical gets transported fast. For example, a safety-related application transmitting data can get priority over people browsing for financial applications on the backend, right? So, a billing application can wait, whereas the safety application should get priority. That can be managed on SD-WAN. I think this is an important area as we think about how do we digitize the backend. All this means that you need data centers. You need data centers closer to these facilities because the latency will become an important point. And we have today 10 core data centers and about 120 edge data centers. And each of these data centers have been connected to the network we have across the country. We have about 400 gigs of connectivity happening from these edge data centers. So it is not only good for gaming and watching videos with low latency, it is also important for us to get the safety related data, machine data coming into these edge data centers, videos related to safety. So it can be processed efficiently with less latency. We will have about 32,000 racks and about 100 megawatts of power. About 50%, more than 50% of this will be green energy. And our customers today, biggest hyperscalers, global cloud players, MNC banks, and even domestic banks are moving into this. So both this and this connectivity consumed as a service is going to be an important ingredient for how do we digitize this backend. All of this should happen in a secure way. Today in Airtel, we secure our network using our SOC. We call it Airtel SOC, which actually makes sure that the whole network is safe and secure, is fully automated. We have very less people. And we intervene thousands and thousands of incidents to make sure that the network runs without any attacks from outside. And this is an important service. Most of the manufacturing companies are moving to this cloud-based SOC model, which we are very, very, very proud of. And we're investing in this, with our partners as well. Whether it is Radware, Cisco, VMware, and ForcePoint, we bring the best of the secure technologies to make sure this ubiquitous connectivity and digitization of factories and warehouses can happen without worrying about where is the data getting leaked. So as you could see, the important thing for us is to make sure that as we get into the next generation of digitization, we're just not only thinking about the front end, but it's also talking about the back end. And the important ingredients of this is what Airtel is heavily investing on. You will continue to see us invest in connectivity, whether it's 2G, 4G, 5G, corporate data, broadband. We as a company has maintained the full portfolio of connectivity customers are going to need, and we have coverage across the country. And it will all happen in a secure way. Its security is the number one priority for all of us here. The second thing is, you will see from the bottom up, we are building all these building blocks. IoT and the ability to make sure that machines can talk to each other. Once the data comes in, making sure that the bandwidth can be consumed as a service, and it becomes easier and more efficient. And once the data comes in, you need edge data centers to make sure that it can be analyzed, whether it is for safety incidents, whether it is for matching demand and supply. All of that can happen in our 120 edge data centers. And we also offering these edge data centers as well as connectivity to cloud, whether it is a public cloud, private cloud, or edge cloud. We are putting together a comprehensive portfolio of cloud offerings. And then once this data comes together and you have analyzed, you still need to communicate to people who have to take action. And if you remember the fire incident I talked to you about, a message has to go out, a call has to go out to the service technician to make sure that he shows up there, right? Whether if it is a safety incident, you need somebody to be notified right away. Maybe an ambulance needs to be notified right away. So we have built this cloud communication platform called Airtel IQ, which can integrate with IoT and make sure that these incidents are monitored and acted upon by this communication, right? So imagine a machine breaks down in a factory. Rather than waiting for a supervisor to show up, this IoT can send that data, and the data is analyzed, matched with who needs to be attending that machine, and that person can be woken up. And in possible, they can take over the machine as a video call and guide the local technician to solve that problem. And this will become much, much easier in the 5G world, where a local technician can just start putting a glass on, and the remote expert can see what is going on in that machine without even showing up at the factory. So imagine the amount of time we could save. And all of this, again, as I mentioned, is happen in the secure way. So I think that's what we are learning, and that's what we are building. I hope this session and the Mobile Congress, and you will hear from my colleagues that how Airtel is addressing this issue. It is just not about digitizing the front end, knowing how to order a pizza or a shoe, and how to make sure that it shows up on time, and knowing every minute where it is, but also making sure that the critical elements of our economy, which is the back end, which is the manufacturing, the warehouses, the oxygen cylinders you need, the food grains you're going to distribute, and supplies you're going to make sure that manufacturing facilities are running efficiently, is going to be an important next step in our digital journey. And that is where Airtel is planning to invest. We have a customer advisory board we are constantly learning from, and we hope to hear from all of you as well, whether is there any areas we could help you with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh, for that insightful representation of how you see the connected ecosystem to transform the businesses going forward. I now move to Nadine Allen. Nadine, very nice to be connected and meet again. Nadine heads the enterprise business Southeast Asia and Oceania and India for Ericsson. In her role as the leader for the enterprise business for this region, she has been tasked with a very important responsibility for enabling customers to secure the 5G enterprise opportunity, which is a very transformational area. She has played multiple roles in leadership positions in Ericsson from 2006 and has been driving the enterprise space in multiple countries as well. I welcome Nadine to the India Mobile Congress and also request her to share her views on how Ericsson is viewing 5G as an opportunity in the region and what kind of experiences can she share from the work that she's doing across customers. Over to you, Nadine.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nadine Allen, and I am responsible for Ericsson's enterprise business across Southeast Asia, Oceania, and India. And I'm really delighted to be at this event today. And in particular, I'm really delighted to be able to talk to you about industry insights on how important 5G and connectivity is for business and enterprise evolution. So let's take a look at the enterprise digitalization journey. Before we talk about 5G for enterprises, I really want us to focus on where enterprises are today in their digitalization journey. Based on our own study by interviewing key stakeholders in industries, digitalization is a clear top priority for business. But enterprises are not waiting for service providers or 5G. Today, nearly 75% of IT decision makers in enterprises find digitalization very important or crucial to the future of their business. And more than 60% have clear plans for what to do. Also, almost half consider themselves well underway in implementing their current plans. But what is also important is that enterprises engage in digitalization for business reasons, not for the sake of technology. What interests them most is how they can improve their business performance more than the technology itself. Therefore, communication service providers need to demonstrate how 5G enables business value. To create the platform needed to identify how this can be achieved, we must start by looking more closely into the elements that shape the digitalization of enterprises. On this slide, we talk a little bit about enterprise digitalization and the extent to which it is an attractive opportunity. As we've discussed, industry digitalization is already happening. It's opening up new opportunities for communication service providers. With 5G, industries all over the world can innovate and rise to their full potential. 5G brings capabilities like very high data rates and spectral efficiency, very low latency, ultra high reliability, high device density, location accuracy, and energy efficient networks. And these can all address the needs of enterprises. There are also some very important common characteristics that emerge when we look at a 5G powered business. For example, it can run any process remotely, regardless of how critical it is. It has actual real-time control of every business process. A 5G powered business has operations that have been automated, and it uses compute resources where it makes sense, running applications on the edge where relevant. A 5G powered business also has an inherently higher security level without sacrificing overall performance. And let's look at where we are when it comes to 5G. Let's look at the first 2 years of 5G in numbers. On the top of this slide, the purple blocks, we really give a global perspective of the development of 5G over the last 2 years. And then at the bottom, we look a little bit more closely at Ericsson's position in 5G. So in the first 24 months of 5G globally, there are now about 169 global live networks. There are over 700 commercially available 5G devices. 25% of the global population had access to 5G, and that was at the end of April this year. The monthly mobile data traffic per subscriber in South Korea when it comes to 5G stands at 26 GB. And in March of this year, 50% of the traffic in South Korea was being carried on 5G, which is really, really quite phenomenal in terms of development when you consider the time period between launch of 5G and traffic on the network. When it comes to Ericsson, we have 93 live networks in 45 countries. We have over 143 commercial agreements in place, and we have more than 120,000 ex-Ericsson spectrum sharing cells live. So let's look a little bit more closely at India and the 5G business opportunity that we see ahead of us. The telecom industry in India is a huge market in itself, and it also spurs the digitalization and growth of many other industries. The development of the current scope of consumer-related service revenues in India is expected to remain conservative at an annual growth rate of around 2 to 3% through to 2030. By comparison, the digitalization opportunity across industries in India that can be addressed by all ICT players is expected to grow at a much higher rate. A significant proportion of future investments across industries is expected to be driven by new and advanced services based on 5G technology. But the real challenge for CSPs is how to identify which new areas to prioritize as the digitalization opportunity grows. Addressing these opportunities could enable communication service providers to unlock additional revenue streams, representing a further 48% of growth to their CSP revenues of today by 2030. Manufacturing stands out because itself manufacturing accounts for 16% of India's GDP today, and it has emerged as one of the high growth sectors, spurred by initiatives such as Make in India to place India on the world map as a manufacturing hub. And actually, manufacturing as a segment is an area that can really benefit from the use of 5G and the evolution of 5G. Now let's take a closer look at the trends that are driving industries to digitalize. Industrial innovation is shifting from core applications to the edge. There is a growing demand for high speed and security in industrial applications, and there is a strong growth in the Industry 4.0 ecosystem. We also see enterprises wanting to achieve a convergence of IT, OT, and CT environments for unified operations. However, the use of traditional technologies today by industries does somewhat restrict the digitalization plans of enterprises due to there being a lack of standardization and also higher maintenance associated with multiple separate networks. This, together with the performance limitations such as unpredictable reliability, mobility, security, and latency, makes the traditional connectivity unsuitable for business or mission-critical communications. I'd like to talk through a few examples of why 5G and 5G dedicated networks are well positioned to support enterprises in digitalization. Let's first talk about mobility. Cellular technologies were designed around mobility, including high-speed mobility. If you can imagine, maintaining connection while moving is essential when you consider things like automated robots on a factory floor, where a loss of connection could be both expensive and very dangerous. Ease of roaming to and from public networks, between public and private networks, also increases this value. Think about coverage. The range and available coverage area of 4G and 5G is extended when you compare it to technologies such as Wi-Fi. When we consider reliability, cellular technologies are designed for reliability, and the 4G and 5G network as a whole is well defined, which enables higher reliability. When we look at the quality of service capabilities, 4G and 5G allow for layers of prioritization and improved QoS controls, which enable many use cases to make private cellular networks very desirable. And another key area is latency. Many of the use cases defined for 5G involve low latencies. One of the key components of enabling low latency is reducing the distance that data must travel. In public 4G and 5G networks, data may have to travel quite long distances, but when you introduce cellular private networks, these are much smaller, and by definition, latency is reduced by default. The final area that I like to talk about is security. When we consider 4G and 5G, it's much more secure than Wi-Fi. And 5G NR is even further enhances security. In addition, a private cellular network adds to the security when you compare with what is an already very secure public network. With a private cellular network, data security can be enhanced by ensuring sensitive data does not leave the enterprise location. We are also seeing on this next slide that cellular connectivity is fundamental to new use cases. Cellular connectivity enables digitalization by connecting things like wireless sensors, cameras, drones, etc., as input to both digital models and AI analysis. With cellular connectivity, industries can take full advantage of remote control and automation throughout the production process. And cellular connectivity can boost connected worker capabilities with XR immersive reality, location awareness for safety and machine interaction, for example. And we're actually really starting to see some very interesting traction. So on this next slide, you can see already that industries are starting to digitize now in both 4G and 5G. If I give you a few examples of initiatives that Ericsson has recently been involved in, one is that Ericsson has been selected by Groupe ADP and Air France to deploy a private mobile network covering Paris-Charles de Gaulle, Paris-Orly and Paris-Le Bourget airports. This 4 and 5G network serves a very professional ecosystem of more than 120,000 people who work at the 3 airports every day across about 1,000 companies of different sizes and sectors. Another example is in mining. The Russian telecoms company MTS and the precious metals major Polymetal International provides for Russia's first commercial 5G ready private network based on Ericsson's dedicated network solution. This is to be deployed at the gold mine in the Republic of Sakha. Polymetal plans to leverage this MTS deployed network for integrated connectivity across IP telephony, mobile devices, mine dispatch systems, remote and automated equipment control, including for things like excavators, drilling rigs, and measuring devices, as well as automated fire extinguishing systems and video monitoring. A really good example of how 5G is being used in quite a broad way to bring together collaboration tools within the enterprise and also external environments. Another example in the UK is with Vodafone, where they will be building a private LTE network which will be upgradable to 5G for Centrica Storage Limited, the gas storage and processing unit of UK gas and electricity supplier Centrica. This new private cellular network will be based in County Durham and will use Ericsson's radio and core equipment. The setup will help CSL digitalize much of its critical maintenance and engineering operations. And CSL will get real-time visibility of work at the plant, as well as the condition and status of the various elements of the facility, enabling it to streamline activities, reduce cost, and increase safety. For example, connected workers will be alerted of potential gas emissions. Ericsson also really likes to ensure that we are using our own technology for our own development. And when we look at what we have been doing with our own factories, for example, we are at the forefront of 5G research and development. And we have initiated partnerships with a lot of leading technology and manufacturing specialists in several countries. This enables us to develop 5G technologies that are based on real business needs. And we ourselves are also a major manufacturer of advanced equipment. Ericsson factories around the world continuously test 5G-enabled technologies. At our USA 5G Smart Factory, we assemble the equipment that will power 5G networks across the US. The factory is a full-scale operation, realizing the potential of 5G with Industry 4.0 to enable intelligent automation and leverage real-time data across the operations. Our USA 5G Smart Factory in Louisville, Texas, has been recognized by the World Economic Forum as a global frontrunner in the fourth industrial revolution. In addition, our factory in Tallinn represents the first of its kind to use augmented reality for troubleshooting to help mitigate the cost of breakdowns, extra components, material, labor, and buffers, and reduce production downtime. We use augmented reality to detect operational inefficiencies such as imperfect maintenance planning, failure diagnostics, but also for training. And to date, we have achieved some great results. We have achieved time savings of up to 50%. So what are industry expectations on 5G? When we look at this next slide, the first is industry-grade solutions. Industries and vertical segments within industries expect to deal with communication service providers and vendors that have a really strong understanding of the needs of their business. They actually want industry-grade solutions that provide process and product automation. They want to see product and business process redesigned to fulfill their company's digitalization objectives. They also want investments in automation to replace manual and labor-intensive work, which is costly and prone to human errors. As well as this, they want to ensure that they can harness the value of data and that they can connect data points across their enterprise. And they want to be able to enter into new business and delivery models from non-connected products to connected products to as-a-service solutions. Security is one of the most significant concerns voiced by enterprises. They want to stay ahead of threats. They want to protect user privacy, both driven by regulations, but also by end user demand. And they want to ensure the reliability and the accuracy of their infrastructure, their data, and their products and services. They also want to deal with technology solutions that are easy to configure, easy to deploy, easy to maintain. And they want global solutions and support for long investment cycles. So they want rapid deployments. They want to go with fast time to market from ideas to launch. They want solutions that offer them cross-geography compatibility. They want solutions that must work anywhere, one location, across towns, across countries, across continents, and for some enterprises across the world. They also want technologies that are future-proof. They must not be easily made obsolete, and especially true for products with long lives like cars and smart meters, where we expect to see these things in situ for 10 plus years. They want things to be open and standardized to be able to benefit from vast ecosystems. And they also want to ensure that whatever they deploy in the future can leverage the existing infrastructure that they already have in place. So what does all of this mean? When it comes to conclusions and recommendations, we can say that there is for sure significant potential with 5G introduction for industries. Different industries have different needs and requirements, and we must ensure that we are sensitive to those different needs and requirements when we put forward solutions. For example, some industries require local versus wide area coverage. They want to ensure that they have security, resilience, and reliability in the solutions that are put forward. They want strong functional support and strong support for all of the devices that they're trying to connect across their own ecosystem. The key, though, is that we do not need to wait for 5G. We know that 5G is coming in India, and we really look forward to the potential when it arrives. But actually, we can really start today to move forward with key requirements for enterprises with 4G technology, because we know that 4G technology will be upgradable to 5G. So 4G and 5G are definitely both relevant for Indian enterprises. There are clear benefits for enterprises with the introduction of 5G, and there is also a strong opportunity for CSPs. The use cases and the connectivity solutions that power them can be applied in a variety of key industries, and they can be customized and tailored to specific needs, contexts, and goals of enterprises in these different industries. For CSPs, your table stake, your ticket to play starts with connectivity, and you can, with your connectivity, provide ultra-low latency, high throughput, high device density, high reliability, and high energy efficiency, etc. And you can evolve from this connectivity solution to develop smarter solutions by enriching your existing offering by bundling with IoT, cloud, edge, and enterprise services, and emerge as a key player in boosting the Indian ecosystem with key capabilities, key new capabilities, including your extensive network expertise. So thank you for listening to this today, and we really look forward to accelerating the enterprise opportunity in India with 5G, but starting already today with 4G.
Thank you, Nadine. That was extremely insightful and also thought-provoking for someone like me who has been working very closely with enterprises and really see some of the challenges and opportunities that you have put forth. I now move on to Karthik Narayan. Karthik is the Executive Vice President for Vodafone Idea Business Services and has been driving a lot of initiatives on digital transformation for enterprises for Vodafone Idea. As the phase of enterprise business for the region undergoes a change, Karthik liaises with multiple local and business leaders, nurtures supplier and customer relationships, and manage initiatives for the geographies that he is managing. I'll request Karthik to share his views and also enlighten us on what kind of transformational journeys that he has seen and the potential of digital transformation in this for some of the customers that he's managing. Thank you. Over to you, Karthik.
Good morning, everyone. 5, 10, 20 years ago, I could have never imagined that I would have spent a year and a half running a countrywide business from my home. But say what you may, this has been one of the largest discoveries of this pandemic, that many businesses which were thought to be not possible to be done remotely are today equally, if not more, productive. Hi, I'm Karthik Narayan, and I'm the Executive Vice President for Vodafone Idea Business Services, and I run the strategic accounts vertical within our enterprise business. My team works with enterprise customers, both domestic and global, and we look to provide solutions that solve customers' most challenging business problems. I want to first start by acknowledging the tragedy this pandemic has been and the untold misery it has caused here in India and across the globe. For us at Vodafone Idea, it was an opportunity to demonstrate our commitment not only to our customers, both enterprise and consumer, but also to our country, and rise to the occasion to deliver services which all of us know is kind of meteoric demand all throughout this period. I'm therefore extremely proud of what we did and achieved this last year under some very difficult and demanding situation. And I want to give my heartfelt thanks to employees, partners, customers who kept their faith with us all through this period. One change that came about of all of this was a genuine need to transform businesses as the normal ways of doing things came to a stop. I intend, therefore, to speak to you today about the rapid digital transformation that took place during this period, the opportunities ahead of us, and what are some of the challenges. Let me first start by demystifying a few jargons. Right? What is digital transformation? Digital transformation, simply put, is the integration of digital technology into all areas of business, fundamentally changing how you operate and deliver value to customers. It's also a cultural change, but I'll come to that in a few minutes. First of all, it's important to distinguish between digitalization, and digital transformation, as these three are key separate elements. We routinely end up using one for the other. Let me give you quick examples. Digitization refers to creating a digital representation of a physical object or attribute. For instance, we scan a paper document and save it as a digital document, example PDF, right? That's an example of digitization. And to give you one other example, a leading industrial gases company came to us, and they are essentially earlier having a person walk through the assembly line and take measurements, and now they use sensors to measure and record data. Digitization in that sense is foundational. This is the connection between the physical world and the software world, and this is something we've been doing for long, since the 1960s. It is an enabler for all the processes that provide business value because of the need for consumable and real-time data. Digitalization is when you're using the digitized data to enable or improve processes. Therefore, digitalization presumes digitization. So that's an important part. And digitalization improves an existing business process or processes, but doesn't change or really transform them. That is to say, it takes a process from, let's say, a human-driven event or a series of events to software one. I'll give you an example again. A physical invoice sent through a courier might now be scanned and sent via email in an automated fashion. That can be an example of digitization and digitalization. And finally, then we come to digital transformation, which is the topic. It's really business transformation which is enabled by digitalization, right? So one example of this integration is, let's say, your customer sales volumes feeding through to your company's raw material vendors, thus integrating the supply chain for greater efficiency and real-time response. So you would have heard just-in-time inventory or zero inventory, which is a classic digital transformation of the supply chain, which ties your customers to your raw material vendors. Now, most existing businesses have been built and optimized for a pre-digital world, and therefore find themselves weighed down by a pre-digital technology investments, cultures, ways of working, what you will. Now, such organizations cannot just merely, flick a switch and become digital overnight, or wait for years as well, on the contrary, to do some high-risk transformation programs. They must achieve digital transformation, taking on a more evolutionary path, if you will, in a path that balances new capabilities with whatever existing assets they have. The important thing is a business may take on digital transformation for several reasons, but by far the most likely reason is that they have to. It's a survival issue. Especially in the wake of a pandemic, an organization's ability to adapt quickly to supply chain disruptions, time to market pressures, and rapidly changing customer expectation has become extremely critical. Three broad areas of transformation that we are noticing from our engagements with our customers are as follows. Digital customers, which is essentially enabling customers to become digital, or enabling our customer to be served wherever they are. Digital workplace, always connected, work from anywhere, mobilizing your workforce with efficiency, empowering the workforce, so on and so forth. And digital business, which is building advantages in market through digital leadership and disruption, innovating. We anyway have a as a service economy. Right? Let me just take you quickly through examples of each one of them. Digital customers, which is essentially what I spoke to you about, enabling customers to become digital or serving customers wherever they are. Let me give you quick examples. Our cloud telephony services have enabled a larger automation for delivery businesses, connecting our customers with their customers, allowing them to receive, for example, food, package, whatever which is getting delivered, giving feedback and allowing enterprises to track effectiveness of deliveries all in real time. Larger businesses in this pandemic have come to us asking us a fundamental question. Can you help us do demand generation? Now, we utilize cutting-edge analytics with some large anonymized data to help businesses and government plan for large population areas. I'll give you an example. A leading e-commerce company wanted us to target a specific region in Hyderabad for grocery demand. And we did that. Education, digital learning, which is another field. All of us are aware about apps, websites that teach you now. Our children have been learning online. All this has been enabled by a strong telco network. Digital workplace. Now, one of the things which took place during this pandemic is what I call the democratization of IT. Few folks used to do video conferencing. Now you see anybody who has a mobile can jump into a call and collaborate globally. You can even have a fancy background to hide your location. In the early days of lockdown, the traditional call center solutions prevented financial institution back office employees to be able to take calls from their residences. Vodafone Idea has enabled mobile call recording for several banks to ensure that an enterprise-grade solution is enabled with security for these calls to be recorded and available for audit later. No upfront investments. And finally, digital business, right? Now you know how things are, everything as a service. People expect a fast self-service culture, deliver as a service, app-driven delivery, app-driven culture, and so on and so forth. We are having some very interesting conversations in Industry 4.0. And a whole lot of legacy industries are coming forward and asking us to first digitize and then digitalize their businesses. Other recent businesses which are getting transformed completely is the automotive business. A large part of the connected vehicles business in India runs on Vodafone Idea. The largest of them, whether it is Hyundai, Kia, Escorts, Tata Motors, JCB, so on and so forth. Telecom network, therefore, in essence, is the essence for digital transformation. And it will be more than just a connectivity layer. It will be a platform for digital society. And we will see evaluation of new digital use cases and new business models and cross-industry partnerships. Therefore, let me summarize to you what are the essentials to what I consider a successful digital transformation. I can tell you it's seldom about the availability of technology. That's what is understood. Only a small number of customers that we spoke to reported that the current tools and technology were inadequate. First of all, strategy. Let me be clear. You need a strategy as you would with any part of your business. You need to clarify a vision, set goals to reach it, give your whole team a purpose. Without strategy and purpose, you may have been able to keep your head above water, but don't count on it for much longer. If you're wondering where to begin, always start by thinking of the stakeholders that keep your business alive, your customers. Your company was essentially, of course, created to satisfy an unmet need. Let that guide you into who you are, what you do, why you do it in the digital transformation as well. The second thing would be expertise. It takes a combination of talent and technology to go through your digital transformation. One without the other will not cut it. If your current systems and partners are holding you back, it's time to reevaluate your technology partnership and what they have to offer. The third is organizational structure. The digital transformation is a substantial initiative and may require changes in more than your employees' daily routines. This may mean changing roles, changing departments, or even overhaul of your organizational structure. Therefore, the messaging largely is, the structure needs to be fluid because the new frontier of technology, data science, customer experience will require it to be so. Budget. Wouldn't it be nice to have an endless pool of financial resources? Unfortunately, that is not the reality. It is likely that you will face budgetary constraints that may limit any part of your digital transformation journey. My own professional experience with large customers has been be aware, prepared for it, develop a plan that involves several phases over several years, if that's what is required. I shouldn't put your company at risk over budgetary issues. And finally, the single most important thing, culture. By our very nature, humans like routines. They make us feel comfortable. It is called the comfort zone for a reason, right? Things can easily start to seem grim when our routines are changed and uncertainty enters our life. Experiencing a digital transformation is the epitome of discomfort. So it may make employees feel quite threatened. So it's important to kind of take care of it and build a culture which goes in line with your digital transformation strategy. To summarize, digital transformation is going to be an absolute imperative now and in the future. That it's important to, one, have a clear plan and strategy company-wide and not department-wide. Know the pitfalls, skill, budget, culture, and of course, the execution phase. Be flexible and transform as you make progress. I wish all of you the very best in your individual digital transformations. Enjoy the rest of the speaker sessions and events we have for you today, and good luck.
Thank you, Karthik. Those examples and some of your insights are extremely important for most of our audience to take note of and also try to contextualize to how they see in their own scheme of things. The topic that we are discussing today and the theme of the conference is extremely relevant, important, and pertinent. It's about how the enterprises need to reinvent themselves. And what I have tried to put together before I have a list of my August panelists and other participants come in and share their views is around the thought leadership that we have put together as KPMG with the support of not only IMC, but also of other industry leaders. I am giving this opportunity to present some point of view that have actually come out through the collective research that all of us have done in the last few days. The view that we are presenting here is the impact of emerging technologies on enterprises. Emerging technologies and their impact in the relevant businesses have always existed. It has always transformed over a period of time and have been instrumental in driving a lot of digital transformation across enterprises. What has changed now? What has changed is the fact that these emerging technologies and their utility is undergoing a dramatic shift from how it used to be used earlier versus now. Emerging technologies need not be seen just in isolation, but in the context of a larger network of connected ecosystems. This connectivity of emerging technologies with its ecosystem enables collection of data, interpretation of data, and insights. So what exactly has changed? What has changed is the use of, or more relevant use of edge, cloud, and now with the emergence of 5G as an important driver, it will also see a transformational shift in digital transformation. Every enterprise is therefore looking for a secure, fast, cloud agnostic, and a user relevant connected enterprise solution. So are the enterprises really ready for it? And for that, we did a collective survey along with IMC and a few enterprises to understand better on what is relevant, what does connected enterprise mean for the enterprises. We understood from them that nearly 77% of the enterprises that we discussed with saw the importance of emerging tech in their relevant businesses. However, only 44% of them really understood the real implication of how 5G will have an impact on their businesses and their Industry 4.0 initiatives. This is a very important statistic. Our estimate of the global services market is in the range of $213 billion globally. And it is equally relevant from an Indian context as well. We are expecting a 25 to 32% growth, CAGR growth in the next 5 years, driven by Industry 4.0 and transformed through the use of 5G. But how is it going to be made relevant for the enterprises? And that's where we see a bigger role for use cases in each and every sector. What you see here is a study that we have done on 5G and its impact globally. But what I want to measure here and mention here is the fact that we estimate that globally 5G will add approximately 1% to the GDP of the respective countries. And that's a very important measure of how transformational is 5G going to drive the business. But to understand better on what does connected enterprise mean, we have very elaborately mentioned this in our thought leadership that we are jointly launching along with IMC as part of this initiative and as part of this conference. Connected enterprise and the connected technologies that make the connected enterprise has 4 layers to it. You have the components, which standalone cannot mean anything, cannot do anything, unless it is driven by integrated processes, which are used by functions that are very relevant to make a difference and are driving specific goals in an enterprise. And for the connected enterprise itself that have their own objectives to meet. So what will make connected enterprises more successful? Connected enterprises will be more successful only through value drivers that will make their objectives clearly achievable through emerging technologies. As you see on the screen, you have the value drivers on the left-hand side, the emerging technologies and the use cases in the center, and the value drivers on the top. The important value drivers that any enterprises are looking for are around improving operational efficiency, improving quality, faster time to market, increased operational uptime, as well as a supply chain transformed ecosystem. And for that, tremendous amount of data is required, and for those data to be converted into actionable insights. And that's where the role of the connected enterprise will come in. Many a times we are asked this question on how relevant is 5G in the whole scheme of things. Industry 4.0 did exist even without 5G. we continue to do digital transformation without 5G. You have other technologies like LoRa, NB-IoT, Zigbee, etc., which are still being used by enterprises. What would make 5G so transformational? 5G, with all the use cases that have been created around the world and are still evolving, have a tremendous impact surely because of the speed and the fact that it will make and it will convert the entire ecosystem into a software-driven ecosystem, which will be driven by speed, throughput, lower latency, and will enable use cases that only had certain benefits being enabled through broadband ecosystem and something that will be driven through 5G. The MIMO technology is immensely powerful, and I've already started seeing results in Europe and in US. What are those use cases that can be then seen as transformational between 4G to 5G as a transformational enabler? As you see on the screen, there are multiple use cases that are still relevant in the 4G ecosystem and are also relevant in the 5G ecosystem. The use cases are more beneficial if applied through the 5G connected ecosystem. For example, connected vehicles is an important example which is also relevant in the 4G ecosystem and will see transformed benefits with autonomous vehicles in the 5G ecosystem. Similarly, you have predictive maintenance, smart surveillance, automated warehouse systems that are already existing in the 4G environment, but will see superior benefits transforming and flowing to the enterprises in the 5G environment. As an organization, we have worked across multiple use cases across industries. What you see on the screen are two examples of such connected ecosystems that we have created, one in the ENR space and second in the logistics space. As you see here, the connected enterprise ecosystem not only touches the technology element of the ecosystem, but also business elements, be it on the exploration side, the extraction side, the production side, and the automated field operations. How would the benefits from this connected enterprise be made more relevant to the organization that is trying to implement it? These technologies cannot be seen in isolation. They have to be seen together through the benefits and the ROI that they generate for the business. So what is actually required to unlock the potential value? And what are some of the challenges that we have seen enterprises face when they try to make a decision when it comes to Industry 4.0 or in the future with 5G along with Industry 4.0? The first and the most important thing is unclear strategy. What needs to get done? What is the vision? What kind of benefits are they actually trying to get through? And what is the end objective of actually doing the digital transformation? Many of our clients have been successfully trying to implement Industry 4.0 and also deriving benefits through superior ROI computation in close coordination with the different stakeholders in the ecosystem. The second important component is lack of teaming. Lack of teaming not only within the organization, but also with ecosystem partners. Third important element is future proofing. Are the solutions scalable enough? Have areas around cloud, edge, and as well as use cases that will make it scalable and achievable really been evaluated by the organizations? Has the complexity been understood? Have the connected technologies been mapped and the architecture been clearly studied before such deployment? It's very important for enterprises to really understand this. Telcos are playing that role across countries as not only an enabler, but as a disruptive partner. And for that to happen, there are a few things that telcos have to take care of. How can they harness the core? The core of a telco enterprise is in driving connectivity. How can they partner and help organizations to pivot as a digital telecommunication service provider? It's very, very much driven by not only innovation within the telco world, but also at enterprises. There are superior partnerships that have been established between telcos and healthcare companies around the world. There are superior partnerships that have been developed between logistics companies for track and trace and transportation and telcos around the world. And it is only evolving by the day. Telcos are best suited to have a connected ecosystem because of the sheer experience of managing large network solutions and connected ecosystems over the years. And it is very important for telcos to therefore work very closely with different industry partners in driving this ecosystem forward. So, what are the key questions that one might need to ask themselves before getting into this kind of an initiative? Should enterprises ask certain questions which are relevant for their own businesses before getting into this kind of a journey? We have tried to answer some of them. We have tried to ask some of them as part of our thought leadership. And the most important one have been presented on the screen. The first one is the current technology architecture really scalable and futuristic? Have the ROI and business cases for the use cases been set up and rightly computed? How are these use cases identified? Are they really scalable? Have the potential barriers that one sees between traditional ecosystems, traditional technologies, and new technologies been really addressed? What are those barriers? These are some of the potential and important questions that we get asked whenever we are trying to implement any of these solutions. We've found answers for some of them, but there are many that are still unresolved. And that's what we need to do jointly as a team and as an ecosystem player. So how can telcos finally take a leap with Industry 4.0 and 5G? How can telcos enable enterprises to identify new use cases? How can they solve the real difference on using specific use cases across the other connectivity platforms, including the use of Wi-Fi 6, LoRa, NB-IoT, etc.? Can they really identify and help enterprises differentiate between small automation versus a digital transformation? How can telcos work with enterprises on measured outcomes? And finally, can telcos help enterprises in identifying relevant use cases for their own industry and learn and grow with them? With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank once again the enterprises, IMC, and all my friends across the industry. A very successful next few months and years of digital transformation in India. Thank you once again for this opportunity. On this occasion of the India Mobile Congress Connect, KPMG India is privileged to announce and publish its thought leadership on connected enterprise, a world of possibilities. This thought leadership will bring to light how the connected ecosystem of emerging tech, enterprises, telcos, and the wider connect will bring value to the businesses, and how Industry 4.0 and 5G is going to disrupt the ecosystem going forward. I'm sure this will find value in each of your businesses. You will be able to find a copy of this thought leadership either on the KPMG portal or in the resource center of the India Mobile Congress portal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have planned multiple discussions and with various industry leaders. We have thought-provoking panels and discussions for providing insights from practical experiences on some of the leaders in their own space in their respective industries. I look forward for you to participate in each of these discussions and also gain from the actionable insights that these leaders have provided during these sessions. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm Terence Wong, working for GSMA APAC, who is driving the IoT program and 5G program in the region. So today I'm really glad with you to sharing about the APAC IoT opportunity, how we're building our communities to support this region as innovation and the ecosystem development. So who is GSMA? We are actually represent the interest of mobile operator worldwide. We have mobile operator more than 750 over the world, and also 400 more companies from a wider mobile ecosystem, including software company, network equipment supplier, IoT and handsets manufacturer, and also adjacent enterprise industry. So every year we run very large mobile industry conference, Mobile World Congress, MWC, at Barcelona, Shanghai, Los Angeles, bringing more than 200,000 people together to drive the industry innovation. So we also have a regional conference, Mobile 360, which is the coming one is on APAC on October, 6 days conference across 3 weeks. There will be IoT and 5G content as well. Welcome to join. So GSMA also have an intelligence arm doing a lot of market research. So how big is IoT opportunity? As today, actually, there are already 400 billion of IoT revenue in 2020, and it will be more than double by 2025 to close to 900 billion. And the number of connection today is talking about 30 billion, but it will be almost double to 24 billion by 2025. As a mobile industry, we always drive the adaptation of the cellular technology using 2G, 3G, 4G, and the latest technology 5G. So today, 2 billion connection of IoT devices using cellular, but it will be rapidly expand to 3.7 billion by 2025. And there are also different kind of technology inside this cellular network using the licensed spectrum. So in the last few years, actually, there are some new technology coming up, which is narrowband IoT and LTE-M, which is a very powerful technology, allow long battery life devices, very low power consumption. So this technology actually today is only talking about 200 million, but it will go 5 times by 2025 to reaching 1.1 billion. So where is this IoT opportunity? The good news is you and me, because it is in APAC. More than 1/3 of the revenue is contributed by Asia Pacific, 343 billion, followed by North American and Europe. So any impact about the COVID-19 to the IoT adaptation, so there is some small drop of the forecast compared to the research we did in 2019 and today. So the growth will be slowed down a little bit at the first 2-3 years to have an impact of 4 or 5%. But the good news, it will be catch up again to minimize the impact to only 2% by 2025, still reaching 24 billion, which is still very significant growth compared to 30 billion as of today. So how about the enterprise? We also did a survey to the enterprise to understand how the IoT adaptation and which the region have the biggest impact. So as of we understand, actually there are different impact to different region and different country according to how the government apply the facial stimulus put in place to help the recovery of the finance and the economy. I think for APAC, actually the impact is less compared with other regions. So some country, for example, like China, they actually the government putting huge investment in the new infrastructure, including building 5G network, pushing the adaptation of IoT in enterprise, and also have a lot of new technology like AI, AR, robotic coming up, which support a lot of digital transformation in different sectors. So some of this technology already being adopted to fight against COVID-19, such as putting more camera sensors to the building entrance. This, and also a lot of robotic and drone is using for a lot of sector like agriculture or monitoring, the environment to support the comeback of the COVID-19. So for the enterprise side, there are a lot of strong reasons for them to adopt IoT. Digital transformation is a really key for the enterprise according to the feedback. And also there are reasons like cost saving, generating new revenue, having a more transparency of the business operation and the business benefit. Some also is required, some sector like energy savings, smart grid is also being required by government side, putting more smart meter in gas, in electricity and for water management. And then of course there are also reasons like MNC, they have different operation in different countries, so they are putting IoT to help them to understand the operation of the different business unit. So this all come to the reason for driving the IoT adaptation. But for short term, I think you understand there are already some impact like supply chain issue, lockdown, and also some project on hold. But there are in the midterm, we see the pressure of capex. The company, the enterprise need to improve their competitiveness and also need for more automation and visibility of their business operation. And then also rise of the new technology like robotic, AGV, or 5G, empowering more big data, AI, this kind of usage. So that will also make IoT become very important for digital transformation in the longer term. So which sector will adopt IoT? Actually, almost every sector is considering using IoT to gain the benefits. So for example, I already mentioned for utility sector, climate change, energy saving, applying the smart meter for gas, electricity, water, and also for a lot of smart city, smart building project. I mean, a lot of sensors deployed inside a building in the heat and monitoring the environment, air condition, to saving the energy for security or access management. Of course, for bigger scale smart city project, a lot of sensors deployed for smart parking, smart surveillance, even the coming up hot area, which is the vehicle, electric vehicle charging station. So all this new infrastructure will be made connected for better management. Smart manufacturing, I think IR 4.0 is another key area to using the IoT technology, putting a lot of sensors in the whole factory floor to monitoring for preventive maintenance, and also the whole inventory checking, resource management, warehouse management. And finally, of course, smart health. I think with the COVID-19, a lot of healthiness problem, how the technology being adopted for better well-being. This is also becoming very, very eyeball catching how this technology can help. This sector using IoT, but of course it's beyond. I think of course you are aware agriculture, oil mining, mining, construction. So these are all have a lot of IoT adaptation as well. So I think existing 4G is already supporting a lot of IoT connection, but moving forward to 5G, this is a new technology which is developed for not only connecting mobile phone, not only for consumer. This technology is really developed for industry. So a lot of key features, for example, enhanced mobile broadband, it can allow more than 10 to 20 gigabit throughput, which is really powerful to allow 4K streaming, high definition content, AR, VR, immersive content. And of course, there are very important feature is ultra low latency, which combined with the edge cloud computing capability. Right now, it can allow level 5 autonomous driving, more robotic, more robotic, and also machine can be controlled remotely without the real persons in a physical environment. And finally is the massive IoT, talking about the cellular network can allow millions of devices connected per each square kilometer, which means many sensors can be deployed in a very dense area to monitoring the environment and the smart building and smart city. So this is another chart to showing you how the IoT being adopted in the cellular license spectrum technology. So I think here you see that NB-IoT LTE-M is going very promising, very fast, 5 times compared today in the next 5 years. And then another area is 4G, 5G. I think only 2G, 3G because of the sunset of the network. So this will be replaced by this 4G, 5G, and NB-IoT and Cat-M technology. As GSMA, as a mobile industry association, we're working very hard to promote this technology with our member. The good news to you is today we already have over 150 commercial rollout in more than 56 markets. And then there are many innovators have this kind of solution already, over 2,000. And then there are a lot of innovation labs set up in many countries to support you guys for innovation and adopting the technology. And the cost of the module chipset is very low. I heard that there are some module is down to $2 US only. So it's very, very competitive. And the deployment is really worldwide. As you see, the blue color indicate which country adopt the narrowband IoT, and the red color indicate those who adopt LTE-M. So this is not competition. Is some operator also roll out a hybrid technology supporting different kind of use case like US, Australia, Japan. So in the region, I work with many operator members to set up a IoT community. So the good news to you is we already have more than 60 members in more than 20 countries to support the technology, of course, including Jio, Airtel, and also Vodafone Idea in India. So they are all working very hard with the local innovator to develop the solution for different vertical. And then GSMA actually as a platform to help this innovator to scale up quickly in different countries, in different in the region, and so that it can maximize and scale up the benefit for all of the community members. So besides the mobile operator member, we also have a lot of partners from local government agency, IoT association in Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and then there are many different innovators who develop the solution to support different sectors. So this is a directory. Please welcome to visit this GSMA website. You can find the solution, find the innovator on different sectors: agriculture, logistics, smart building, smart city, transportation, utility, and also healthcare, for example. So we also did a lot of case study to record the success of our member and its innovator partner in different country, in different sectors. So again, please visit the website to collect the latest information. So one of a few examples I want to share with you today is about innovator, what they've done in different countries. So here is a company called eFishery, which is a startup in Indonesia. So they build a feeder using NB-IoT technology to feed the fish in the fish farm. So the background for Indonesia is they are actually the third largest agriculture output export country, just behind India and China. But actually most of their farm today are still using the manual way to feed the fish. But this is not efficient. Actually, more than over 60 to 90% of the cost is coming from manual feeding. But this is not actually a very good way because it's always result in underfeeding, overfeeding, or malnourishment, or feed waste, or even have a negative impact for the environment. So right now with the feeder, actually using the sensor using the feeder and the sensors to detect the appetite of the fish and shrimp, and then you can feed the feed automatically in an optimal amount in the right time. So this data information can also be collected into the cloud, accessed by the farmer using an application in a smartphone. So it not only saves manpower, but also optimize the whole yield and maximize the profits for more than 20%. So now this solution already deployed to more than 3,000 farms in Indonesia and also expanding in ASEAN countries. So similar technology, but applied to cattle, building a connected sensor strapped onto the neck of the cow. It can help to measure, trace the healthiness of the cow and the safety. If you can detect the ostrium and guaranteeing a best timing for mating, it also increased the reproduction and also the milk output. With the 5G technology, as I mentioned, it can also apply to a lot of robotic in agriculture scenario. So KPN is an operator. They already have the partner to build robot using AI, deep learning, using a cloud-based edge technology to identify and destroy the problematic potato plants. So this is very promising because it achieved over 95% of accuracy and able to cover 1/3 of the hectare per hour, which is far exceeds the speed of a manual workers. So not necessarily raise 5G. Actually, now in industrial 4.0, 3G, 4G smart factory solution is also widely adopted in some countries. For example, in Vietnam, the retail is a startup working with a operator retail to deploy the solution in a smart factory solution. So they building different kind of sensor connected and monitoring the machine and also deploy meters, camera to monitor the whole production line. So all this information actually, it means more information, more data is collected, which can help them to improve the operational efficiency, reduce the machine downtime, increase the productivity, also the product quality, because you can monitor the whole semi-product and product quality along the whole factory line. And they also, of course, have a different dashboard to understanding the machine healthiness. So in Indonesia, 5G just rolled out in a few provinces, and Schneider Electric already working with Telkomsel to deploy, replacing the fixed Ethernet and also Wi-Fi with the 5G. So 5G comes with a very critical feature. It's called time-sensitive network, which allow a machine and robot coordination in a very critical timing manner. And also with the mobile edge computing, it allow super fast processing power for remote assistant with the AR, which means that now the worker will be able to practice their tasks, get real time on the screen, some guideline how to fix the problem before the real execution. And then also more robot, which means that the connected automatic guided vehicle that can automate all the logistics and delivery along the factory floor. And the 4K TV AI vision can help to check the quality of the semi-product and the product along the whole production line. So 5G is also adopted in some large campus like a port, a maritime port, airport, or smart campus. So this is one of the case already doing in the Hong Kong airport, which is the busiest cargo hub since 2010, and also the third international passenger traffic around the world. So now they already deploy tens of thousands of sensor devices, robot, and camera to monitoring the whole airport, indoor and outdoor. So they also building digital twin model, integrated with the dashboard to help them to operate the airport in more efficient and effective way and save a lot of energy as well, because they're monitoring the resources, people flow, cargo flow. So this really applying 5G with the robotic kiosk, petrol robot, and also the autonomous tractor. So this become live as well. So finally, as I mentioned, because of the capability of the cellular technology, more devices can be connected and also have a gigabit capability. So it also applies to a lot of smart city projects for transportation, for lighting, parking, smart cloud management, etc. So please go to our website to access this information. So finally, welcome to join our community. It is free, and you can access a lot of information, receive regular communication, and also get a chance to promote your innovation and success to a bigger community and the whole APAC region. Thanks again.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this amazing fireside chat, which talks about connected enterprises and the worlds of possibilities. It is really a topic which is very, very topical in nature, because we have seen organizations pivot and connect their front, middle, and back office as they have never done in past. With me today, I've got three amazing friends. Sundi from Airtel Business. We've got Amol from Ring Plus Aqua, and we've got Manish from MG Motors. Welcome, friends. So as a preparation to this, I had sent an email to all of you saying that this is a topic which needs no introduction from any of you, because you guys live, breathe, and do this day in, day out. Sundi, first of all, a big congratulations to Airtel for really topping the charts in the latest FNS report on being the 5G player of choice, on being the IoT and connected player of choice in a country like India. Manish, a big congratulations on the first AI car. It'll be very interesting to hear from you on how you're going about dealing with it. And Amol, I haven't heard the media bites, but I'm going to give it to you as to what could be the reason for your, how you are doing the connected enterprise, but as we move around the space. So maybe, Sundi, maybe let me start with you. When somebody like Airtel talks about connected enterprise, when you go to your customers, what do you mean when you because you are a connectivity player? So what does connected enterprise mean from an Airtel lens?
Yeah, see, Aditya, first of all, thanks for inviting. It's a pleasure to be here with two distinguished gentlemen along with me, Manish and Amol. To answer your question, what is the enterprise goal? If you look at what they're trying to achieve, it's only two things, right? You grow revenue and reduce cost, right? Those things. And they are now looking to digital transformation as a tool to do that. They want to be more digital. And for that, they're trying to create the experience that they want to give through the digital channel. And when you look at that, the bedrock for digital transformation is connectivity. If you look at anything you want to do, you have to connect your back offices. And then if you want to drive even more efficiencies in terms of what is happening in the real world, you'll put sensors and try to create the mirrored world of the real world to understand what is happening there, to actually improve the efficiency of those machines that you're working with in the case of industrial. In all of these pieces, connectivity plays a very key role, and we have been providing connectivity for various different purposes. Consumer connectivity, we have been doing back office connectivity. As you think about what is happening in the world in terms of digital transformation, especially in the Internet of Things, there are very unique requirements that the enterprises have in terms of how they want to approach digital transformation. So when you think about that, if you take an example of manufacturing or even the case of automotive, there are unique requirements around connectivity. They want ultra low latency, right? They want the data to be coming real time so that their decisions can be made faster. They want very high capacity, right? So if you want to really measure every aspect of a physical object, you probably have to have different sensors being added so that more data can be carried to create a more accurate picture of the physical world. So more capacity is needed. And finally, high reliability. Some of these applications that they want to develop are mission critical. So the reliability has to be 5 nines. So for doing all of these different requirements that we are seeing
we are investing in the 5G technology. We have been in leaders in 4G. We're also working on NB-IoT, right? This range of different technologies will allow enterprises to leverage and achieve their goals around digital transformation, digital power of IoT. That's what we're working on.
So, Sundi, it may not be wrong to say that it's Airtel's digital transformation story is on steroids. It's literally. Amol, if I have to pivot to you, how do you see this whole space which Sundi just elaborated? You have connectivity, you have sensors, you then have the great technologies of the next generation technologies coming in. How real is it from your lens, Amol? Amol, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. See, basically, if you talk about the Ring Plus Aqua, so we are into the auto components segment. So basically, for us, it's very important about the reliability of the product, which goes with the component. And for that reliability, it's very important to have the real-time information about each and every processes that we do, and mainly from the traceability perspective of the component. So if you talk about the Ring Plus Aqua, for us, the adoption starts from the Industry 4.0, wherein we try to do mainly from a machine learning point of view, wherein we can get the feedbacks from the critical process parameters which are really linked to the reliability of the product, and how these are varying with respect to the time, and then how we can put some alerts and something into the system which can give us a proper feedback. And at the same time, the important parameter is artificial intelligence to the machine. So the machine himself, after some time, should start talking to the operator that let's wait, we have to do something different rather than doing what you are doing. So that's the area where we are now trying to do this adaptation, and we are working so closely with many of the people for this forum.
Absolutely. Manish, you have not stopped at just bringing in technology in under the hood. You have started indulging with technology with me as a consumer. So while Amol mentions a lot of reliability that is going under the hood, and Sundi mentions that the sensors are there, you have beautifully given it a shape, a form, a form factor, if I would use some jargon here. What's MG's story when you really position yourself under the hood of Connected Enterprise?
So, honestly, I mean, when we started our journey, Aditya, we started by evaluating MNOs in the market, okay? And 4 years back, nobody was probably even talking about IoT 4.0, okay? So we said, and again, this is after evaluation, we said Airtel is the partner that we need to be with. And that's what we did, okay? The unfortunate part that we as MG did was we started to climb down the ladder. So we wanted our product actually to be connected, and then our machineries to be connected. Okay, and there is a story behind that also. We inherited a very old plant. Okay, obviously we refurbished a lot of things inside, but given the time that we were in, we obviously could not scrap entire machinery inside, I would say, and then bring in new equipments which were capable of IoT 4.0 or having sensors which could provide us enough intelligence. But again, I mean, as I said, we are working top down now. So we wanted to be the first ones to be in the arena of a connected environment, and specifically from a vehicle perspective. And that's where we found that we would be a differentiator, you know. Everybody talks about 4.0 from an industry perspective, but nobody talks it from a product perspective. So we thought, let's have it on our vehicle first. And that's where we had Airtel with us. And to be very honest with you, neither did we have any experience, nor was Airtel at that point of time geared up, right? And this is actually not the plastic SIMs that we normally talk about. This is T-box communications within the vehicle, the eSIM soldered on them and things like that. But having taken that dive, we came out very clean. I will be very honest with you, we came out very clean as a partnership, you know, and we continue to do so with multiple products that we have launched. I'm glad to say, I mean, we have also initiated discussions with Airtel at a very high level to see, again, I mean, we are coming from top down. How can we be the first OEM from a product perspective to be having 5G in our vehicle. Okay.
Brilliant. Manish, we'll just stay with you because you brought out a very important point of collaboration. And in your case, it was Airtel. And before I kind of go back to Sundi on this point, this whole area of digital transformation or disruption is can't be done alone. You need critical partnerships, you need collaboration, you need a lot of ducks to be in line for you to really create a world-class product with Amol's predictability and the quality of product that we're talking. What could be some of the qualities or capabilities that a collaboration platform like yours needs to have for two partners to be successful? Because I think that's one of the biggest pivotal problems that we might face in a country like ours, where we have a lot of individuals who are doing great jobs. When we collaborate, what could come out may not be the world class. So this is a great example which he has given. So I just want our listeners to understand what capabilities and qualities did you guys bring to the table to really make it a world class collaboration now?
So again, I mean, as I said, we launched the product 4 years back, the first product, which was the connected product, right? Again, I'm very thankful at that time we did not have this kind of a situation where we have pandemics, waves coming in and going again and again, right? So at that point in time, I think the collaboration was more on a face-to-face basis, understanding the requirements, defining it very clearly. Yes, there will be black holes as you progress. Okay, so nothing is frozen. There is no framework. That is when we started our partnership with Airtel. I mean, the agreement or the kind of collaborations that we had is let's start the journey. Let's take a dive into it. We will mitigate problems. Okay, I mean, we had the backing of our home rules back where the connected programs are being run. Obviously, they also had a lot of inputs for us as a country and for Airtel as well. We provided a lot of inputs again from I would say a connectivity challenge. You know, we do have challenges. Let's be very honest with each other by saying that compared to the developed countries, we do have challenges in India, okay, as far as connectivity matters, right? So that was the first stepping stone of collaboration, okay? And we did not stop there. We continued to build upon it. So at the time of pandemic, we evaluated again different solutions that we can bring together from a manufacturing perspective. You know, I mean, how well can I monitor my resources who are coming in, going out of the plant? How well can I monitor in the current stage? How well can I monitor which of my staffs are vaccinated, not vaccinated? All those things put together. We still are continuing this journey with the multiple suppliers, and Airtel being one of them, you know, in the forefront.
Sundi, let me just pivot this to something from your side, because you are providing these services to millions of customers, SMB, large enterprises like those of Manish's or Amol's. Sundi, and this is a constant changing requirement. The 18 months of pandemic has again accelerated adoption of digital technologies. How do you recalibrate this? How do you see these ICT players? And you also have your ecosystem providers. So how do you see them connecting with your purpose and your objective? And how do you see this collaboration working out for you guys?
Yeah, I would say that collaboration is working out very well. See, on every one of ICT players, they all work for customers. So the common central piece here is the customer. In this case, it might be MG Motors. They are saying that, hey, for me to solve my problems for my customers, I need this kind of a technology intervention or this kind of a product to be built. So once you have a party like a customer in the room, things become very easy for people to collaborate because there's a common goal to solve the problem. So in the case of working with collaborating with other telecom operators, we are trying to solve some problems right now in the connectivity space, specifically around IoT only, which is how do you get OEMs and it can be an OEM like MG Motors here, who are manufacturing their cars in one area, one geography in the world, and shipping it to another geography. And how does, when the car lands in a new country or a new geography, it's connected seamlessly, right? It's like a global connectivity. This requires collaboration between the ICT players, like other telecom operators, right? So we are forging that path right now with operators around globally, where the object or the product can be built anywhere and stays connected wherever it's getting sold. So it can be manufactured in one part of the world, it's sold to another region, but it's getting connected. So for this, it requires collaboration between multiple parties, the telecom operators coming together to solve this problem for MG Motor in this case, right? So collaboration is happening very well because we have a common goal of solving customer problems. So I don't see any challenges there. So it's been great.
Absolutely, Sundi. So I think great learning class for anybody who's listening, that if you can have two large brands work on a common objective, what Manish and Sundi kind of put it, and even competitors can collaborate. But Amol, I'm going to go a little bit deeper and double click this. How do you make the choices of the latest technologies? How do you know that you go to bet on some of these? Because many a times clients come back and ask us that do compare between the likes and likes. And when you're connecting the front, middle, and back offices of any technology to create a connected enterprise, and then you are going to the customer to say that you are completely end-to-end digital product, the choices are going to be important. So Amol, you mentioned a lot in your first segment. I just want you to maybe double click that. How do you make the choices? What are your design principles? How close do you get to the futuristic technology, and thereby also taking a risk, which Manish mentioned? You know, you were risking something because they were going down and up the valley of unknowns. So Amol, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, see, actually, I just agree to the Manish what he said. Basically, it's a time where we have to get started somewhere. That was the area where we also came up when we started discussion about Industry 4.0. So everything was new for everyone. At the same time, so what is important for any organization is to have a proper architect which talks about the areas which needs to be covered when they talk about a digitization. So digitization can be done anywhere, but what are the areas which, as you earlier said, that there are two parameters. One is a top line growth, and the second one is a reducing the cost at the bottom. So that gives the profitability. So within this, which are the areas which needs to be covered up during the digitization? So for us, the first milestone that we did is we made a complete roadmap, and we divided our segments into, like, first one is a product, process, and production monitoring system, wherein we tried to monitor the performance of the machine with respect to the given output conditions and the productivity. The second architect we had is the energy monitoring system, wherein the most important parameter of the cost comes is the power cost within and the industries. So that is a very important to have a proper analysis about the energy, and wherein the role of Airtel comes with the Ring Plus Aqua Limited, the collaboration. So actually, to be very frank with you, initially when the Airtel name come to me, I little bit surprised because it comes from all telecommunication industry. I said what it is. So then we got into the much deeper. Then we had a lot of demos and the sessions, and then we really understand that it's a completely end-to-end solution which has been offered by Airtel. So we got with them for the energy monitoring system, and recently we gone live for our one of the plant wherein almost the entire all energy meters has been connected through the GSM technologies, and sitting on my desk I can say which power panel is running at what capacity. And this gives me benefits of real-time analysis. This gives me the benefit of database discussions rather than the perception based or the post-mortem which earlier we used to have. So these are the very broader picture which industry can look upon, and then there are many segments wherein we can connect it with the Airtel, because the Airtel has a complete end-to-end solution which talks from the internet connectivity, which starts from the hardware connectivity, and then the complete web-based application which can give us a complete dashboard analysis which can be given at various stages. So that's how we are now working towards the different architects. And now the next segments that we are trying to work with Airtel is our operational management, which we talks about the product process and the productivity performance management.
No, I think great point, Amol, in terms of architecting it and decoupling the complex. Manish, let's move the needle to a little bit onto adoption, to service in your case, to people like you and me. You are experimenting with a product which is heavily on tech. Many times there is an anxiety that the customer is not ready. We hear that in a country like ours, we may not be ready. There's too much of tech. There's a price point at which the customer may not come. When they come in on service, they might have broken the panel. You have a huge screen inside the car. And your front office thereby on service excellence or sales has already sold it, but service would have a major issue. How do you pivot this, and how do you drive this thinking to be able to take this to the next level?
So, I mean, basically, Aditya, I compare the tech inside the vehicle same way as I have a cell phone in my hand. Okay. Whenever I buy a new cell phone, I'm learning, right? A similar thing happens to a customer when you provide him a product which has technology inside, and specifically it's connected car, right? So no matter how much you educate a customer, at the point of sale where he's taking the delivery of the vehicle, you explain him 10 or 100 features, he's going to remember only 3 or 4 core features, okay? And then the customer actually starts to get inside the product and the technology and understand more. So, I mean, it's a learning curve. I would honestly say it's a learning curve. Just like we had, right? I mean, we and Airtel had a learning curve. The customer also will have a learning curve. Okay. So that's one part of it. Now, coming to the serviceability, I think we have a rugged enough of a vehicle, and if it is specifically to the screen, yeah, it's rugged enough. I mean, we honestly, we haven't had cases where customers have come back and say it's broken and can you replace it, right?
Manish, if I interrupt you, Manish, if I interrupt you in this fireside chat, I just want to maybe go a little bit deeper on one angle, which has been I've been looking on some of the notes that I prepared today, is on the data part, right? You collect so much of data. How do you ensure the data remains secure? And then maybe Sunday I'll get you in here, because I think one of the biggest pieces is that there's so much of data that is getting moved around between you, the end customer, the car, the telematics, and and there is so much of, and now you have AI. How did you architect this in the first place? How secure should I feel as a user that my data is absolutely secure with MG or whosoever you are working with?
So great point, Aditya. Obviously, I mean, when we architected the solution, right, along with Airtel again and our home rooms, it was very clear, okay, that the data that is getting sucked out of the vehicle, traveling on a MNO's network, which is Airtel in our case, landing up in our cloud environment, which is within India, has to be completely secure. Okay, that was the first criteria also, and an important one, very important one, because I mean, in India we do not have that. I would say we just have a framework or a guideline on privacy, data leakages, and things like that, right? We don't have something which is in concrete somebody needs to follow, right? We topped it up, and we continue to do that by engaging with third parties and asking them to audit our vehicles, right? I mean, to the extent that, hey, go hack my vehicle and see where can I improve, okay? Not just from application layer, but also from a cell phone where my mobile application sits, to the vehicle itself, right? Can I remotely at least unlock and start the vehicle? That's critical enough, right? So we do engage with that. Now let me come to the data layer, right? So we haven't had, and touch wood, we haven't had any cases yet, okay? And again, thanks to the secured environment that has been provided to us by Airtel as a network provider, everything lands up safely, okay? Once delivered, again, it becomes my responsibility to own it and preserve it. Okay, and we collect data again, more so from a customer perspective as to his driving behavior, trip details, geolocations, and take it on the backbone of Airtel into my cloud environment, Aditya.
Brilliant. Sandeep, now coming to you, you are a service provider of this very critical component of data. You have not just MG or Amol, but you have millions of customer data on your retail side. Almost 1/3 of India is connected to you, or a little bit more. And then you have enterprises, which is there. And when we talk of a connected enterprise, it is actually connecting at the data level, right? Apart from the machine-to-machine piece, which will come. Sunil, what's the Airtel's positioning when it comes to what's the thinking that when it comes to creating a disruptive technology, and how do you look at data and data security?
Yeah, so being, as you called out, we are already we serve like 300 million plus consumers on our network. So data privacy is a very key part of our offering. So when we think about data, usually telecom operators, the security of the data is actually built in natively, not bolted on. So there's a very big difference between how telecom operators' networks are architected. They're natively architected for secure handling of data. So if you look at our whole core infrastructure that we have, we go to lengths to ensure that no attack can happen. And, we follow like to the dot everything that is written in a book in terms of how do you do secure architecture and deployments. In the case of, I'll just take an example here of what we did with MG Motors in terms of security. And the same kind of principles we apply for many other, enterprises or scenarios we work with. So they had a unique requirement of, hey, I need to basically allow infotainment in the car. At the same time, I need to actually pick the car health information and few other data points, which are very IP protected, privacy of the consumer and all that. So they were also very worried about the privacy of the consumer should be preserved, similarly to us. So we actually architected a solution here in collaboration with them. So again, the point of collaboration works here again, which is how do you ensure, what you call public internet data to come into the car, which is the music and all that. And how do you ensure that data can be sent from the device back to their cloud in a completely secure manner? So we actually had two bearer streams here. We actually architected in a way that the car sends out the public data through a public cloud, whereas the private data is going through another route. So right from the device, we actually have secured the thing by sending the data to a private dedicated network that goes into the data center in a private fashion. Nobody can see the data. It's all privately done. So the secure data is secure. Public data is public data. So this allows them to give the experience they want to give to the end consumer. Peace of mind that the data is secure, but at the same time, they get the entertainment value, like which is the infotainment package deployed.
No, absolutely. Brilliant example. Amol, maybe we'll move this a little bit forward. Amol, what's the future looking like for you? We've talked of data security, we've talked of re-architecting it, we've talked of decoupling it, we've talked of collaboration. But if you talk of a connected organization, and how are you looking at the future? What kind of technologies are going to make real disruptions in the next 18 to 36 months horizon? I'm not looking beyond that. Hopefully, COVID is behind us. We are able to live with it.
Definitely, we look Industry 4.0 itself as a disruptive technology for the industry. If you see, the entire data is now coming real time. And if you see the older ways of handling the operations, so the person who was preparing a data, he always had a chance to play with the data. And we always had a doubt at what exactly the data is coming, whether it is reliable one or whether it is not reliable one. So now the most important thing is happening is that the entire data is coming real time to at whatever levels we want. So there is absolutely an transparency within a system, and we get a clear picture about what exactly. So that brings in more complexity when we are managing a shop floor people. So we find some resistance and the concurrent mindset of the conventional mindset, like what is happening now, how you are understanding everything, how you are saying that these are the losses are happening, how you are bringing top to down to solve the problems. So that is what is one of the disruptive technologies which we find as the industry 4.0 is bringing to the manufacturing industry, especially for the component manufacturers like us, where the profitability margins are quite less, and we have to work a day in day out for saving a single penny, wherein the operational efficiencies are mattering to us. So that's what we had a goal to now to make the complete one of our unit in Nasik, which is completely digital factory, and we want to become it a completely paperless factory. That's the area where we are now working with along with Airtel very closely, and they are also supporting us at various sectors. And if you talk about the second destruction, definitely for the auto industry is coming is the EV, that is electric vehicle, which is coming in the future. And all component manufacturers right now under the impression that what will happen in next 4-5 years that no one knows, and everyone is right now, from including us, we are trying to do the diversification of the products, which one can give us to some compatibility with the electrical vehicles. So for us, I would say the next level is becoming more mechatronics than only a mechanical industry. So now the more focus is bringing towards an electronics, which were earlier more on the machineries, the mechanical, the process. Now more focus is bringing now towards the electronics, as the people are now seeing the strength of this data capturing and the amount of agility that bringing to the manufacturing industry, the flexibility. So that's what I feel the next years are coming to be very challenging for the auto industries in terms of all these technologies. But definitely with this, and the players like Airtel can give us too much of support to really cover all these roadmaps and come to a certain level where we can convert these problems into the opportunity and the improvements.
Perfect. Manish, what's the future going to look like? You got an AI, you've got a screen. Are you going to take me home, or are you going to catapult me through some Star Trek mode? What's the latest connected piece which is going to come in the next 18 to 36 months? You already got an EV version, by the way, so you are already taken a checkbox there.
Let me just take a step back on what Amol was saying, right? I mean, yes, and I had a privilege of actually sitting in one of a supplier collaboration between us and suppliers that we have, and then we were talking specifically about EV, their concerns. I mean, the take I could get out of it, right? I mean, there is an ample opportunity for a supplier, an OEM supplier, even if it comes to EV, okay? There are things which I know are not made in India yet, locally. We would like to do that, because the more localized product you have, the better it is for us and the supplier, right? Both from a margin, product profitability perspective. So, I mean, my one takeaway from that was there are a horizon of opportunities. I mean, we still do not have the infrastructure to even manufacture the batteries in India, right? I mean, I've just heard that somebody is willing to start something, not yet concrete, right? Now, taking on your question, Aditya, and again, I mean, I'll take a couple of steps back, right? When we jumped into this automobile market of India, we were quite new, okay? And we have established players. I mean, you can name Hyundai, Toyota, Honda, Tata, Maruti. I mean, they are there. Again, I mean, we sat down with a blank sheet of paper and said, what is it that these guys offer which we can better it, right? So obviously, one of the aspects was connected vehicle, and then the partnership with Airtel that we talked about. And again, we did not stop at that, because we know had it not been us, it would have been someone else, and we would have to keep on bettering that, right? We have followers now. Other OEMs come with the same thing, but I'm sure we are a notch ahead of that. Next, with connected, we came up with ADAS, okay, on our next vehicle, and again, ADAS was level 1, but was not being offered in that segment. With the new one that we are coming out with, again, it's connected plus ADAS and more, which is AI. Okay, So, I mean, again,
Manish, but
say
you're not telling me the secret sauce. What's after that? You're still not telling us the answer.
I'm coming to that. Aditya. So, AI was there. Wasn't there. We are bringing it in. Okay. What more, right? Well, eventual goal is we want to set up the vehicle as a platform. Okay. And when I say that as a platform is not just connectivity is the most critical part, but a host of applications that we might be able to provide to the consumer. And again, there is a norm that you have to follow from a dot-right perspective, which is the way that we need to move in. You know, our telecom market is not as open as Europe or the US, right, where you can do anything and everything on a vehicle. So when we talk about car as a platform, we want to innovate within the applications that we have. Okay. Secondly, we want to try and see, and again, this is something that is an adaptation from the developed markets, that how can we package it for a consumer? Okay. In the initial conversations, you said everything comes with a cost. Right?
Yes.
So we would like to break that platform with features and a price attached to it, which can be affordable. To me, if you ask me, Manish, would you like a standard package? Based on my usage, I can see standard, medium, or a premium package. Right? Premium is a whole lot of connected stuff and the platform. Medium, something that I might use it, or standard, hey, I'm old, I can live with it. Right? And we want to try and bring it to the next platform, which is the payment, okay, and monetize it well. I mean, we want our partners to profit with us. We want our partners to be online with us when it comes to, let's say, renewal of a service. Let's assume that I'm consuming more and more data today, but I have a cap. Again, okay, every consumer has a cap on his data. I mean, it's not a free flow, just like your cell phones, right? Can I charge? I mean, can I renew my data on a fly? Right. So that's where we want to bring in the convenience.
Lovely, because Manish, I think beautifully you've moved from what I call is machine to machine to almost to hyper personalization. I think great journey there. Sundi, I'm going to conclude this with you, but without asking this question, I would not do justice to being a consultant. 5G is around the corner, Sundi. You guys are at the forefront of making all the connects around. What is future for you, if you can double click for us?
See, the future for us is where our customers ask us to go. That's a starting point, right? So if you look at some of these stuff Manish is talking about, where they want to take the connected car, our investments will go towards that. Or what Amol is talking about, hey, we want to have a completely automated factory floor. So we have done that with one of our partners like Nokia in their Chennai factory. It's completely automated, right down to the inventory too. We want to, for us, the future would be, in terms of connectivity, would be 5G. That's where our investments are going in, because of the reasons I called out earlier also. Ultra low latency, high reliability, and very high capacity to solve some of the manufacturing use cases. So you look at manufacturing as a vertical, we truly believe that 5G will cause the Uberization of that whole vertical. Applications that never existed will be built because of this unlocking of ultra low latency, very high reliability network from 5G, right? Or applications will be improved upon. So we believe strongly about this, both automotive or the entire manufacturing vertical, the ability for them to transform. And that's where one of the major areas of focus is, how to bring 5G into that whole play and do it. So that's basically where we are looking to take the industry or work with the industry.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, Sundi, Amol, Manish. You guys have been absolutely wonderful, sharing a lot of insights for all our listeners and viewers who tune in to this. This cannot be any better example of collaboration, of taking risks, which is shared risks, but keeping very central the core purpose of what's happening at the essence, which is a brand which is obsessed with customer, which is Airtel. A brand which wants to give customer high-end, quality of vehicles which never existed in the market, and a brand which actually talks of reliability under the hood that the customers can trust. So I think great to having all of you. Thank you so much for all your time and as well as the insights that you have shared. Absolutely a pleasure having you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be on this platform today and hosting this very interesting panel discussion on the future of the digital factory solutions. Well, when we look at one thing that pandemic has done, it has accelerated the digital transformation programs for many organizations. And the organizations which are there in the manufacturing sector are no exception to that rule. As per our recent study, we believe that manufacturing technology, IoT, digital factory, and allied areas would add a significant value to the gross domestic product of various countries which are investing heavily in that space. Today, we are fortunate to have our panelists with us, which bring in the perspective from both the technology experts and technology service providers, as well as organizations which are adopting these solutions as they go forward. So without further ado, let me welcome the panelists for today's discussion. So let me first of all request Mr. Jayata Banerjee, who is the Group CIO of Tata Steel, to join us today. A warm welcome, Mr. Banerjee. Glad you could join us today.
Thank you, Shushan.
Thank you. We'll get all the panelists on this platform and hopefully then request each one of the panelists to share a quick introduction about themselves. So let me quickly request Mr. Saibal Roy, who's the National Head for Manufacturing and Distribution, Airtel Business. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you, Shushan.
Thank you. Thank you. Then let me request Mr. Matthias Linden, Head of Business Engagement and Transformation for Ericsson. Hi.
Hi, thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And then we also have Mr. Thandapani, who is the ex-CIO of TVS and currently advisor to many large organizations, joining us in the panel today.
Hello, I am happy to join you. Very happy.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, for giving us your time. And I'm very excited to hear your thoughts and perspectives on how this area is shaping up. Before we go forward, may I request the panelists to quickly introduce themselves and the areas that they are focusing on as of now. Let me start with you, Mr. Banerjee. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shushan. So very happy to be here. So I'm Jayanta Banerjee, Group CIO of Tata Steel Limited. So my responsibilities include IT, the digital transformation, and automation. Automation is the level 3 and the level 2 systems, right? So it is a unique combination of the OT as well as the IT as well as the digital transformation. Primary responsibility is to drive a very large transformation program across Tata Steel globally. So we'll talk about it as Shushan bombards me with all the questions. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Atan. Thank you. Requesting Mr. Roy to please introduce himself.
Thank you, Shushan. It's a privilege to be here with such eminent panelists. So, in fact, I have been in this particular trade for the last 25 plus years now, perhaps working with various service providers and with Airtel for the last 9 years. My role is to, manifest more into manufacturing and distribution and get into various technologies. How do we drive it further for the Airtel's growth, as well as for our esteemed customers like Joinco to use all across both the entire CIOs, as well as the CXOs and the production, our fellow colleagues, are most important customers for us, and we'd like to proliferate there.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks you could join us. Mr. Thandapani?
Your views, please.
Hello, I'm happy to be here. I retired as Chief Information Officer of TVS Motor Group in the year 2017. Since then, I have been practicing as a consultant for digital transformation. I'm consulting some corporates and also acting as independent director in some companies.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And to Mr. Matthias Linden.
Yeah, I bring 15 years of globe-trotting the world, building a resilient global supply chain. And I must say that over my years of experience, I've never seen such an exciting paradigm now as we are in now, introducing the fourth industrial revolution and technology to the supply chains and enabling new things. So these experiences and these visions I will share with this panel debate as well. I'm happy to be here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. If I was listening to this podcast, I'll be super excited because it's not often that you can get experience from all sides of the spectrum, from solution providers, from practitioners who are currently looking at it, and for practitioners who have run that agenda successfully for many large organizations, all to be on one stage. So thank you so much. We'll get this started maybe with the first question to Mr. Roy. When we look at the digital factory solutions, there are multiple layers in that. And of course, we understand that Airtel Business has done a lot of innovation in some of those layers. If you would like to share some perspective on what is the field of play over there and your thoughts on the innovation in that area.
So to tell you frankly, in fact, digitally, in fact, what Airtel is all about is with the synonymous on the street, the guy on the street would understand is mobility. But in the enterprise space, it is much more beyond. It is connectivity and much more beyond what we do. And in the digital factory transformation, it is not only driven by optimization and cost control, but advances in connectivity, big data, and the expansion of the Internet of Things, which has opened the doors for a breed of intelligent manufacturing technology. So this is the most important avenue, perhaps, if we see how do we, in fact, proliferate from the technology which is available and, in fact, get the benefits to our varied customers and users as such. Today, average cost of a sensor is perhaps 200% lesser what it used to be in 2010. Global IoT market is going to touch perhaps $1 trillion, if I may say. And with this particular advent, obviously the digitization is the biggest thing which we see. Even during pandemic times, we have seen 60%. I mean, I'll give you some data points which is there. 67% manufacturers accelerated digital platform. Then, in fact, also on the ROI, which I may talk about, the digital manufacturing reduced machine downtime by 50%. So all this can be only done when you have a seamless connectivity available all across. So what we perhaps can do in a digital factory today is that we have spectrum available, and with the spectrum, we can give you private LTE solutions, which is available all across today in various areas. So it's something like we cull out the spectrum and we offer that as a service. In fact, what will actually happen is today, when you have to get connected and perhaps you have to do all these connectivity and perhaps a connected SMT line or a connected line has to work. It has to get, how do you do that? How do you do that connectivity? It has to be done seamlessly. Classically speaking, people do it with industrial Wi-Fi. But with the private LTE coming, what actually happens is we would be able to give you a seamless connectivity all across within that space and that particular premises. We cull out the spectrum in that particular area, which is a private spectrum for that enterprise. And that space could be, enough and more for a complete factory premises to work on. And actually it proliferates, in fact, the entire manufacturing process to go completely humanless. And there would be a lot of technologies which we would be using over and above this, which would be the cloud. You would be having robotics, you would be having AI, and all that intertwined with the seamless connectivity will give you the benefit to the user, have a complete connected platform together. In fact, that will reduce the, the wastage. There are a lot of applications of that. There are so many technologies which have come in of digital twins as such. So all these things will definitely take it into a different cognizance at a different level altogether. The production efficiency grows much more higher. If I may say, the statistics are such interesting facts that, in fact, then the sky is the limit now. That's what I can see in the particular digital manufacturing space. 2026, it is estimated this market would rise to $746 billion. Look at that. Look at the number which is coming out. And the CAGR growth, which is talked about, is 19.8%. These are all hard statistics which definitely nobody can deter away. And I think we are in India, we are at the cusp of getting into a much, much bigger strides with this technology being available.
Thank you. Thank you. And I absolutely share that enthusiasm and optimism about India being the future market where you should be. And that brings me to Matthias. You have seen this transformation elsewhere. And Ericsson has been a partner to many organizations globally on the digital factory journey. So can you share some examples of how your clients have benefited from the digital factory solutions?
Yes, I'm happy to share. It may be expected of me representing Ericsson on this call that I would, pitch a lot of our products, building the technology in the back end, but I will stay away from that, at least for a second, and focus on how we drink our own champagne. Because we are a strong believer of the Industry 4.0, but we also practice that. As being a technology company, we have a benefit serving our customers close geographically. We want to produce, industrialize, and deliver our products and technology close to customers. Hence, our portfolio evolves very rapidly. Therefore, we have presence in India, in many countries close to our key customers, splitting up, having smaller units than what we would have had, having a central production that was probably the recipe of the past. In order to cope with that, we apply Industry 4.0, the new paradigm of things. So what we say strategically is that automation enables us to run smaller units and afford doing so, while data connecting, sharing, cross-sharing the data lakes across units will enable to keep the scale of things. So that's how we can cope with this new resilient dual production strategy of ours. Going into pure examples of whether this is a nice pitch or reality, our latest greenfield addition to our site landscape is our investments in the US, where we have a USA 5G smart factory, as we call it, which is recognized by the World Economic Forum being a lighthouse. And I think there are more callers on this line having lighthouses represented. But even in early phase being evaluated, whether we were accepted to be a lighthouse, North Star of technology or not, we actually showed results being more than twice as effective than other normal factories, looking at the people labor intensity, having only a fourth of lead time throughput in the lines and running with less than half of the capital. And that was only early phase. And that we have achieved by these elements of automation, data, and it constantly evolves. It's not a set of use cases applied and then you're done. It constantly evolves. So it was just an early indication that it's true. It's not only a vision. I paused there for a second, but it's super exciting.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. That example of your US 5G smart factory being the lighthouse, that's really impressive. And I assume this is something which is greenfield. So you have pretty much built digital into the factory itself as it was getting built. So that's quite interesting to hear.
Right.
Would you like to add?
And to point out, Hans, the scale is reached across all our units, even the brownfield developments. It's the same stack, it's the same data lakes. It's being built globally as we speak so that we can leverage scale across units as well. But the greenfield was a specific investment with this factory in the US, for sure.
Perfect. Thanks for sharing that. And let me switch gears and now come to some of the specific sectors that we thought would be probably the early adopters of digital factory. And when we talk about that, automotive comes to our mind, and that's where I'll request thoughts from Mr. Thandapani. As you have seen, auto sector very closely over many, many years. And auto sector has been one of the enthusiastic adopter of digital and digitization. What are the themes that you would want to bring out or share with the audience today from a digital factory solutions perspective?
Sure. Thank you. See, as you rightly put it, automotive sector has been the pioneer in adopting many technologies, be it ERP, be it PLM, or customer relationship management, or everything of that sort. And coming to this digital manufacturing, they have been adopting it for quite some time, even about 20 years back, and SCADA systems and other things being there. We have been capturing the information from the factory for the betterment of factory, mainly for maintenance and other activities. Recent past, in last about I can say about 5 to 8 years, we have been concentrating on more on automation of processes. How you can automate the processes such that you gain some productivity gains, like self-guided vehicles and something similar to that one. Then what is very important is the process control. How do you capture the process parameters into the operations, and those parameters can be used for business analytics and data lakes and other things what Matthias has also mentioned about it. I'll be also discussing about that one sometime later, mainly for process control to ensure that the product is the moment it comes out of the line, it can be directly dispatched, okay, without any testing and other things. To give the assurance, we built in a lot of process controls. And the third one is the traceability. The traceability we concentrated on for many reasons. Number one, you will even do a lot of analysis, so why the part has failed, why it has failed, where it has failed, and how it has failed, and many reasons it will collect more information. Commercially, it also helped claim back-to-back warranty from the suppliers, such that you also bring the suppliers ecosystem into our business also. So it helps us in bringing that traceability. Nowadays, it has become a compliance issue as well as. And the fourth aspect of it is in EHS, that is environment, health, and safety. We brought a lot of IoT and Industry 4.0 principles, such that those compliance matters are all automated, and you also have a perfect control over the discharge of any emissions and other things. For those things we also addressed, and we started using these principles in those areas. These are all the four areas, to put it in summary, that process automation, process control, traceability, and EHS. These are all the main areas. Within the factory we used it. Of course, we also used it outside the factory, where you can even see the performance of the vehicles on the road. Okay, that's outside the factory we used it.
Thanks for sharing that perspective. And sometimes people joke that automobiles today are pretty much computer on wheels. So if the end product is so digitized, then the process has to be digitized as well.
Correct. Yeah.
So now shifting gears to a different industry, and here I'll request thoughts from Mr. Banerjee. When we talk about Tata Group overall, it's always at the forefront of digital technology adoption, and we have seen the same for Tata Steel, and a lot of use cases built within Tata Steel. So for the audience which is there and who's starting up on this journey, would you like to share your thoughts on some of the interventions which have got good traction and business value addition?
Yeah, thanks, Sushant. So, yeah, Tata Steel has always been in the kind of forefront of adopting technology, even though we will label the steel manufacturing as a pretty conservative sector, right? But still, that is true, and it is also comes out from the fact that, as Matthias also mentioned, so we are proud to say that We are one of the steel manufacturing company, we are having the largest number of sites who have been accredited with the World Economic Forum Global Lighthouse. So whether it is our European operations in IMODEN, whether it is our Kalinganagar plant, which is more as a relatively newer plant, and whether it is Jamshedpur, which is a 110-year-old operation, we have 3 lighthouses under our belt on the Industry 4.0. Specifically coming to intervention, see how we started this transformation journey. We took a North Star, and we started this journey around in 2015 with the strategy roadmap in Tata Steel that we want to become a leader in steel industry adopting digital technologies. That's a part of our overall strategy roadmap, which we call the strategic enabler number 2, along with other enablers. Then, an offspring from that, we created gave ourselves a mission statement that is create a $2 billion EBITDA improvement in a span of 4 to 5 years. That's substantial, 14,000 to 15,000 crores, coming only from digital interventions. So that gave us a North Star. And it is not to be mixed with the process innovations and the process interventions. It is going to be adding to the process innovations and interventions, the digital intervention. Then if you have to single out one particular intervention, it would be very difficult to say, because what we have done as a strategy, we said that we will create a dose of digital in every part of the value chain, whether we start from raw materials to finished goods to customer. Every aspect of the value chain has to be digitally enabled. Now, if you look at the World Economic Forum Global Lighthouse in Jamshedpur, so they also looked at the entire value chain. They looked at almost 860 use cases or models that are running today to optimize or create value in the operation. They selected 5 out of that, right? So if you look at a digital intervention strategy, what we essentially looked at is we created a 7-layer architecture, and it goes back to the point that Saibal mentioned. And my firm belief is that you should not build a car unless you have built a road, right? So fundamentally, sometimes when it comes to digital intervention or digital strategy, people overlook the core infrastructure, and that is where things go wrong. So my advice would be, as Saibal mentioned, the first focus on the infra layer, even if it doesn't give you returns, because it will take some time to get the returns, the ROI. So you focus on the connectivity and look at the steel industry. There are remote areas, we have mines, so they're in remote villages, forest lands and all that. It is difficult. It is extremely challenging terrain. So focus on the connectivity, put the upfront investment, focus on cyber security, extremely important, because you are putting data in motion. You are talking about, Saibal talked about sensors, Matthias also talked about sensors. And so as soon as you put the data in motion, you increase the vulnerability, you increase the exposure. So cyber security will be an upfront investment. And cloud. And cloud should not be driven from a technology perspective, from a business case perspective. Are you becoming more agile? Are you able to do work from anywhere, right? That is the kind of platform aspect we should take. So we made those investments in the first few years of the transformation. Then we build the sensitization layer, and I can talk about it more in subsequent phases. And then you create a data layer. And that is most important. Once you have the single version of truth, and that's the major intervention. And that is where your analytics and your AI and the visualization renders much value to the business. So the whole transformation intervention that we have taken is a business-led transformation, digitally enabled, which is business KPI-led. So we look at yield, energy, throughput, quality, look at predictability, reliability, look at every business parameter. And if the needle is not moving because of digital intervention, then there is no point in making that intervention. So the business has to ultimately be profiting, right, at a use case by use case basis, and follow a very stringent Deming process, D0 to D5, from ideation to validation to business case to implementation to cash in bank, that is accrual. That's the kind of strategy we follow. It's a process that we follow at every step across the value chain. And that is how the intervention is running. So right now, the future focus is to, in a highly physical steel industry, can we move work from on-site to off-site? Now, COVID, as Saibal also mentioned, it accelerated the transformation. So it was a seamless transition of Tata Steel being a steel industry. When March 23rd or 24th last year, we went into lockdown, it was just seamless. Everybody started working from home, right? We could manage the footfall remotely by use of IoT-based technologies that I can talk about more. So we have many connected platforms, but fundamentally creating that data single version of truth and rendering the insights and intelligence at the consumption layer. That's the fundamental strategy, but we'll talk about it more as the session goes. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Mr. Banerjee, for sharing those thoughts. I'm sure there are many in the audience today who are just starting on that journey. And the fact that there is a large value that you have been able to realize, and you spoke about almost 14 to 15,000 crores. That's a substantial value on the table. So for those who are still sitting on the fence, digital is not a fad, it's real business value. That's first. And second,
yeah, so Shushan, just to correct, it has not been realized yet, all of it. It is
okay.
midway. It is midway, so it is a journey. So that's the target. But yeah, substantial amount has already been realized, and substantial amount is yet to be realized. So the journey is still on. Yeah.
Perfect. No, but that I would say overall target value is quite impressive, and that's pretty much almost like close to $2 to $2.2 billion being added to the bottom line. That's quite scalable. The other key takeaway I would have from this is, of course, building the road first, which is build that data architecture, integration, and make sure that when your use cases come in, they are able to run and they are able to create value. So that's very well put. So we spoke about the two industries here. We spoke about auto, which is in one edge of the spectrum, and we spoke about core manufacturing and metals and related areas. Let me now request thoughts from Mr. Roy. You have been looking into this area for quite some time, and you have a view across industries. So if you can share your thoughts in terms of what is the degree of adoption across various industry segments, and if you can share your thoughts on how that is panning out in the future.
Frankly, I think the biggest catalyst of this entire adoption has been the COVID. And needless to say, everybody started looking at digitization extremely, very, very strongly. I mean, we've never had situations like we were doing video conferencing so easily. Let's look at that. It's become so simple now, right? Initially, everybody wanted to have a meeting in person. Now we are so happy doing meetings like this, and we are making things happen. And to tell you frankly, it is also ease of doing business. The quotient has increased drastically, right? So for that particular thing to proliferate and get into the basics of it is touching every industry today. None of the industries, I would say, is absolved of this, because you cannot. Otherwise, you will become, finished. You will be obsolete. You can't get into. You have to look at the particular piece immediately. So in that context, if I may say, I am seeing definitely there are steps which are being taken. But it is not perhaps, to that extent what it should be. Maybe it has to, it is maybe early days, and it is still in the concept stage. People have to understand it better. What Joyanto talked about is that firstly, the infra layer. People have to understand what is the importance of this infra layer, because ultimately there is a cost involved, there is a ROI involved, but the benefits are huge. It will not happen immediately, but it will happen. And the benefits would be, you will be getting such a big benefits, like you will not be able to realize that what it is today. Today, if I may see, maybe we can see it from the Western world, what people have done. There are, what Matthias talked about is the 5G factory, which he talked about. We, in fact, in India also have got a 4G private LTE factory. Let me tell you, it is running, Mr. Dandapani, near your place in Chennai. And that's a completely factory, which is production. Production is it's an SMT line factory. And it has got what we have created in that, and I'll just take you through that. What is actually happening is we've got small cells which has been deployed, and classically speaking, there should have been 56 APs would have been connected at that particular place. 56 APs have gone away. It is just 2 small cells. It is covering the entire factory. The factory distance is around 140,000 square meters. That's the size. And what is actually happening, you've got a seamless network available. With this seamless network available, you can do access control. You can do remote operations and monitoring. I'm just taking you the facades of what the production line would look at. You can have connected mobility. Now, for connected mobility, what Mr. Dandapani talked about in the automobile perspective is AGVs and AIVs. That's where it is. The connected mobility is there. So if I may say AGV, it can work with a Wi-Fi. But it is again on a path which is like, it is straightforward. It is a created path which is already there. But with an AIV, the path can be monitored as per the situation may be. And with an AIV coming into being, AIV needs that particular piece of seamless connectivity, which is the most important piece here. With the private LTE coming in, and then a combination of RFID tags, you can have stops over the stations. So that is another perspective which comes into being. Then we have training and skilling. Now, from a factory perspective, what is the training and skilling which we talk about? You have AR and VR at that. Now, for that AR, VR also to run, the connectivity is extremely important. Then finally, asset tracking, digital asset tracking, extremely important. Now, this has all been incorporated in this factory. And I'm just giving you an example of this factory. Why? Because it has given benefits of 31% labor time has reduced. 31,000 man hours has reduced. Look at that. That was a wastage which used to be there. So with all this particular thing, because when I talk about access control, there's a thermal sensor based temperature control which is being done. Thermal sensor based, in fact, you are looking at distance between people also because of these pandemic issues. So everything has been taken into cognizance. So there are people, there are industries which have started accepting, there are many organizations which have started accepting, but they are perhaps trudging that path. I am seeing a lot of proliferation because when I've been talking to various organizations and various CIOs, perhaps they understand the importance of this. I see a lot of proliferation on IoT, but these are in parts, right? On an overall perspective, I think what Mr. Dandapani and Joyanta talked about, the complete process automation and the process control being put together. There is a journey, and we have to look at this particular from a journey standpoint. I'm super excited because I'm sure this is the next thing of evolution which is going to be there. This is the next growth phase which is going to be there because there is enough and more to be done here. I would say we just perhaps it is just we're touching the canvas is just we have just brushed with one particular flare only. We've got a lot many colors to get into this particular canvas, and I'm sure a lot of industries are coming in today. If I talk about connected perspectives and connected devices, that's also another particular metric and thermometer to look at what is the proliferation of digitization which is happening. You see POS machines all across the place. You will see POS machines which are now connected, right? And it is making life much more easier. So digitization is definitely on the anvil, and it is going to definitely rise. And today, Airtel, I can proudly say that we've been the leaders, at least from a connected number of devices in the country today. So there is enough and more to be done, and the technology is available. The good part is the technology is available, and I obviously understand that this technology, adoption does take time. It is a journey, but there are leaders in the industry who have started, who have adopted. I mean, Tata Steel is definitely one of the leaders who have done it, and there are many more who are starting to do that. So we will definitely, we will take the help of our leaders to make this proliferation happen. And it would be one of the integration of IT and OT, because IT and OT never used to talk earlier. It were two different lines which were completely, absorbed of themselves. But today, IT OT is completely integrated. That is the beauty of digital technology, a digital factory, if I may say. I'm really super excited. I'm sure this entire forum is also super excited about this, and definitely we'll talk further on this.
No, we share that enthusiasm, man. The point that you mentioned, it's pretty much all pervasive. So, there could be some segments slightly ahead, some segments slightly behind, but the direction is all clear. We are all marching towards digital factory future. So that's quite heartening to hear. So while we are doing that, and there's a demand which is coming in from the market, would request thoughts from Matthias in terms of supply. So supply in the sense, when we're looking at implementing digital factories at that scale, there are questions which come in around saying, what about my scalability? What about latency? What about throughput? What about reliability? And so many different questions come in, because now you're not just monitoring, but in many cases, these are closed loop systems. You're actually taking action which will impact the production flow itself. So how's the technology companies responding to that?
Yeah, I will actually look back to previous speakers building up an answer to this question, right? It's start building the road. One of our speakers talked about, and Also, Mr. Roy is talking about this is building gradually, and it's been added. The business values is extracted gradually and will continue. I think it's about choosing a scalable platform. That's the key thing from the beginning. As for us, we invested in a 4G and 5G private network connected industry IoT platform with cloud capabilities and a strong edge compute capability. What does it mean for a non-techie person? I mean, it means that I have the basic features, in my case, state of the art, for me to actually deploy any use case I might have in mind to what technology today cope with. When technology evolves, I will simply increase the spectrum of what use case I can put on. If I take my use cases, to be honest with you, some of them require 5G, minutes latency, and so forth to perform well. Some of them have enhanced functionality adding 5G. A simple, very hands-on example is the AGVs, as you were alluding to before. When we took them from 4G to 5G, they were running a lot faster because they could communicate with less latency, and therefore, even though operated through the edge, they can actually move faster in the factory. So very hands-on, but it's a small step for mankind kind of feeling, but it's a good example to do that. So, and some of our use cases, they are simply about data. Maybe latency is not so important. The important thing for us is that in order us to get our money back, to extract business values, it's not about deploying one use case on this investment. It's to stack a lot of number of use cases. And this journey, then we are down into empowering agile teams to solve real problems. It's not about taking an AGV and you look at it and you think about how can this improve my productivity. It's more on how can I speed up my internal logistics to lose waste of inefficient machinery and decrease my inventory. Well, maybe I need a connected AGV. It's business driven and it's empowered through agile teams. And these guys, they don't go away. They will add on use cases, maybe coming up to the 840 mentioned by Janita previously here. That's the thing. That's how you leverage the investment. And think about it. Investing in your state-of-the-art platform that is scalable, the first use case you put on maybe cost some money, for sure. But when you have enabled the agile deployment, and when you're adding on your use case number 841, it will probably come to no cost for you. The marginal cost is very little. You probably have already plumbed your data. The data is there. You can just apply your idea directly into live use case. That's the beauty of this. And I think that's where we have, as leaders, have a responsibility to get this over the threshold and not focus on the golden use case or the one use case that will motivate to take investment. By the road, then the use cases will come over time, and that will definitely pay your investment. I see my colleagues here are nodding. I like that.
If I may add on to Matthias, in fact, this is something like analogous to a service provisioning. And I have been in this service provider for so many years. The more the number of subscribers keep coming, we in fact reduce our costs. That's the way it is, right? So use cases, it'll keep on adding. It is just taking the first step, because you have to create a highway for the cars to follow. If the cars have to come on the road, the highway has to be created first. And that is important. That's the first step which somebody has to take in that particular respective industry or in that particular organization. But once you do it, then, as I said in my first discussion, sky is the limit. You have N number of use cases. You can have paradigm shifts, like, in fact, right from production, what is the use case, perhaps what is the benefit you can drive out of it? Even you can look at energy efficiencies. There are areas where you can perhaps keep on, improving. Then it is just like whatever you spend for the highway, it's a forgotten chapter at a given point of time. That's the way it would be. Because if I see from a finance angle, because everybody would present start perspective would be, what is ROI? What is my ROI? If I go back and just the analogy which I'm saying, when we started off mobile operations in India, we were 16 rupees a minute. That was the charge. Look at where we are today. So this is just the analogous which I'm trying to say. I hope you understand it.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. I completely agree. And it's usually when we get onto panels, it's not easy to get everybody to converge. But I'm seeing that theme come in again and again, which is certain elements of digital factory, especially around the core connectivity, edge, data. That is like foundational. They are table stakes. So you have to have that in the mix. And as Mr. Linden was saying, by the time you get to the use case number N, the marginal cost would be so low, it will actually give you much more power to innovate, experiment, build more use cases, and the magic will start happening over there. So that's absolutely well understood. So while we have spoken a lot about technology, siliconware side of things, let's talk a bit about the carbonware, people like you and me. Mr. Dandapani, you have actually led a lot of projects on digital factory and allied areas in your previous avatar. Tell us a little bit about the challenges that get faced. So in terms of adoption, in terms of simple culture, in terms of any other themes which stand between these initiatives and they realizing the ROI that you intended.
Sure. Mr. Roy has touched a very good point that COVID has really brought the breakthrough in the digitization of everything. Okay, of course, it has done, but as far as the manufacturing is concerned, the journey started much earlier. I can say even a decade back, in the sense that what happened, in manufacturing, if you look at the larger industrial houses in India, most of the manufacturing industrial houses are at least 50 years old. 50 years old would have been started somewhere in the mid 60s or mid 70s, and they are about 60 years old, and the employees are also nearly about aging for retirement. The hardcore workers, hardcore technicians, they are all aging and they are all retiring. There are certain technicians, whom I know. I have also run a pressure die casting foundry, and I have associated with the die casting also. From the sound of the die casting, he will say whether the shot will be right or not. That type of knowledge, patent knowledge he used to have. Some of the mechanics, they'll be hearing the sound of the machine, the motor, he will say whether the bearing will be worn out or not. Okay. But he developed this knowledge over a period of 25, 30 years. And he is in a position to very clearly say what is working and what is not working. But that knowledge, if that need to be imparted to the millennials, the new workers, you have to bring some science to that one. Otherwise, he will think that it is only a thumb rule. Bringing that science, this IoT and Industry 4.0 helped the manufacturing industry a lot. So you capture all the process parameters, you validate all those process parameters, and you bring a science why that shot is perfect and why the motor is warning out. You bring a science to that one. In that way, it is very much helpful for manufacturing industry to bring why you need to collect the data at that particular point of time, such that you are in a position to very clearly explain why the things are happening in that particular way. That is the greatest thirst for the manufacturing industry. I mean, they see that multiple products are coming, okay, one after another. You produce the first model, second model, third model, depending upon that one, your demand for manufacturing in manufacturing, you change the model in the production line. When the production lines are changing, you have to also change the nut runner accordingly. Okay, the torque that you are using it, the way in which you are manufacturing, the way in which you are the rotation at which RPM at which the nut runner need to work, all those things need to be changed on the fly. These are all the things, which has created lot of thirst for adopting Industry 4.0 and going for more and more digitization. And there are certain benefits also. We use a lot of robotics in the paint shop, but the way in which it has to move according to the component which are to be painted, okay, that need to be directed to the robo on the fly. So all those things are all possible only when you go in for this type of systems. Coming to the challenges, having said that most of the large industrial houses are about 50, 60 years old, they will be having different generations of machines. Some machines are all very old, about 40 years, 50 years old, but still robust, giving the productivity. But if they need to be connected and they need to be digitized, there will be a lot of challenges on that one. And the people, okay, the conversion, the people know very clearly. They will say the way in which it has to be happen, but give the science to that one and make the younger generation to understand and adopt it. This is one of the major challenges what we are facing it. And we have multiple technology in the shop floor. Okay, any any factory, which is manufacturing either automotive or Tata Steel or steel or any other thing, it's like a steel jungle. Actually, in that steel jungle, how to enable all this Wi-Fi and RFID readers to work, that is another major challenges which we have got to overcome. These are all the things, by doing design of experiments over a period of time, we have matured it. There is no single silver bullet which will address everything unless you build a new factory, taking all those things into consideration. These are all my submissions on the challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no silver bullet, absolutely. And there would always be challenges that need to be overcome. But the one which will probably stay with me is the element around millennial workers. And as they are entering the factory floors today, and they have grown up with a completely different set of expectations, how do you manage them? How do you bring together the entire technology stack, which is intuitive to them? Because in their personal side, for example, they are all using smartphones and they see completely different view of technology. So that is, correct, I think, fairly well understood.
They want from ERP should also run like a Google. Okay.
But probably that's the expectation, right? I mean, if that gets the adoption faster and brings me to the ROI, possibly that is where things will go.
That drives the current technocrats today.
And it makes it harder actually to manage technology. In fact, that was the point I wanted to pick up with Mr. Banerjee. You mentioned about 860 use cases, and they are across, I'm sure, multitude of technologies as well as platforms and so on and so forth. It's a very complex landscape to manage and govern, and especially with these component itself changing. So you probably were on cloud, and then there's innovation that happens. You are using particular kind of edge solution, then something happens. So it's a constantly evolving landscape. How do you manage something like that?
The interesting question, and what I would like to kind of reflect upon is all the points that have been made. Let me also illustrate with some examples. But to address your question directly, I would say that though I'm a technologist by profession and by training, right? I have been in Tata Consultancy Services for 25 years of my career, and then in Tata Steel in this role. I would say technology is least of the worry. It works, and we should not get into this experimentation and proof of concept and proof of value more than that is needed and warranted for. Sometimes you have to do it, but you should not do it just as a practice. Instead, we should focus on not putting the cart before the horse, but looking at identifying business use cases, business problems. That is where your maximum effort should go in identification of what are the business challenges, business problems across the value chain, be it in any industry, whether it is motors, whether it is steel, whether it is retail. Identify the problems across the value chain, and then see what can be a potential solution. So what, if I can give some illustrative examples, what we started off and how it paid off and how COVID accelerated, and it will demonstrate many of the points that have been spoken about. We started with the business problem that in Tata Steel, and the demography is a little different than what Mr. Dandapani talked about, millennials and technocrats. But if you come to Tata Steel, there are a lot of the workforce who will not be technocrats or who will not be carrying smartphones, right? The daily workmen who are coming into our plants and operating the machines. And that number is huge. And then there is a segment of officers and executives and all. The point is that it's a question of safety. The question came that how many people in real time is in our plant and what are they doing? Because steel is an inherent hazardous industry. We are always concerned about fatalities and safety. The fatalities is a concern, safety of our people. So this workforce of 70,000, 90,000 people who are in a real time at any point in our plants, where are they? Are they safe? Are they getting into a hazardous location? How do we find that out? There was no answer. So that started with a question. So that question, then what we did, a lot of panelists talked about, we had the RFID for an identification at the gate, fair enough. We said RFID is an isolated thing. Let us create a Suraksha card. So we geofenced our entire company with LoRaWAN. We use LoRaWAN because of the penetration through metal barriers. We required a low frequency signal to penetrate through the metal barriers. That was a practical challenge, and that was an innovation. So we geofenced the entire company with beacons using the LoRaWAN technology. And we gave every individual, the workers, a Suraksha card, which will continuously, every 2 seconds, it gives you a real-time tracking. It sends the data onto the cloud, right? And we know exactly where the person is. Then we said that, is that enough? If I carry somebody else's RFID, it's possible, but you have to also take care of those. So we introduced the biometric. Then we did a triangulation, right? And we named it a connected workforce platform. I think Shaival talked about connected, and I think Matthias also talked about connected. So the connected workforce platform became nothing but a vector product of RFID card at the perimeter, then a Suraksha card behind it, which continuously tracks you wherever you are, and then a biometric device that you are exactly at your work location or not, and it also stops the impersonification. You exactly know that, okay, I am the person who is carrying the RFID card. So we knew real time, near real time, every whereabout of an individual. Then we did a zone mapping across the company. That what is my hazardous zone, what is a safe zone, what is an unsafe zone, and what is an unproductive zone. Are you spending too much time in an unproductive zone that is just loitering around, right? So this was the starting point. And this connected workforce platform, we made a lot of upfront investment, as the point we have discussed multiple times, that we had a question, we made that investment. How is ROI coming? Okay, even if I can save 1%, if I can save one person's life through that, it is worth it. That is philosophical, that is one. Number two is that increase the safety index of the company multifold, right? Any incident if somebody falls sick, there is an SOS button in that card. If somebody is not feeling well, we can go and retrieve and all that. All those use cases came in. Then COVID happened. Immediately, this platform got repurposed into real-time footfall management. And that is the point Matthias was making. The use case can start with 1 or 2, and then it will just proliferate because you have a platform, you have the data, right? And that data immediately told us, okay, now just integrate that with the Arogya Setu app. So we worked with the NIC database and integrated the Arogya Setu app, and we developed our own questionnaire. Have you traveled? Have you gone into a crowded place? Have you, all those simple questions we started, and we developed the questions. In that question, through that questionnaire, we created a red, amber, green status, as simple as that. So this platform was all the technology complexity inside and simplicity outside. What the platform gave is a real-time red, amber, green at the gate. And if you have traveled, if you have symptoms, cough, fever, all that, you are at red risk and you should not come at workplace. We could do it real time at the gate. If you are green, you can come in. If you are amber, then it has to be, intervention has to be provided. That means you go for medical treatment, quarantine yourself and all that. It started like that. Then, as Saibal mentioned, we also started AI on the same platform with the data to find distance between two people. Are they violating social distance? Are they following COVID appropriate behavior or not? Is there crowding happening at a certain place? Are too many people going to the canteen to eat at the same time? Are we maintaining social distance? Everything. It just proliferated use case after use case, and still date, even containment zone analysis. When police will declare a certain place as containment zone, we know this workforce will not be available tomorrow. So our production planning, workforce planning can happen that way. So I can go on and on this platform, but this platform has become a bedrock of the real-time footfall management on a national asset. Steel is a continuous process. We cannot stop it, right? So during the core of COVID, in the peak time, we could manage the entire footfall through this platform. Point number two, as somebody mentioned about connected assets, there is another platform. We call it a maintenance technology roadmap. Through the sensors that the OEM has, or the sensors, the smart sensors that we bought, right? We can do the machine-to-machine communication and find out the health of a particular equipment real time to drive predictability and reliability. And that's a fantastic use case, because every system going down, we have to take a shutdown. Either it is a breakdown or a planned shutdown, but the production is stopped. So if we can say that this machine can continue for another 6 months, we don't need to overhaul, or this machine we have to take down right now to do maintenance, we can actually optimize the production uptime and thus improve the realization, right? So that is how the use cases come in. Now we also sell still online. We have our own Ashiana platform, which is an individual home builder platform. So we actually give an Amazon-like experience to the customer that if you want to build your own house, what all materials you will need, this is one place, one-stop shop. And we can then cross-sell across the group. If you build a house, you possibly will need AC, that is where Voltas comes in. You possibly will need insurance, that is where AIG comes in. So we can do all that stuff, right? And then you go into use cases like the analytics models that you talked about, the 860 models and all that. It is all on data. As you take from vibration analysis to temperature analysis to yield, energy, throughput, quality, we are addressing each and every aspect of it through digital twins. There are many digital twins. We could move the entire work from on-site to off-site. Today, a coke oven can be actually managed from the iPad or the laptop. Possible. Okay. We are also trying to see, can we move or actually do monitor steel operations or manufacturing operations from outside of works, never heard of in the steel industry. So if you have data, what you are actually doing, you're not touching steel. It is a molten metal. You cannot go near that. What you're actually visually seeing with your naked eye is nothing but collecting data. If a camera can do it, if a sensor can do it, and you can analyze the data to create that particular use case, that's it. So connectivity is important. Data collection is important. Then comes the data analytics, the data visualization, and the AI, right? So that's the whole story, and we can go on and on the use case and on the platforms. But the point is that we have to invest upfront and realize the ROI with conviction, because if you ask too many questions, you will not move. You will have to have the conviction, sound faith, leap in faith as they call it. Make the investments, the ROI will definitely happen, because digital is the way to go across industry, across the spectrum. So that's my view.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that use case. In fact, that's quite impressive. As you described one use case from end to end, and how it started with something, and as we saw, it evolves because you just start keeping on adding more ideas to it, and it becomes much more powerful. And possibly where it is today, it would not have been envisioned maybe 1 year ago or 2 years ago when you implemented that. But because you had that, you could quickly take off. So which is the other element of digital factory and smart manufacturing solutions. Once you start investing in the baseline use cases, you are actually quite better off as compared to those who don't, because the effects actually compound. And maybe after 3 years or 5 years, those who actually invest versus those who don't, there is a substantial difference between the two. And the other
and also, Sushant, just on that point, not to belabor the point, is the demography is very important, because not everybody will have a smartphone, not everybody will be able to invest in personal technology. So today's technology, the other objective that we should have in nation building is that create technology investments as much as possible so that we can reach out to the underprivileged and give them a better ecosystem, right? And that actually helped the workforce in Tata Steel to, without they investing, we invested, and they become safer, they became more productive, right? So that's the other thing. Yeah.
Perfect. This has been a wonderful conversation. For the next segment, essentially, we'll have a couple of questions. These are open questions. Anyone in the panel can answer and build upon that, because I thought that these are important points to be covered as well. So the first theme is, we all spoke about the value side of digital factory, saying here is a value being created in terms of dollars, in terms of saving lives, in terms of efficiency, in terms of innovation. But as you're putting those hundreds of thousands of machines online, there's a machine-to-machine communication happening, there are AGVs running, and so on and so forth. It also exposes the organization to a wider cyber canopy, cyber risk canopy. So the question that I had is that when organizations are charting out their course on the value side, what should they be thinking from the risk and cyber perspective?
So I can take that because that's one of my very closest to my heart kind of a question. As I said in the beginning, that we took a strategic decision to invest in network, connectivity, cloud, and cybersecurity. And when I said cybersecurity, not only on the IT side, more important is on the OT side. Because most of the times we neglect the OT side because the risk is much higher as you go to the process level. L3 to L2 to L1 to L0, as you move towards L0, the risk is much higher, right? So cybersecurity investment has to be really done upfront, right? Whether it is a data leak prevention, whether it is a advanced threat protection, whether it is to create the threat intelligence for your organization and being proactive. There is a lot of AI technology available today, but it seems like buying an insurance. People don't want to buy an insurance because they feel that, okay, it's too much of a premium and what is the benefit? It is exactly like that. You have to buy it because when it happens, it can erode your entire lifetime value, right? And that is the whole point. And that can, one incident, it can happen in milliseconds. So every organization is susceptible to cyber attack today, right? And if you have those technologies, you will never regret. So that's the.
Yeah. Any other panelist who wants to add perspective to that?
I think as a service provider, what we have is, in fact, we have created a lot of synergies because primarily we were into telecom, which is connectivity. But beyond connectivity, cybersecurity is the normal gradient which is there. And with digitization of the factories, cybersecurity is most important, which is going to be definitely, all of a sudden, your factories might come to a complete grinding halt because of a malicious attack, because of vulnerable attacks, all that stuff. So in fact, what we've created, we've got an AML based SOC. So just to be identifying, in fact, the threats as such, all can be taken care of. And that is what we actually have done is with this, obviously with DLP solutions available, ATP solutions available, the positioning is such a manner that in fact it's a solution which is right from connectivity to cybersecurity to the edge cloud, everything all put together as such there. So, and even in the cloud, when we get into a cloud, now somebody wants to have a digital twin, it has to be on the cloud. There has to be a cybersecurity prevention there also, because that is also very, very important. So all these particular parameters are available. Definitely what Jayanta talked about, technology is not a problem at all. Technology is all available and it is nobody's patent anymore. It is only, how do you deploy it? How do you make things happen? And what do you get the best draw out of it? And the most important thing, I think, again, what Mr. Dandapani also touched upon, the legacy, the marriage of legacy to smart. How do we do that? I think that's the jigsaw puzzle. Legacy to marriage, this marriage, if we do it well, and there is no, I would not say there is a picture perfect solution to it, but definitely there are experts like Mr. Dandapani and Mr. Banerjee, Jointo, in fact, who have actually, cracked it, and perhaps the industry needs to learn from them. And cybersecurity is definitely very, very integral ingredient of this entire stuff, because at the end of the day, the entire production floor can come to a complete grinding halt if this particular thing is not taken into cognizance.
Can
just from the organizational point of view, one thing I would like to add on that one, cybersecurity is very much essential and it can create a lot of threats and other things are one thing. the organizationally, if you look at it, the IT guys who have been only to the data centers and in the ivory towers, now they have been moved to the shop floor today. Now the era is that where the IT guys have started palming their grease palm in their palms, and also the security guys are also in the shop floor to see whether the things are all put in right spirit. That is one largest transformation which has taken place, and that need to happen systematically such that everything can be put in order.
All good points. I just want to add another perspective. I mean, technically, protect us against cyber threats, that's one thing. But we also need to consider the data, how we structure data. Because the end game for us is to democratize data, to solve problems where we previously saw no correlations. Machines can, give them to us to solve new problems by combining data. I mean, that's part of the story, right? However, we need to structure data, make sure what is, master data, where are the key repositories of data, who can actually access the data, and how will, law come into this. In Europe, we have the GDPR, the protection against how data can be used, where we need to predefine how we use data for future reasons. So, adding all these to a mix, if we have a threat, how will that impact? What data do we have? I think we do, that's a lessons, maybe not lessons learned, but that's data management has gone to a new dimension by doing this. That's also a way that we, from the inside of companies, need to protect ourselves. So it's not only about the technical risks that we have, it's also what we actually put up there as terms, saving data, basically.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Quite engaging conversation. Maybe just one last question to each of the panelists, 30 seconds each, rapid fire, maybe one sentence each. So essentially, if we have a lot of people watching this today, and some of them would be in early stages of their journey from a digital factory or a smart factory solutions perspective, some might be more mature. But if there was one takeaway or one advice that you would have for them, what would that be? So we can start off in one sentence or a couple of sentences. What is that advice that you want to share with the audience today? Maybe we'll start with you, Matthias.
But I mean, don't invest in your road, in your platform, and then give it a try. It will pay off. You don't need to have a 5-year plan doing that to look for the magic golden case. Invest in the platform.
Perfect. Invest in the platform and the magic will happen.
Yeah.
Mr. Roy, your thoughts on this?
I would say the old English proverb says, Rome was not built in a day. Take that first step. It will happen.
Be bold, take the step. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Banerjee?
Yeah, make digital boardroom agenda, or it has to be top down, because unless business leaders are involved, adoption will not happen, ROI will not come. So it's very important to treat digital as a business case and then go forward.
Digital as a business case. So solve for the business problem, the technology will take care of itself.
Yeah, technology will take care of itself. It will continuously evolve and it will fructify.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Thandapani?
Yeah, CFO's expectation on return on investment can be easily achieved by automation and process control. But using the data for furtherance will really bring the breakthrough benefit. That is the board subject.
Perfect. Focus on the data. That's the heart of things.
Yeah.
Other things are just technology which keep on changing.
Gold mine is there. Gold mine is there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Perfect. I think these are all quite insightful advice that you had shared with the audience here today. I personally enjoyed the conversation, and as you could see, I was frantically taking notes. This is pretty much worth the gold. It's insights of four of the industry leaders here. So we covered fair ground today in terms of saying that this is an opportunity which is across all, not limited to only one industry, even though we covered just a couple of industries more in detail. And we heard Matthias talk about, I like that terminology, saying drink your own champagne, get it done in your own house first. And he spoke about how Ericsson is implementing that in a smart factory in the US, and that's like a lighthouse case study, which was quite important. We then moved on from there, and we said that when we look at the use cases, it's obviously long-term play. For what was there for Tata Steel started in 2015, and then substantial value on the table. So for those who are still sitting on the fence, I think this is something which should clear your doubts. Get on board. This train is leaving in that sense, right? So that was quite useful. And the other key takeaway was build the roads first, build the infrastructure which will make your technology come alive. We then spoke about saying innovation, and we saw that innovation happening across industries on AGVs in terms of machine-to-machine communication and so on and so forth. And the key theme which came from there was around scalable platforms. So put in a platform which can scale with you, because you can't envision where the use cases will go from there. And when we spoke about people, I think very important point Mr. Banerjee came, you highlighted is, and also Mr. Zindapani, that it's about the people on the other side, which is equally important. So if it is millennials, you chart out your course differently. And if it is, I would say, more conventional, then you chart out your play differently. But end of the day, you have to take everyone together. And finally, the entire panel pretty much agreed on the importance of cybersecurity. Considering we are putting so much of value on digital, then that value also has to be protected. I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation today. I would like to thank each one of you for sparing your time and coming here and talking to us today. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sushant.
Hi, a very warm welcome to all of you today. We are here for the panel on cloud and Edge today. We will start with introducing our panelists one by one. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Rochak Kapoor, who is the EVP and Head of Enterprise Products and Services at Vodafone India Limited. Very warm welcome to you, Rochak.
Thank you, Rahul. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Rochak. So Rochak has been an very industry veteran and an innovative leader, experienced in business growth and P&L management, and he's been heading the Enterprise Products and Services division for Vodafone business. With this, I'd like to invite Ludwig Landgren, who is the Vice President for Digital Services Southeast Asia, India, and Oceania for Ericsson, and previously he was also heading digital services as well. So in addition to his specialties in cloud and mobile networks, Ludwig is also a fitness enthusiast and runs ultra marathons and climbs mountains. I wonder how, Ludwig, you manage to find time for all that as well, in addition to a very demanding role. We now would like to get Srinath Prasad on board. So Srinath is the CIO for Delhi International Airport Limited. Previously, he was the CIO of the Hyderabad International Airport, which is one of the benchmark airports worldwide. And he has been instrumental in setting up everything from scratch to making it a success story as it is today. Last but not the least, I'd like to invite Prasanna Lohar from DCB Bank. Prasanna heads digital innovation. Morning, Prasanna. Prasanna heads digital innovation and architecture for DCB Bank. And he also is the blockchain consortium co-chair for IMA and FICCI. Welcome on board, Prasanna, as well.
Thank you.
So thank you all for your time today. My name is Rahul Hakim, and I'm a director with KPMG. I look after telecom and technology as my key focus area. Now, The topic for today essentially pertains to cloud and edge. And of course, we know cloud, everybody talks about cloud, and we have seen a lot of cloud adoption over the last few years. And with everything being cloudified, including the telecom network architecture, so that seems to be the way to go. And but now going forward, a lot of computation is also happening on the edge, and a large part of decision making of uh, of of the infrastructure has to be on the edge also. So this the discussion today could essentially be on the areas how cloud and edge can probably coexist together, and how we can make sure we use the best of both worlds to derive an innovative infrastructure structure. Now, the panel format essentially will be in two formats. I will start with Rochak and the question. In case there's a follow-up question, we'll add to that. And in the end, we'll try and have concluding remarks from all of us here. So I would like to, first invite Rochak. And Rochak, the question to you would be, we all know that cloud and edge are expected to revolutionize business, and obviously we have seen some facets of it by bringing agility and faster decision making, and also allowing for large compute in the back end. Now, what is the kind of role your organization has to offer in this area? And when I speak of Vodafone India, I also expect that you speak of all the telco providers in that space from that perspective.
Sure. Thanks, Rahul. It's a very interesting one. First, we believe that cloud and edge are complementary. However, when we look at edge, it is defined by the specific use cases that are application specific. With stringent industry-specific requirements on, or use case-specific requirements on latency, on reliability, the need to probably conserve bandwidth, keep it localized for applications like video analytics, surveillance, or Industry 4.0 use cases. Right. So effectively, cloud and edge, we believe, will complement by having workloads distributed between the central cloud and edge as the use case may be. And as future will have IoT, AI, and ML, edge will play a significant role. Edge can also act as micro data centers in future for smaller workloads, and hence it expands the cloud footprint as well when you look at it from an overall perspective. Now, who are the players currently? What is happening? I mean, we know the hyperscalers have already introduced their edge versions with, we take IBM, they have the satellite, AWS has Wavelength, Google Anthos, and so on, which complement their cloud services. So that's where we see the industry moving and the overall picture emerging. Now, within that, what does the telco and specifically we have to offer? In we have three strategic focus areas. First, it is scaling through partnerships. We believe partnerships are key. The second part is to develop the infrastructure. And when I say the infrastructure, it is our edge infrastructure, it is our connectivity infrastructure, and also our wireless infrastructure, through which the delivery of the cloud services happen. And the third and very important one is invest in skills and knowledge of our team. Build the skills, because that's one area that is going to be of prime importance if you have to succeed. What we offer today already is a host of cloud solutions. So we've already embarked on this journey, and you'll find it across the telcos in India in different stages where all of us are in this journey. But it's a journey, right? It's only commenced. Now, we offer today co-location in cloud, and these are through partnerships. So co-location in cloud is part of our portfolio. We offer communications platform as a service, and we can say we are the first one in that. We have our integrated IoT offerings. We also have a SaaS portfolio and a cloud security portfolio. So we are already on this journey, but it's only a start. Where it is going to take us, what we want to do is to start owning the end-to-end experience of our customers. Okay? And that will be through building the infrastructure, which can do a multi-cloud management, and also build professional and managed services capability to be able to offer this experience. And that is where we see us evolving. And you would have heard us talking about the evolution of we from a telco to a techco. And this is the roadmap that we see that takes us in this space.
Thank you, Rochak. So very clearly the focus on infrastructure, and you did articulate the thing on skills and knowledge. That's very important. So, and I'll next move to Ludwig. So, Ludwig, typically, Rochik did explain in brief what does Edge provide and how you have distributed computing and storage, closer to the location where it's needed. Now, from your side, you have been developing these solutions from an Ericsson perspective and overall perspective. What do you think would be the major use cases that would be gaining traction in India? And as a follow-up question, how do the Indian use cases compare to the global use cases, both in terms of cost, adoption, maturity? What exactly do you see happening there?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Rahul. And maybe it's the most exciting question. What are we going to do with all of this great technology that's coming? So what we've done from Ericsson, and a lot of this is public. You can see on Ericsson.com in our mobility reports. Is we're looking at where is this market going, and what we're super excited with is in India. This is really happening as we're speaking about here today. So really great to hear Rochak and the support that we're giving to our customers in enabling these use cases. So we've divided the market into 6 different industry verticals, and these 6 industry verticals, they actually account for 90% of the revenue potential that 5G delivers. And the revenue potential is not small. It is USD 200 billion that this revenue potential gives. And what is really cool about it is that as the industry is moving from fixed lines to mobile broadband, this revenue potential is on top of what our customers are doing today. So it's a really exciting time. I think it's a really exciting time for India, which is now going into this 5G era, and how Ericsson can support that. So I mentioned the 6 industries. So I'll mention these and perhaps as you ask some examples for India. So the industries are healthcare, government, transportation, energy and utilities, manufacturing, and then finally media and entertainment. So of course there are other segments as well, but these 6, they represent 90% of that revenue potential. So those are the ones that we're focusing on. And what Ericsson has done is that for all of these 6 verticals, we've launched multiple different cases where we're working together with our customers to address these use cases. And many of these are live. As you might know, half of the world's 5G networks are supported by Ericsson. So half of these networks are Ericsson. And what is really cool is that if you look at the 5G core where the slicing happens, and the slicing is really the key enabler of these use cases, the potential is even higher, and the market share is even higher for the 5G core. Looking then specifically at India, what are the use cases that we feel are most relevant for India? And I would maybe say it's 4 of these. So one is healthcare, where healthcare can really be supported by the 5G network slicing, providing that quality of service for being able to do connection to remote vehicles where you can start to work on the patient even before the patient has reached the hospital. That's one really interesting sector. And why it's really interesting for India, I would say, is because of the massive population and all the needs for healthcare. And how the traffic is. It's really important to start to work on the patient even before reaches the hospital. Another one is government, where you can also look at emergency services, all sorts of government services that are related to emergency, and particularly where you need to have quick access and the quality of service. Manufacturing. India is a manufacturing powerhouse, and we see how automation and 5G can further enable that. And then finally, we see a lot of interest from the railway industry. India is such a strong industry for the railway, and that can really improve not only the possibility for better timely systems that can control the trains, but also to support the customers that are using the trains. So those would be my 4 takes for India.
No, extremely, well said. Because you said government is a priority sector, and ultimately in India, most of the things that you mentioned are ultimately government controlled. There's a lot of government intervention. For example, what you said was remote healthcare, and I think the use case would be very much urban because that's where you'll have these kinds of facilities. But I think even from a rural perspective,
Yeah.
the government should or would be think of investing, because at least the primary healthcare, even remotely, could be something that that could be managed with this. And then obviously
Absolutely.
manufacturing.
We believe 5G is ubiquitous. So it will be not only urban, that may be where it starts, but it is pan India.
Absolutely. And then manufacturing and then automotive, absolutely. The railway network is kind of a backbone to India in terms of both supply and logistics and otherwise as well. So I think that makes it very, very critical. And for healthcare, obviously, you said that, every minute saved, what doctors said, it's that golden hour in case you have a medical exigence, that time window that can really make or break the, difference between a patient's revival or survival for that matter. Very interesting use cases there indeed. I'll move to Srinath now. So Srinath, you've set up the almost the basics probably from the time you started putting the cables together at the Hyderabad International Airport. So at your organization, you have been because yours is again a very, very highly regulated industry because very security prone, and after what we've seen from 9/11, you need a lot of security, you need a lot of use cases. For example, you need a lot of video analytics, you need machine vision, you need smart tagging, you need now with COVID and everything, you need contactless use cases. So how do you envisage from your perspective the cloud and edge use cases to make infrastructure more efficient? And if you could share some of use cases and success stories from your sector in India and also globally.
Yeah, thanks, Rahul, and thanks to all other colleagues to be part of this particular event. Let me just give a brief about our DNA, because GMR, we believe that in fact the passenger experience or enhancing the internal efficiencies is possible only through use of the new technologies, and this is what we have established over the past decade. And we have been the front runners in using the new technologies. That's about what GMR has been doing, and what we would be doing. Okay? And coming to our because you also mentioned about cloud. Yes, let me also tell you. In fact, we have built our own private cloud, but our model is a hybrid cloud environment. I think most of the organizations, mature organizations, are maintaining the same model like us. And when it comes to applications also, in fact, we have a mix of costs nothing but the commercial products, and also homegrown solutions. We have a mix of these two solutions. Homegrown solutions, in fact, it is not for the sake of building something on our own. It is to ensure that the new products are built to meet the emerging business requirements. At times, in fact, we found that there is no commercial available solution across the globe. That's where, in fact, we have come out on our own solution. For example, in fact, our flagship product it is e-boarding. I don't know, in fact, whether aware of the product, but definitely I'm sure that whenever you pass through our GMR airports, particularly Hyderabad and Delhi, you might have experienced the contactless and paperless journey, and this is in place for the past many years. We found that there is no similar sort of solution which addresses end to end. When I say end to end, starting from the airport entry till the passenger gets into the flight, everything should be contactless and everything should be paperless. So this is something our aviation and environment is also slightly different from the Western world. In fact, our regulations will start from the entry itself. So unfortunately, we couldn't find out any solution to meet the requirements. That's where, in fact, we have gone and we have built this solution, and which is live for the past 4+ years. And what we have enabled to the passenger is a paperless and a contactless journey. And fortunately, in fact, this solution has helped us in a big way to meet the COVID challenges. That's where, in fact, where others tried to be part of this sort of initiatives, we are already having an established product. So that's about one of the use cases. That doesn't mean that we are fond of building our own systems. We are extensively using the latest and digital technologies, be it video analytics, be it IoT, be it back tags, face biometrics, augmented reality, you name. In fact, most of these things are already being used in our airports. So just let me just touch base on a few of the used cases, in fact, in our airports. When it comes to this augmented reality, in fact, we have been using this augmented reality as part of our mobile app that is enabled, made available to the passengers during the course of journey. And this is something which will be used by the passenger to know, in fact, what is the distance, the expected time to reach the gate the moment he enters into the airport. That's where, in fact, augmented reality is being used. Then the face biometrics is something that is going to add to our existing e-boarding solution, where face of the passenger will be his ID as well as his boarding pass. So now today, in fact, what we have enabled is a mobile-based solution with the e-boarding platform. So in fact, already we have done the trials and we are ready to offer this solution thanks to the DigiYatra initiative from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. All these things are made possible. So we are ready to go on with the face biometrics as well. Coming to IoT, in fact, we have established ourselves as the leaders in this particular space. There are many cases, starting from our trolley management to the power management, to water management, to the bin management, and also the vehicle tracking and monitoring on the airspace, on the airside space. All these areas, in fact, we have already deployed IoT platforms. And I would like to say that in fact, we are already deriving the benefits in all aspects, be it commercial, be it return on investment, be it on the enhanced safety, security standards. In fact, there are proven data, in fact, which consolidates that this use of new technologies has always helped for a better efficiencies. I think this is where we are. But coming to you have also touched based on the edge technologies, right, Rahul? Am I right in making the statement? In fact,
Yes.
I would also like to say that while this edge technology is still in a nascent stage, I think that's what Ludwig and Rochek also have mentioned, and I also agree with whatever Rochek has made in his early statement that cloud computing and edge computing do complement each other, and it is what happening in our space. In fact, whatever examples I have mentioned is mostly onto the cloud computing. But then what we found out is that this edge computing is also becoming a necessity. Particular area is on the air side, in fact, where one of the prime goal for us to is on the air side, and where thousands of vehicles will be maneuvering in that space. In fact, you might have noticed this when you get into the flight, you can see so many vehicles, and even ladders. In fact, the fuel, everything is a vehicle for us, in fact. So how to ensure that there will be nil accidents onto this particular space, because any accident, any incident, there will be some impact. It can be loss of time or some delays, whatever it is. In fact, how to ensure this? Because there we found a strong case to look out for a this edge computing, where we felt that is better than the existing IoT solutions whatever we have deployed. While the current IoT solution is meeting the objective it was intended for, I also would like to say that it is the edge computing that is going to take it to the next level, and to meet this sort of ideal environment where we are looking for a nil incident free zone. That's where, in fact, it is this edge computing that comes to the fore. The other examples could be on the commercial space, in fact, where we would also be interested to know some of the trends related to the passenger experiences. In fact, while respecting the GDPR and other standards, in fact, what we would be looking at is to know the trends. In fact, how about a passenger walking into Swarovski? In fact, what is he looking at? And the other thing is after Swarovski, in fact, which is the next point he is visiting. In fact, these are all good inputs for us, insights for us to come out with a good commercial strategy. In fact, that is also one space where we felt is that edge computing will be the ideal solution. Then the legacy it's VMS based and analytics engines and AI also is there in fact, but then we felt that the need for this sort of edge technologies in these particular spaces. All in all, what I want to tell is that even these things are also in fact tried out at our airports. Probably I would like to take inputs from Ludwig. We are eagerly looking out for 5G. The sooner it happens, in fact, we'll be the front runners once again, to go with this sort of solutions. We are waiting for the ISPs.
Yeah. Thank you, Srinath. So Ludwig, you have got a customer already, so a good day to start business. So sorry, Prasanna, sorry to keep you waiting. You're the last one here, but so Prasanna, you work in a highly regulated space, and anything and everything to do with bank, kind of raises the hackles of the financial regulators and the RBI and everybody else. Now, while I understand there are some guidelines from RBI also in terms of keeping customer data, so on and so forth, and a lot of innovation probably might be restricted based on what the requirements are from a security standpoint otherwise. So how are you and your organization using technology both at the cloud side or at an edge side to address key challenges, which could be customer retention, innovation, and majorly cybercrime prevention, data privacy, security? So and how are you doing some of these things?
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. I think sometimes it's better to wait, right? I've been hearing all our experts and what's really happening on the other type of industries. The phenomena is like cross-industry innovation, right? Although we've been saying that 5G or cloud will be adopted by very few industries initially, healthcare or entertainment and so on. For sure, the way we have seen last 4 or 5 years, right, post demonetization or post data movement because of a geo movement which has happened in India. I can see that the customer behavior is changing heavily. I think last 12, 14 months, the way COVID has impacted in the banking industry. Although this impact was adverse in initial days, later on, bank has taken that opportunity and done quite a lot of digital transformation or moving banks or a customer experience to the next level. The adoption of the cloud, say example, video KYC or opening the account opening apps, like just straight through account opening app for customers. I think these kind of innovations were happening very slowly earlier, but during pandemic, which we have seen, although RBI has also recommended that let's go ahead with the video KYC or straight through account opening and so on. So coming back, the way customer experience is changing, and customer experience is changing, which is affecting a customer's expectations towards banking also. So more or the less customers are looking at a touchless or a contactless kind of a banking. Let's say I'm entering the bank branch, my branch manager should come to know that who has really entered. Although there are data privacy kind of aspects, right? But if I have given a consent, that they should know that I have entered, and branch manager moreover will come to know what is my bank balance, what are my trends of doing transactions, and immediately somebody comes and attends me by saying, this is, are you looking at this kind of a service, right? So where all the edge computing or cloud computing, big data, understanding the data, and providing services immediately as a notification mobile. So it is a amalgamation of many technologies together on the cloud, right? So current, I think this era for customers is something like a collaboration era, where one company is collaborating with another. Fintechs are collaborating with the banks with the form of open banking or APIs. With a better regulation, we are going to come up with a account aggregator ecosystems in Indian banking scenario. We have seen how Aadhaar and UPI being utilized by banks, right? for opening accounts or payments, the payment experience which is there in the mobile phones. So I think with IoT coming into picture, for payment, it will not be human customers, but we'll have additional machine customers also. Your electricity appliances will pay off their bills with blockchain program in the backend as a smart contract, right? Or based upon learning, you will have those entertainments available in front of you in those televisions or other OTT. So I think it's going to be very interesting journey how we'll adopt the other innovations which is happening in other industry, retail or manufacturing or agriculture, and bring on more and more innovations in a better customer experiences. So today we might have a mobile or a internet banking as a channel. So tomorrow, I think a few of our speakers told about augmented reality, right? So I'm sure at a DCB Bank, we have done some experiments on how can we really show those point of interest, so branch or ATM on the augmented reality experience. Moreover, we are looking at how it can be helpful for NRI customer to do the banking sitting at home. Although it may not be the pure play, but in a very few years, once 5G will be reality in India and across the world, or there will be different form factors to do transactions, not only banking but non-banking. That moment, I think we'll start digging out those innovations. So instead of that, as a bank, we are looking at how we can really perform those experiments around upcoming technologies, right? So for us, AI is a normal technology now. Now we have a COE built in for AI or a big data kind of a ecosystem. Cloud we have adopted heavily in a non-banking applications. Now the way our service provider, so-called Infosys, TCS, will be ready on the cloud with their application, automatically that adoption will happen. And automatically the way RBI is also supporting with a better guidelines, data security guidelines. Recently, RBI has given a digital payment security control guidelines, right? So all banks are implementing that, and it's a journey. Although RBI is such a nice regulator and a very intelligent regulator, they have their own vision statements, right? How do we really do digitization or digitalization of a banking ecosystem in India? And that moment they take care of all those emerging technologies coming into picture, right? If you see recent vision statements or recent papers also, like how do we adopt cloud, or how blockchain gonna be the next wave, right? How RBI is experimenting around central bank digital currency, how banks are implementing trade finance kind of a consortium. So that shows that there is a heavy inclination, at least in India, for adopting emerging technologies, and the way customer will move in a parallel, right? So automatically bank has to adapt customer expectations on doing transactions on their smart cars or smart homes, or wherever he is. We have to provide those financial services, or this financial service will be embedded into some non-banking app, right? The way super apps are being are coming up in our way. So I think as a banking industry, it may not be that great speed as of now, looking at current challenges and current customer expectation. But few banks are really embarking on emerging technologies, and the way other industry will move on, automatically we have seen that cross-industry innovation which comes from retail or telecom or manufacturing to the banking. It will certainly will happen. Whoever will adapt soon with a combination of cloud, IoT, blockchain, or open banking with a better security, I think they will have a better future idea.
Yeah. Thank you, Prasanna. I understand you've been using cloud a lot, but again, with your restrictions, you can only probably move to a private cloud and not be open to say Amazon or a Oracle kind of a cloud.
Yes, certainly so, we do use open cloud also, but there are regulations given by RBI, and we do follow that. For example, video KYC, the way we are implemented, our service provider could be on those open, but all the regulations are followed, dedicated environment, and so on. Yeah.
Okay. So moving back to Rochak, so Rochak, again, we talked about cloud and talked about publicly available cloud services, on and so forth. As a telecom service provider, now, what is the kind of role that you have been playing in creating a business model around cloud and edge computing now? Because this sector traditionally being dominated by the software giants here, and what is the kind of differentiation that a telecom service provider like yourself would bring into the existing cloud market, and what is the kind of partner ecosystem you would be looking to use here?
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. It's a very important question for the industry, and as such. Now, before I move to answer the question, the first thing is I would like you to understand what the telcos and Vodafone Idea have been doing. I mean, if you look at ourselves, we are probably one of the big cloud adopters, right? Ourselves. with the virtualization of our network functions, right? And adoption of even it going down right down to the RAN. Right? So from that perspective, the second thing is about, now that was what I talked about network functions, but then we've also brought edge closer to the consumption. I mean, at Vodafone Idea, we have more than 80 locations which are edge cloud locations today, and they're growing. Right? And it's one of the largest deployments in the country. The third thing that I would like to talk about is how are we evolving our infrastructure, okay, to be able to manage these kind of loads. So it is not just the capacity augmentation happening, but also the deployment of 5G ready technologies, which we already have with our partners, which is, for example, massive MIMO, right? Dynamic spectrum refarming. I already talked about cloudification of our core. So these are the building blocks that over the last 3 years as part of our transformation, we've already put in place. Right? So what comes next? Okay. It is about how are we going to, what are we doing to take these to market? Now, when I look at cloud and edge, you know, if I look at it as from a building blocks perspective, so what are the building blocks? Because to understand anything, the ecosystem, I need to understand what will be the building blocks. So at the layer, bottom of the pyramid, let's say it's the hardware layer, where I'm also including data centers, the servers, everything there, right? Then comes the connectivity layer. On top of it would probably be a security layer, because anything you do on cloud and edge, security is going to be a paramount importance, and that's what I think Ludwig, Sheena, Prasanna, everybody talked about security. That's the next layer. Then comes the horizontal platforms, which is where your cloud edge comes in. And then there are verticals, which are the applications, industry-specific solutions that leverage all of these to deliver the services. So effectively, it is going to be an orchestration of an ecosystem of partners. Creation of services through this orchestration and collaboration, right? Prasanna also talked about collaboration. So I think the way forward is collaboration, orchestration of an ecosystem for specific use cases. Some use cases will be brought in by the telcos themselves, some through partnership with industry, vertical, domain experts, and some by, you know, white labeled or directly by partners themselves who come in and onboard and use our platforms and services, right? So that's what we see. The second part of your question was, how do we compete? What does a telco bring that the other current providers don't bring? Just think about what we as telcos possess today. It is the vast connectivity infrastructure, right? Which is the baseline for anything to work. It's connectivity, right? Data has to reach from somewhere to somewhere else. That's what we bring in. A connect with the enterprise. Whether it is global, whether it's large domestic, whether it is SME or it is SOHO, we are there with every enterprise in the country, right? We understand them. The edge infrastructure locations, and then comes the portfolio through the orchestration of services that we can take to the market. The other thing on the edge, and I'll put a simile over here, as telcos, we manage hundreds of thousands of these sites, right, that are deployed in the country that deliver services which through different layers of aggregation connect back to the core and the service gets delivered. When I look at edge is a similar structure, right? You have different levels of aggregation of the edge, right down to a private edge to a, you know, near edge, far edge, everything else, right, to the core edge. It's a similar structure. So we already know how to deploy, how to manage, how to service. And then we also have these deep relationships with our customers and partners to be able to create and deliver those services. So that is one key differentiator that we bring in. The other thing is we understand the connectivity layer, the radio infrastructure better than anybody else. If you look at any of the 5G use cases, what does edge deliver? I mean, if you read any of the statistics or any of the publishing, we'll talk about 60% of the edge deployment use cases being from IoT, industrial IoT and other IoT use cases, right? Who's the best placed to understand? I mean, we already have an integrated IoT portfolio, right? I mean, we introduced that in April, which actually is right from sensors all the way to application.
Yeah.
And edge is only going to increase the proliferation of industrial IoT 4.0 use cases.
Yeah.
Again, that's a telco play, and telco will be at the center stage, of course, with partnerships with industry domain experts.
And
so,
of course.
So broadly, when I look at these, all these layers that I talked about, the end-to-end verticals, For the use cases, it is the orchestration where a telco plays a central role, apart from the reach and the capabilities we have through our presence with the partners and with our customers.
Thank you, Rochak. I think you mentioned about collaboration. I think that becomes the most important piece in the whole equation, because what you bring to the table and what are the other people can use your infrastructure for deploying and kind of delivering the use cases could be a very formidable combination from any telco's perspective. And since you're already being heavily invested into it, I think you'll have a head start there significantly. Now, moving from there to Ludwig. So Ludwig, Roger talked about the aggregation, the collaboration, and the creation of these layers. Now, we talk from a telco perspective. First, the telco adoption of cloud, which is one of the most fundamental, foremost things, and then, getting the same into the market. Now, the connectivity models and the cloud models have enabled telcos to move beyond their traditional market, which is initially just providing connectivity. So now, what Rochik is talking about, creating additional layers where they can also be participants to a larger ecosystem at play here. Now, and obviously, you would have been instrumental in creating some of the infra or some of the applications to make that possible. So at an Ericsson level, how do organizations like yourself, support service providers in this journey? And while I understand mostly your business is with telcos, in the future, how would Ericsson look at enabling other traditional enterprises as well? Because they may not be your direct customers at the moment, but how ultimately they would, because once you have IoT, you have industrial IoT and other applications coming in, they might be looking at use cases directly from you as well, which ultimately will be enabled by a CSP like Vodafone.
Yeah, no, thanks, Rahul. So exactly as Rochak was mentioning about ecosystems, it's about building ecosystems. So how Ericsson supports this is building ecosystems for these 5G scenarios. And maybe I'll illustrate with 2 examples and then talk a little bit about the technology behind. So let's take 2 examples from the industries that we're in this call. So I'll start with the airport. So we launched with Paris Airport. So in Paris, we have a 5G connected airport, and this is quite unique because we did not do this type of cooperations with industries before, but 5G is enabled to open up that. So we're working with Paris Airport, the authority behind that. We're working together with the operator in the country to enable this so that the connectivity is there. And then we work with putting that together to enable, as Sinan Parasad was mentioning, a much more digitized experience, a contactless experience, throughout this journey at the airport. Another one is in Australia, in the market region which I belong to, where we're working with Telstra. So there we put Telstra together with Commonwealth Bank, and we enable new banking services in a wireless way, which is really cool. This is with Commonwealth Bank. And both of these 2 examples you can read about they're public examples where we're using 5G technology to enable these new use cases. Then let's look at the technology behind. So as Rochak was mentioning, I'm really impressed with the growth that the Vodafone Idea has done in terms of moving really closer to the edge. I think you were very early in that, building all of these edge data centers, and that's the perfect enablement for 5G enterprise, because then you want to be really close to the edge. So what we do is, from a technology point of view, we've containerized the whole 5G core. So it's completely containerized, which means that it's a much more lightweight system that can be positioned either on private cloud or on public cloud. So we work across all 3 hyperscalers, and you can put these edge data centers on public or on private cloud, depending on the use case, depending on the regulatory environment in the country. And what we've also done is that, apart from working across all of the hyperscalers and enabling this ecosystem also together with enterprise customers, is that we've also done so that we do it on bare metal. So this is quite unique, and it's very forward-leaning. So not only have we containerized the whole system, but we also run it on bare metal, and this is something that we call CNIS. So there we make the containerized 5G core even lighter, And this is super important because as you closer you move toward the edge, you want to make sure that your system is lightweight and as low cost as possible. And by running it on bare metal, this is exactly the enabler for that. And then finally, we work across the orchestration, so service orchestration, because it's no longer just setting up a network. It's also enabling the services that are running, and you will have so many, and through network slicing, they will be instantaneous. So we focus a lot upon service orchestration, where we orchestrate not only our own products, but also the workloads that's running on them from the enterprises.
Okay. So, no, interesting to hear that context from you, Ludwig. And I'll now move to Prasanna. Prasanna, just we heard about a banking example with a telco player in Australia. So a very interesting use case. I'm sure one will read through it. But Prasanna, from your perspective, you have earlier also said that you rely very heavily on technology, and your regulatory requirements are quite immense. So how is your organization typically working to enable resilience and security at both cloud and edge layers? What exactly have you been doing at your side?
Rahul, can you repeat the last line?
So, Prasanna, we just said that what is it that your organization or organization yourselves are doing to enable resilience and security at both the cloud and the edge layers? Because in the earlier question talked about customer-facing applications.
I think definitely. I think banks are sitting in a glass houses, right? So we need to really take care of every asset or every pie which customer is putting in a banking accounts. So I think so the when earlier I used to be part of a tech company like Atos, and when I joined the bank, I felt that this is gonna be very great job, a very safe job, morning to evening job, something like that, right? That was my aspiration when I joined the bank, right? But I think my life has changed the day I joined bank way back in 2014-15. Since then, we have seen such a digital adoption in India, right? Mobility or internet, followed by Aadhaar adoption, UPI, quite a lot consolidation of various platforms like UPI, BBPS, GST, right? Account aggregator these days. And we need to be part of that every ecosystem, right? We can't be sit in silos in a bank and operate and provide only mobile banking and internet banking. So tomorrow's application is gonna be on a marketplace or something to do with one organization and another organization working on the same network. So while we were safeguarding our every application with detailed VAPTs or so-called PCI DSS or various other certifications at a bank level. So I think the security has really gotten a lot of importance. Our board meetings start with security and updates on the security. Then later on we discuss other projects and so on. That's a thing. Importance is given by top management. As per RBI, MD and there are minimum qualifications, be a CTO or MD of a bank now, and there are some examination has to be appeared by MDs and with a better mark. So that's what awareness, people awareness is really growing. There are guidelines how we can really create a people awareness, because most of the fraud does happen because of some kind of a negligence and not awareness among customers and so on. While we are providing these people attention, at the same time, the way technology is coming to safeguard another technology these days, right? Adoption of WAF or adoption of SOC or adoption of many other technologies these days. So last 4 or 5 years, what we have seen, the architecture which we had seen earlier, and the way we are adopting open banking or API, so everything is getting safeguarded with a right set of security controls. And now these controls, although bank has their own people and expertise, but RBI also come up with those guidelines. And after sharing those guidelines, RBI does the audit also. What does it mean? It means that 24/7 we are safeguarding our networks and clouds or infrastructures and endpoint. So that's how the whole adoption is happening as far as security is concerned. Now, while we are adopting these securities, the way this innovation is happening across industry, or the way customer is now going to the next level, right? So if some bank is not providing straight through account opening, immediately he has an opportunity to shift to some other, right? Say example, payments. Earlier we used to do payments with a cash or a paper. The same customer which we have seen during demonetization or post-COVID, they are adopting these phone pays, Google Pays, which are third-party apps, right? Through some UPI adoption or API adoption. But the way customers will adopt many other services, non-banking services, right? They will not come to the core service provider. Say example in banking also, maybe next 10 years we'll have a digital currency everywhere, right? So that adoption RBI and banks are looking at how we should be part of that financial ecosystem while we are providing these services, right? So coming back, while customer behavior is changing and branch reach to the branch, so that was a physical activity. Now later on, customer is opening his laptop or computer to do internet banking, right? So now banking is coming very much closer towards the customer with the mobile banking. And tomorrow, wherever I am standing, right, I want my banking in the air, like with augmented reality, virtual reality, with the 5G adoption, right? I will trigger or I will program my devices or wearables. This is how you should do your financial transaction while going to the toll booth, or this is how you should do financial transaction while you are coming out of the McDonald's, right? If a smart car is into, so I think smart cars will have some channels to the financial transaction. Your houses will have, which I was talking about. So more and more, while from collaboration era, we are entering in a autonomous era where customer behavior will be expecting quite a lot autonomous. So I think there more and more security has to be very invisible. So customers should not be asked with the OTPs and password. It has to be inherent behavioral biometrics or some kind of a blockchain contract, which is I have already programmed. So I think adoption of technology, the way it is happening on a front end with the variables, IoT, mobility, in the back end, we'll have a better AI and the blockchains with through APIs and smart contract. This whole gamut of a security will be strengthened. So we have to really see, as I think Rochak sir was really talking very nicely about architecting and orchestration will be a very, very important aspect while we adopt cloud. So there will be cloud of clouds, right? When we'll have a blockchain into picture, right? So how do we safeguard that? So, or maybe tomorrow when we'll have a IoTs will act as a form factors. So how do we create those immediate components, right? Software components. Earlier it was web-based components or a software component. Now we'll have a amalgamation of IoT plus some kind of a basic programming behind. And how do we really create those components which will fit in as a service, right? So I think while we are taking care of our customers and while bringing a lot of research through IoTs and many new emerging technologies, I think security is very important aspect, and it's a journey, right? So earlier security in 10 years before, those guidelines were different. So PCI 1.0 has now become PCI almost 4.0, and every year they come up with the way it is happening across the world, new guidelines, right? And as a bank, we do adhere all the guidelines. Anything goes into production always goes into detailed life cycle, then only it will be available for the customers. I think there are other, the way GDPR has happened in European Union, similarly data protection laws, regulations are coming, new ecosystems are coming, like video KYC in a consortium. So MITI gonna drive that ecosystem on a cloud. So I think more and more security aspects will be implemented while we adopt new innovations, but that layer will be more and more thinner. So those innovations which we'll look at in the future. Yeah.
Okay. So interesting perspective, Prasanna. What you mentioned was specifically, the need to maintain customer expectations and the technology layer kind of being transparent to the customer, because what the customer will essentially look at is the services, not bothering about what is the security and how is it done, as long as it is done. And if it is done seamlessly, the more the better. A reduction in terms of the customer touch points for every probably maybe an OTP or security if you have better ways to get it done. Now coming to Srinath. So Srinath, yours is again a very highly and security intense setup, and the amount of data retention that I believe you have to keep, the passenger manifest, the flight logs, and everything there, and also the security footages, so on and so forth, for a significant amount of time. So how and what technologies are you using to kind of or developing in-house to analyze all the amount of data that comes to you? Because what I also understand is, as an airport, you also have to report suspicious transactions, you also have to report abnormal behaviors, you have to report trends and patterns, and analyze all of it before you send it out. So what is the kind of technologies that you have developed, be the cloud-based applications or other applications, and how are you utilizing the power of the cloud to analyze all this data?
Thanks, Rahul. be it in a cloud application or some other application, there are certain basic elements we need to stick upon. In fact, one is mainly ensure that there is a cyber security framework in place. And I'm just reiterating whatever Rochak and Prasanna have mentioned in their earlier note. I think security plays the key here. In fact, of course, in fact, we also need to have the other skills in the development front, in the application infra front, and the integration front. These are all certain things which I feel that they are given, but the most important aspect happens to be the security framework. It should be robust. I'm sure that all matured organizations have a cyber security, a mature one in place, and we are no exception to that. In fact, as you mentioned, we have multiple stakeholders who will be sharing data, and who will be consuming data also from us. In fact, where the integration also is a key for us. Looking into this sort of complex environment, and also there are some regulatory norms, like banking sector, what Prasanna has mentioned. We are also regulated as far as data is concerned. In fact, what I just want to tell you is that the importance of the focus that is being given to the security aspect. SDLC no more stands for software development life cycle. It is security development life cycle, where in fact security is not something which is at the perimeter level. It starts from the design aspects onwards. So we will ensure that this the right standards are complied with the OWASP, in fact other standards and all right from the design development till in fact we have multiple layers of security that starting from data security to the edge level security, endpoint security. Then we also have the infra security. Then we also have the perimeter security, and we also have the monitoring and the governance layers. In fact it's a quite strong 7-layer or an 8-layer approach what we do follow on top of the maintaining this this application development standards. That is how in fact we are able to ensure, and we also have a strong SOC in place with good governance in place, and we are also ensuring that in fact everyone is now certified onto the cyber security. Not only that people working in the SOC alone will be certified. In fact because security is now part and parcel of every layer. That's what we feel. Be it an application developer and be it an infra specialist, come what may. In fact we are ensuring that everyone is certified onto this cyber security framework. That is why in fact we are able to ensure that till date there is no untoward incident that is reported. And despite the fact that there are the intensity of the attacks have gone up multifold in the last few years, but still in fact having this basic things in place and a good governance and a monitoring structure in place. In fact we are keeping our environment safe and secure.
Okay. I think, thank you for your perspective. I think from what all we have heard, security becomes a prime consideration with the kind of model that we are adopting going forward. Now, as a time check, we're already at the 56 minutes. I think we'll have one question to all of you together, which is with the demand that is happening. So, do we have the right skill sets available in the market for enterprises to successfully roll out and maintain a hybrid cloud and edge architecture? And how much of a reskilling effort do you see that organization needs to factor in? Because any successful endeavor or a project requires the right kind of people and the right kind of skills. So where exactly do you think we are, and what's the kind of investments that will be needed? So it's a question open to all of you. So Rochak, if you would want to start, and then probably take inputs from Ludwig and the team.
Sure. I know you rightly said it's a combination of skill sets that are already available that need to be redeployed. For example, in telcos, we're already using cloud for our own in-house services, right? So the skill sets exist. It is about using those skill sets for enterprise use cases and building a business based on those. So it's a combination. There has to be an investment to be done into building those skill sets. There are new ways of working that are required, including the agile ways and the digital ways of working. So that needs to happen along with the cloud skill sets. Yes, that's a journey we need to undertake.
Yeah, it's definitely a journey. So it's a big mix of both. There's a real, I wouldn't say it's a talent crunch, but it's a fight for the best talent, and that has to be built both within and outside. And what we see as we move to this 5G era is that the competency and the skill sets that our organizations have, are not longer you're working in telco. You're working in IT, or you're working in cloud. All of this comes together. So that means that the fight for talent becomes across such a much broader spectrum. That has disadvantage, because that means that the market is very mobile, but it also has advantages, because that means that the industries that we're in, become so much more closer connected. I mean, look at this call, the collection of people that we are. So it gets much more interesting, I would say.
Absolutely. Prasanna?
Yeah, I think while we have quite a lot of technology, I think whenever you adopt and want to become a digital savvy organization, or individually very digital, I think skill set plays a major role, right? So how do we reskill internal employees to run various other initiatives on technology side? So I think people, process, technology is what we used to preach, right, until 2019-20. I think apart from that, we'll have to add a regulation and customer, right? So external forces, right? Collaboration with the startups or fintechs or tech companies, and ultimately look at how customer adoption level or skill level is improving. How do we really create more awareness for a customer? But I think the organizations who will have a better skilling, reskilling, I think they will have a better approach. Why? Because we always need some kind of a champions, right? Or so there is a phenomenal digital dexterity, right? How do we really preach digital or new technologies to every employee, so that they understand this is not coming to vanish your job like AI. People usually talk about new technology will come, our jobs will go up. But we have seen the new technology always came in our life, but the kind of jobs we generated in the last 20 years, it is a humongous, right? Similarly, I think we need some champions who will really drive the organization level digital transformation and culture building exercise. That is why reskilling is very, very important aspect for digital transformation. Yeah.
Yeah, Rahul, just probably in fact, my views, in fact, I echo, what all other, three participants, have, told a while back. But one thing, being part of IT and communication space, which is so dynamic, where things keep changing, quite often. So reskilling is something, I feel it is part and parcel of our HR practices. In fact, where this skilling and all is reviewed every 6 months, if not 6 months, at least 1 year, and ensure that this proper programs are put in place. And in fact, as I mentioned a while back about the security certifications. Now today, in fact, even cloud also has opened up lot many avenues for this upskilling and all. In fact, and it's there are different types of certifications starting from hands-on guys to the ones who is part of the monitoring, who is a part of governance and all. There are different types of certifications, and this is also now more or less has become a mandatory requirement for everyone in this particular space. Even cloud computing, all these things in a part and parcel of reskilling, and it is happening. It's already happening. That's what I would like to say.
And Rahul, if I may just want to add, picking up from what Prasanna and Srinath said.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
It's not just about the technical skill sets that are required. It's a totally new shift in the business paradigm, right? There are skill sets, softer skill sets required in collaboration with your competitors, who will be part of the ecosystem that you create. There are new skill sets required in the sales teams itself to be able to sell these solutions. Similarly, on solution architectures, right? So it's an overall business that has to look at it in its entirety on the skill sets required to run these.
Anyways, I was about to come to you because you're at the center of this. At one side you have suppliers like Ludwig, and at the other side you have customers like Prasanna and Srinath in the organization. So, how to sum it up, what would you say is the way forward, and where exactly are we to conclude?
I would say we have started the journey, and that was the most important thing. But there's a lot to be done, and that will only happen through orchestration of services through an ecosystem of partnerships, and that will be critical.
So you have the demand coming from your customers, and you have your partner ecosystem helping you design and develop the infrastructure and the applications around it.
Yes.
So we see telcos taking a bigger role in the entire thing.
I see telcos taking a bigger role and being at the center of this next phase of evolution of cloud services.
Absolutely. I think that was a pretty interesting mix of views. Ludwig, from you as well, from Prasanna and from Srinath. I think thanks a lot for being here. It's been a great session so far. And
Thank you so much. 5G.
Thank you.
Let's make it happen together. 5G.
Absolutely. Wonderful. And Ludwig, we need those fitness tips.
All right, go for it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Udit Sethi, and I am a director with Digital Advisory Practice at KPMG. I anchor the innovation competency and work very closely with the startup ecosystem in India. I will be the host for this discussion today, and I have with me Avinash, who leads the startup and ITES vertical at Airtel Business. Welcome, Avinash.
Great to be here.
Great. So we would be talking about a very interesting topic on startups modernizing applications for enterprise use. And before we jump right into that topic, I would want to take a minute to thank IMC for two things. The first, providing us this platform to talk about this very interesting topic. We typically hear a lot from consultants like us, advisors and analysts, but hearing from the industry is a lot lesser. And this platform gives us that chance to understand their views on this topic. And second, for giving me an easy role to just ask questions. So with that, I'll jump right into the discussion, into the fire chat. My first question, Avinash, and to give it some context and color, would be that if we see the startup ecosystem in India today, right, we have close to 40,000 startups in India, and close to 25% of them being in deep tech. And also in terms of maturity, we've seen a lot of these startups mature over the last 5 years, 7 years, and that's what is inviting a lot of interest from venture capital funds. Now, why do you think India is this attractive destination for these startups, specifically around deep tech? And what do you think is the way forward? How do you see that ecosystem evolving in months and years to come?
I think, yeah. So you're absolutely right. India has a very attractive environment for startups to, evolve. For example, it's very low cost as far as doing business is concerned, easy access to customers, to vendors. It's a very large domestic market. There are 7 million graduates which the institutes produce every year. Incidentally, 55% of the youth wants to work for startups, which is also great from this country point of view. And the most important thing, India is the second largest internet consumer market with 780 million users as such, 80% of which are mobile. So therefore, it's a very, as I said, conducive environment for startups to evolve. What can we do to basically, what are the building blocks and what's in the future? How should we enable them? Basically, 4 or 5 broad areas. One is, especially when you talk about deep startups, deep tech startups,
one needs to be a little patient. When I say patient capital is the need of the hour. You need to have a longer gestation to think through ideas, evolve them, pilot them, test them, and develop, go to market. So one has to be patient from a point of view of capital. Secondly, access to market, enterprise, government, and global markets. Thirdly, one needs to evolve the talent available in the country so that these organizations truly evolve and flourish. And lastly, maybe mentoring and appropriate funding available at the right time could possibly help these startups in the future.
Absolutely, that's very well put, Avinash. And see, when we talk about funding, primarily funding typically has few channels. Either it comes from venture capitalists or angel investors, or it comes also a lot of times from industry. And we see lately a lot of industry being investing in some of these startups. Now, how do you see this startup ecosystem changing industry dynamics? And how do you think some of these industries and some of these organizations are actually looking at working with startup? What are some of the engagement models you see happening today, and how do you see them evolving in the future?
That's a good question. Actually, startups are the industry problem with deep tech is so large that the large companies or the established organizations simply cannot address all of them in a single go. It needs a far more larger, play. Let me talk about COVID. COVID totally changed the consumer in this country or anywhere in the world for that matter. More people went online and they went even more remote into wherever they are. They are no longer in their offices, malls, stores, theaters. They basically are consuming big time online and at home by and large. The industry through this period of COVID has reinvented itself, reimagined its business model. And the industry I see is far more open to collaboration with, the startup ecosystem for change, for driving change. This brings deep startups, as I said, into center focus. When I say deep startups, by the way, for people who might not be aware, deep startups are basically organizations which are into AI, AR, MR, ML, blockchain, 5G,
Emerging
IoT.
technologies primarily, most of these emerging technologies, whether that is
Also
AI,
emerging
ML,
technologies is what
augmented virtual reality, mixed reality, 5G,
yes.
some of these emerging
So,
technologies.
yeah, what I was saying is deep tech startups are essentially influencing the way fintech behaves, health tech behaves, ad tech, logistics, especially retail. For telecom, a couple of things that we do with startups, or generally the organizations do with startups, is that for telecom companies, startups are helping us improve our acquisition quality, improve customer experience, improve our products and our processes. That's a little bit as to how the industry is being influenced by the startup ecosystem.
Okay. A very interesting topic you brought up to say that people have become more remote and are collaborating more. Now, very quickly, something which we've heard from a lot of our clients is that primarily due to this remote working, while we see increased collaboration and we're seeing a lot of increased productivity, but somewhere how to ensure that we come together to create that innovation which we see. So if I take a cue from that, what do you think we should do for us to ensure that some of these startups become more R&D focused, right? And the ecosystem is driven to create more innovation in the country. If you can share some views around it.
That's another great question. I'll share some statistics with you. India spends 0.6% of GDP on R&D as compared to countries like South Korea, Israel, or Japan, which is in the order of 3 to 4%. Startups are essentially turning out to be outsourced R&D arms for the enterprises. Enterprises are happy to give away problems to specific startups, evolve solutions, and eventually onboard them into their operations or organization the way they really want to. I believe that to foster R&D, each enterprise should have a strategy as to how do we play with this ecosystem
and leverage the talent pool. The government also is doing a lot in R&D, right? They can do more, of course. They do currently like hackathons. The policy environment is continuously changing, becoming more conducive. Labs are being set up. Trials are being set up, which is great. And lastly, I think to drive R&D in this country, the academia will play a crucial role, because while the industry, the enterprises derive solutions for near-term commercial value, the academia basically develops knowledge through research and imparts it to, through education programs, through students. And the collaboration between academia and the industry and the government basically can really improve R&D as such in this country.
Okay. I'll definitely hold that point on academia for now, and I'll come back to that later. But going to the first part of the answer, primarily when you're talking about the ecosystem and ecosystem being ripe. Now, if I take that to my next question, to say that how do you think is the ecosystem right now mature enough to support the adoption of some of these deep tech technologies you're talking about, some of these emerging technologies, right? And how do you think with the advent of 5G around the corner, how do you think that ecosystem would change?
Well, that's another important question. See, how do I put it across? 5G is a high-speed runway which will bring all these innovations, use cases, applications to life, as far as all of us are concerned, right? It's sort of the, blue whale of innovation, which will carry everybody together into the future. Now, how will 5G, what role will the startups play in 5G? Let me give you an example of what video applications did to 4G. Video applications truly brought out the value in 4G, made it much more prevalent, relevant, as such. You no longer hear about 3G anywhere because 4G drives video. Similarly, startups will drive innovation, new applications, new use cases, which are very unique, customized, which will drive the adoption of 5G, making it far more meaningful as far as the country is concerned. One more point I want to add is that I see that as 5G evolves, there are 3 or 4 more areas that you will see emergence of a very different kind of startup, a new kind of startup, and plenty of them. For example, the 5G ecosystem is not just about connectivity. It's not about telcos. It's about solutions. It's about integration. It's about creating customizations, interoperability, creating platforms. Each of these will, find startups, in a very specialized manner coming and contributing. Secondly is the 5G IoT devices, right? You require sensors, holograms, drones, robotics. You need specialized cameras for video analytics. One will see manufacturing in this country improve, and startups will play a pivotal role. Third point is that while 5G consumption will start with enterprises, eventually move towards MSME and consumer. As it moves towards MSMEs, our Indian startups, given their agility and the power to think their workways, will come out with breakthrough use cases for MSME at even higher breakthrough price points, right? This is how I feel that 5G will spur the adoption in the industry of technology, and backed up by the startup ecosystem contributing to that.
And Avinash, that's a very interesting view, and this question has been there prevalent for a while. And whenever we talk to customers, a lot of our customers ask us that whether 5G is a B2B or a B2C phenomena. Where will you see more traction coming in? And another question to add to that is, do you think India is geared up to take advantage of this 5G proliferation?
That's another good question. 5G very clearly will start with enterprises to begin with and gradually go to consumer. There are reasons for it. The device ecosystem as far as handsets for consumer needs to still evolve. Prices need to come down. As far as 5G, the India setup is concerned, how geared is the country? I think there's a lot happened in the last year or so. There is a flourish of activities. enterprise and telcos have come together, and working with startups through incubations, through accelerators to develop, 5G capabilities. Look at what Airtel has done in the last 12 months' time, for example. Airtel has launched real life 5G in a real life environment in Hyderabad with some of these organizations. And we are driving use cases for enterprise, as such. We are incidentally partnering with Ericsson, TCS, Intel, Capgemini, and startups to bring these use cases to life. Some of the use cases that we spoke last week, I was on a call with our customer advisory board. We talked about 5G and said, what is the possible initial use cases that you would like to look at? We saw immense amount of interest come out in remote factory management, warehouse automation, location-based inventory tracking, telemedicine, and so on and so forth. I see the momentum really increasing in the coming days.
I completely agree, and we also believe that 5G will primarily lead to democratization of some of these technologies, where IoT would come handy when we are talking about a connected ecosystem. From there, data moving to cloud, getting analyzed, and on top of that, AI would be managing that. And all of this enabled by 5G, the connectivity layer, to ensure that we see a far better, smarter world in front of our eyes. So now, Avinash, now going back to where we were a question before, to say, while we're looking at this ecosystem and we are looking at engagement with startups, like you just mentioned, what are the different models in which you believe this engagement is happening? How is Airtel engaging with some of these startups and some of your industry veterans and some of your own industry competitors? How do you see them engaging with startups? What are some of these models? And do you see these evolving in the future, or more or less they will remain consistent?
Yeah, there are very set patterns to engage with startups. One is direct sourcing or direct engagement. It's a pretty flat model wherein you engage with a few startups to solve specific business unit specific, problems. The second is open innovation, right? Crowdsourcing, for example, hackathons, ideation boot camps, which throw problems out in the open and you get some very interesting, surprising solutions out. The oldest way that the enterprises engage with startups are through incubator models, the corporate incubator models, wherein an incubator is set into place to specifically identify promising startups, which can be later on onboarded into operations of the company. There is obviously corporate venture funding is a good way to involve yourself with startup, wherein you buy out a certain amount of equity and work with the startups. And of course, lastly is mergers and acquisitions. Mergers basically is all about owning the IP, owning the resources, and onboarding them. This is pretty much a set model, and we see in the future these will continue to evolve. Some of the things that Airtel is doing around startups, especially deep tech startups, is we have improved we work with a startup called VoiceZen.
Okay.
VoiceZen basically provides a solution for agents in contact centers who face customers for their improvement. Using their technology, we have brought down agent fault rate by 60%, and we have onboarded the technology completely. This is one example. We also have several others wherein organizations like WiMAX are helping us improve our AdTech product platform, and that has been taken to market. The industry at large is similarly engaging with startups of similar nature.
Okay. And when we talk about startups, one of the key ingredients to any successful startup is the skills they invest in. Now, do you think India has those skills, when I talk about expertise, to become the next R&D powerhouse? We hear a lot about expertise in US, primarily driven by big three, the Googles, Microsofts, Oracles, SAPs of the world being in US and Europe. And that's where a lot of deep tech expertise lies, and China heavily investing from a government funding perspective. But if I come back to India, how do we see that landscape evolving from a skill perspective?
Okay, that's a funny question, because the way I see it, that Indian brains drive global innovation. You mentioned Google, Microsoft. Indian brains run these companies. India, I handle the IT ATS vertical. There are about 45 lakh engineers working in the high-tech software industry today, right? And they're transforming the entire world from a technology point of view. I think we need to create a platform wherein these Indian brains work in India to create Indian IPR, right? As against giving it away to some organization outside the country. Some of the things which can be done to improve the designing ability. I think few things. Firstly, the R&D in deep tech needs to really improve, and I spoke about that earlier. Secondly, I think the government is taking multiple initiatives with academia, with the industry, to drive young workforce to come up and participate in these roles. There are a country size of 1.35 billion will require 1 million new engineers in the next 5 years' time, right? To become a design powerhouse, we see that there are some gaps as far as skills are concerned, the existing talent. It's important that you upskill them to remain relevant to these technologies. I really am a passionate believer in the government initiatives like Startup India, Skill India, Make in India, which are fostering this. And lastly, what is red hot is that there are 2,500 deep tech startups in this country, growing at the rate of 4x every 3 years, attracting significant funding, as such. This ecosystem is ripe to turn India into a design powerhouse of the future, is what I believe.
So, Avinash, we spoke a lot about startups and we spoke a lot about industry collaboration with startups. You lead the startup vertical at Airtel Business. Would it be possible for you to walk us through some of the use cases you're working on, the way you are engaging with startups, for anything which you can share in a public domain?
Yeah. I can, let me see, I can share something which I'm personally deeply involved in. We have co-opted some startups to develop a cloud communication platform. We call it Airtel IQ. Tremendously successful. We launched it a few months ago. We already have almost 100 clients onboarded. What the platform does is it helps enterprises engage with their consumers through voice, through video, WhatsApp, bots. We are building, in fact, a full-fledged call center automation. Speech analytics using AI so that you get to know exactly what's happening on a real-time basis as far as interaction of your agents with your customers are concerned, right? The second one is work from anywhere. I also lead the ITITS vertical. Okay. Work from anywhere has been, developed in research with specific startups who are into IoT and AI. And what this solution basically does is that it will help these 45 lakh engineers who work remotely as such. It will help them through an algorithm which is AI based, enhance connectivity experience at home, accelerate the application experience, for these, workers from home, and through IoT technologies, one can remotely manage the entire, setup for the home as such. These are two areas which Airtel is working with. We are seeing some tremendous response from the industry as far as both these areas are concerned.
Perfect. And Avinash, if I can take a last question coming back to academia, and how do you see the role of academia very quickly in 2 lines in developing and maturing this ecosystem?
Yeah, so I think academia is doing a lot and can do better, of course. See, look at what enterprises do. Enterprises, as I said earlier, they work on solutions which create commercial value, largely in the near term, right? That's how all of us are driven. But academia plays a very different role out here. Academia basically, through research, through platforms that they create within the colleges, create new knowledge, right? And they, of course, disperse it to students in various shapes and forms, right? Academia and industry collaborating together can create breakthrough ideas in terms of technology, in terms of use case, and most importantly, entrepreneurship, right? I already see that the IITs, premier institutes like IITs are creating world-class research parks in the country. Some of them are funded by the industry as such. There are, of course, 90 institutes which run an active incubation center. Much more can be done in terms of, improving the policy to promote this, industry, academia, startup, and government interaction. Government schemes like Make in India, Startup India, Skill India can be further driven, further accelerated. The role of the incubator will play a pivotal role in terms of how the academia really produces productive, resources which are ready to hit the industry, and of course, improve the general, skill set in the company to live up to the demand of what is coming in the future.
And absolutely, Avinash, we're towards the end of time, and thank you so much for these thoughts. Some of these would stay with me, and I'm sure a lot of them is what everybody listening to you would want to ponder upon. Just to summarize the discussion, I think there are some very good 3-4 takeaways. The first primarily being that digital economy is here to stay, right, and which will be accelerated by 5G adoption. And if you talk about the ecosystem is right now. In terms of deep type startups, we're saying that they would play a pivotal role. And when we're talking about skills, academia and industry would work together to bridge some of this gap in terms of reskilling and upskilling to make all of this better for the country. And when I'm talking primarily about this ecosystem growing to the next level and India jumping some of these startup rankings, then we are talking about the role of academia, enterprises, government, and industry. Primarily along with the startup ecosystem working together to ensure that there is a conducive environment, creating a win-win situation and growth for everyone in the ecosystem. Now, with that, Avinash, I would want to thank you so much for your time. It has been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you, and thank you, IMC.
Thank you so much for the
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are joined together for a very critical panel on the intersection of AI into IoT. We all know that economies across the world are investing significantly in artificial intelligence across sectors. India has seen AI innovations in financial services, medicine, ICT fields. The intersection of IoT, artificial intelligence, and next generation mobile technology has enormous potential to deliver dramatic improvements in productivity, efficiency, and cost across business sectors and broader society. This can deliver innovative products and services. As this AI advances to the man-machine intelligence at scale, it is converging more and more with IoT to transform enterprises and industries. AI will be fundamentally necessary to handle connected ecosystem and in making sense of the endless data streams from various devices. Our studies have proved that AI makes IoT data 25% more efficient and analytics 42% more effective. The core components of IoT, including connectivity, sensor data, and robotics, will ultimately have to become intelligent. The projections depict that a $26 billion global market for AI plus IoT as a whole by 2025, while embedded AI is slated to reach $5.7 billion globally by 2025. Especially, AI in industrial machines will reach $638 million globally by 2025 with collaborative robot growth at 42.5% CAGR. This IoT growth in turn will drive an exponential rise in the volumes of data being generated, with an IDC estimate that the number of devices connected to internet will surge from what was only 11 billion in 2016 to 80 billion in 2025. And this will generate around 180 zettabytes of data every year. Now, this is up from what was 4.4 zettabytes in 2013 and going up to 44 zettabytes in 2020. In our panel discussion today, we would discuss the myth versus the reality. What is AI and IoT really? And its practical use cases. How can AI be used alongside IoT to make a real difference? The adoption of AI in new business offerings, internal processes, and research, and how reliant it is on big data and analytics to be successful. Additionally, the panel would also discuss the threat that comes with AI and IoT in terms of security from a user data and intrusiveness perspective, and what the future holds. So in our panel today, our esteemed panelists are from Ericsson, Vodafone, and SR. From Ericsson, we have Mr. Klaus Estrugo Eckstein. Klaus is the head of global channel development in IoT. He has held a variety of roles in global ICT market over the past 25 years at Ericsson. Since 2019, Klaus was appointed head of global channel development in IoT. The global team he leads supports the CSPs and ecosystem channel partners to sell the Ericsson IoT portfolio effectively to various enterprises. The global team makes available to all the channel partners commercial and technical operational training, GTM, and sales support, and helps with tactical enterprise lead generation. Previously, before this role, he was also the global head of sales for IoT. In this role, he was responsible for the recruitment of new channel partners and growing existing partners in the IoT business. Mr. Klaus has gained experience in the IoT business, heading up the sales in Europe, Asia, and before that, being responsible for product management of the IoT platform. Our next panelist is Mr. Amit Satpathy, who is the EVP and head for Vodafone Idea IoT business. Amit's mandate is to drive both consumer and enterprise IoT for the organization. IoT has always been strategically the biggest bet for VI enterprise business. Amit carries a diverse experience from telecom, media and entertainment, infrastructure, IT, and office automation. He has served in several leadership roles, both within India and overseas. Amit has also worked with Airtel, Times of India, Reliance, and Tech Mahindra. And so you see his experience spans across both enterprise and consumer businesses. He is extremely passionate in inventing creative ways through technology and has helped Fortune 500 organizations transform their businesses by adopting digital practices. Our next panelist is Mr. Jayanta Prabhu, who is the Group CIO of SR. Jayanta looks after business transformation enablement by IT strategy, enterprise architecture, information security, project delivery, enterprise license agreements, and the IT Center of Excellence. He has represented IT on various functions, boards of business verticals, HR, finance, M&A, the audit committee. Jayanta also is a recipient of many awards like the CIO 100, Top 10 CIO of India, Global CIO Power List, etc., and has published multiple articles in leading magazines. Jayanta is also frequently invited by the Government of India and prestigious institutions like NASSCOM as an expert on various panels. So let's start with Amit. Vodafone, as we know, is one of the first telcos to start focusing on IoT in India. With the launch of the new platform, it plans to concentrate on automotive, logistics, infrastructure, utility industry verticals. And we understand that, you as VI are looking at a collaborative model, and also drawing lessons from global markets. So how do you see this will enhance the market visibility and help IoT expand in India?
Thank you, Dipan. Very good afternoon to you and to the esteemed panelists and all the viewers out here. If I were to summarize your question, the primary question is how do we ensure that we retain the top performer ranking in the IoT sector? And I'm talking about in the context of telecom out here, right? Yes, you are right. We are lucky with a lot of learnings from our sister concern from overseas, and we have been the early investors in India also. For last more than a decade, we have been investing in IoT. It started off with traditional M2M. But today, if the juncture at which we are standing, we have to take the we have to continue with the investment in this, and there are some 5 areas where I feel will where the investment will give us returns in retaining our market position. One is, if you look at our portfolio, it is the widest in the market with 14 used cases which has been sold, which has been delivered, and which has been monetized. This is across 4 horizontals. And this is the integrated IoT which we are talking about. We are no more talking about pure connectivity, because we have moved on from last year when we launched this in April this year. It is in smart mobility, it is in smart infrastructure, smart utility, and the traditional M2M connectivity, now we are calling it as smart connectivity, because there are various methods of communication today, and we have already diversified there. So one is the diversified IoT portfolio. Second is the deepest experience and capability on the connectivity side. So in IoT connectivity, possibly with almost 4,000 clients in last 10 years, we have got the experience of connecting the rural areas, urban areas, water management companies, solar management companies, automatic meter reading companies, connected autos. So you see the cases are pretty diverse, and all these cases give you a very different kind of learning in terms of connectivity. The same connectivity does not work in a different use case because the standards are different, as we all know. So that's the second one. So we intend to continue to invest and ensure that our customers benefit from that experience. The third is the trying to contribute. With this learning, we also have an added responsibility of contributing to the ecosystem. So we are at the core of the ecosystem today in defining the standards, in defining the guidelines, whether it is with government bodies, whether it is with our esteemed clients who have to define their own company policies around IoT. So we are lending that experience, and we are at the core of the ecosystem, developing hardware modules, firmware, because we have an IoT lab where we invite testings by our partners as well as our customers. We have another solution called IoT Scan, which we run through an organization to actually let them know at which stage are they in if they want to adapt IoT. This is typically for the digitally native organizations. This is not for a matured organization like my esteemed panelist Jayanta, who's here. I know Jayanta and team have embarked on this journey almost 5, 6, 10 years back. We have worked with them in some fashion. The fourth point is the resources. Our resources are all aligned to the biggest opportunities which are there in the market today. We are not working for a pie in the sky and eyeing that 20 billion and 25 billion, which all the research guys keep throwing at us. We are very realistic in our outlook. We are looking at AIS 140, a very big opportunity. We are looking at the electric vehicle ecosystem, very big opportunity. We are looking at the smart metering, 25 crores, very big opportunity. We are looking at smart logistics. So our resources, whether it is people, processes, development in R&D, everything is aligned around these opportunities which are existing today in front of us, and which will take another 2 to 3 to 4 years for any organization to milk it. And we cannot do it alone. These opportunities are massive. So I'm sure there are a lot of other guys also working on it. That's the fourth one. And the fifth one is investment in people. If you look at the composition of IoT team today in Vodafone Idea, both on the consumer IoT and the enterprise IoT, the people are all coming from hardcore IoT experience. We have automotive engineers who have done IoT, and they have got themselves trained in very, very world-renowned organizations. They are the guys doing product development. Whether it is smart metering, we have got guys from likes of Schneider's who are there in our team. So these are not regular telecom guys. They're all specialists in their own areas. So I think with these 5 things, I'm confident that we will continue to stay ahead in this market and hopefully contribute a lot for our customers. Thank you, Dipan. That's my 2 bit on the question.
Okay. Thank you, Amit. And you spoke about smart manufacturing and smart logistics. So let me bring in Jayanta out here. We all know that Industry 4.0, right, Jayanta, has the potential to revolutionize the factory lines, and especially smart sensors, which are becoming a significant force towards driving this transformation, right? Even for oil companies, for example, when a smart sensor is attached to oil rigs and the related equipment can continuously monitor and recommend preventive maintenance, this enables a significant reduction in operating costs, right? You can predict when these machines fail and how to work around to ensure that the preventive maintenance can be done. Now, with such kind of use cases, in your view, how do you see the level of adoption of Industry 4.0 in India across sectors?
Yeah, thanks, Dipan, and good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists and my viewers. Dipan, what we have seen is today's scenario. Digital has become a backbone of manufacturing, and every organization, you take large scale, small scale, SME, means everybody is thinking about automation. This is because they want to improve the productivity, and they want to bring the efficiency and reduce overall cost. Means every sector you go, and there is a huge revenue growth is under pressure today in current economy. And when it is in pressure, everybody wants to bring that efficiency and reduce the cost so that they can win that battle in market as a manufacturer. And Industrial 4.0, it was a buzzword, means maybe 2-3 years back. Everybody is talking Industrial 4.0. And today it's not a buzzword, it's a reality. And it's not on large enterprises, it's on medium and small enterprises also. And what we have seen is that adoption of digital technology, AI or IoT, means it's seen in a significant growth, including in SR environment also. We have done multiple implementations. And earlier we are not thinking about that. We are stopped at automation side, and we are thinking beyond that today. And a lot of machines, sensors, it's installed in every part of the plant to get the data and churn that data to get a meaningful output of that. And if you see the overall global scenario, India is lagging little bit, means compared to global peers on Industrial 4.0 adoption. And there are 2 kind of practical scenarios. Means if you are building a greenfield project today, and Industrial 4.0 is a mandate in ESA, means Industrial 4.0 solutions, it's implemented from day 1 and to bring that efficiency of productivity. And if plants are older, means there are a lot of legacy systems people are using, it is a little more effort required to convert that one in Industrial 4.0. Means a lot of products, whatever you are using, our solutions, whatever our technology, what we are using, these are all proprietary based. Means a lot of interfaces you need to build, a lot of APIs you need to build in to get that output. And that is the 2 practical scenarios we have seen in market. And as per me, industry integration of physical systems and the cybersecurity platform, the basic premise for Industrial 4.0 is still it's the efficacy level in India. And if you see the when we are thinking, government is looking for a 25% GDP and by 22 or whatever it may be, means 25% GDP from manufacturing segment, it has to come in 2022. Industrial 4.0 is going to play a significant role. And a lot of people are adopting this, and it is a sector specific. If we take an example, large scale plant like steel or oil, means there is a siloed implementation is going on. And if you take pharmacy or electrical vehicle and all those plants, and their implementation is taken a big step, and they've taken a big leap of steps to implement this. And if you really ask me, without Industry 4.0, it is very difficult to run plants and based on customer experience, what they're looking going forward. That is my 2 bits from whatever question you asked, Dipan.
Thank you, Jayanta. Thank you so much. So now let's move towards Ericsson. Now, we all know that Ericsson has been the cusp of providing innovative solutions across stitching these emerging technologies, AI, and providing IoT solutions to various customers across the globe. So, Klaus, how do you look at Ericsson's portfolio today, and how do you look at enhancing it to expand the reach and breadth of AI-led IoT across the globe?
Thank you, Dipayan, for the question, and I'm honored to be in this panel. And good afternoon, everyone listening and watching this panel discussion. So if we look at the operator at Ericsson and the operators, we have been there for decades, supporting the operators to build out their networks. But now that is one part, but it's equally important for both of us, the operators and ourselves, to look beyond and be much more clear and understanding what are really the needs from enterprises across the world, across the different industries. And if I just divide the bigger Ericsson portfolio into the network gear, which is very much tailored and now adopting 5G, has been adopting in the past, to NB-IoT technologies, Cat-M1 technologies, which are very much first cases where specifically the use cases and the needs for IoT and the enterprises was considered. This is now continuing to support use cases which require a low latency, the big amount of data you were mentioning before, which means that the workloads of the enterprises and the operators need to be more distributed in clouds, and also the technology of network slicing comes into play here as one of the trends in our portfolio. But then looking more at the enterprise directly, we are also developing our enterprise portfolio, which we are primarily selling through operators. Here we have our IoT platform, and also we are supporting use cases which would be used in the industry, like our dedicated networks portfolio. Around that, and we see there's a very big need from enterprises to actually ensure that their devices are working when they deploy them from the start. So we also have expanded to offer testing services, so that devices which are launched in particular networks worldwide are sort of configured and are tested according to the specification from those countries and also from those operators, allowing a smooth deployment of the devices from those enterprises. And similar to what Amit was saying, that Vodafone is working closely with the ecosystem, because here we see that relationship is so important, sort of complementary to our portfolio. The tight collaboration with, for instance, cloud providers, with device providers, with chipset providers becomes also very important. And just to pick out 2 cases where here we are looking and hearing exactly what enterprises are needed, which is very much what was mentioned before, automation, and also the possibility to have a secure infrastructure and a secure connection of all devices. So one would be we are working very closely with the cloud providers like AWS and Azure, and ensuring that also there's a digital channel towards those enterprises which operators can use. Another evolution of our portfolio is then to also ensure that especially constrained devices, which are making more and more the volumes of devices in the market, that they are securely connected end-to-end to the cloud providers. And here we're working closely right now with Azure and AWS, so that there's an automatic way to connect these constrained devices and offer end-to-end security.
That's good. Thank you. If you can also talk about, the impact of machine learning and M2M. So, we know that machine learning will become a key AI technology, right, to realize the full potential of, big data or IoT, particularly in edge computing platforms. Now, with increased M2M communication also, How has the network requirement evolved? What would you say are the key pointers that companies are looking at adopting, when they are looking at IoT and AI? So what are the key pointers that the companies are looking to keep in mind from a network perspective?
That's a very relevant question. And I mean, we have a very broad spectrum of enterprises we are interacting. On our IT platform, we have more than 7,000 enterprises. We have 35 operators using that platform. And through that source, we get a lot of very first-hand information on what are these requirements, what are these pain points. And since the audience here in this listening to this panel are a lot of enterprises, one thing we hear is that we as an industry, telecom industry, have still a way to go to even explain and convince the benefits of cellular connectivity, which in the broad scale of connected devices and IoT is a minority still. And here's where we get a lot of comments from enterprises about being more clear, be expressing those values, which definitely are the seamless coverage worldwide, which can be offered. It's the built-in security, which the cellular connectivity offers, reliability, and then putting all those things together, it really gives uninterrupted, secure insights into the life cycle of the devices from those enterprises. So this sounds very basic, but talking to a lot of the enterprises interacting with us, there's still some work we all jointly still need to do and continue doing. Including there is also to understand the journeys the different enterprises go through and their maturity. Here, through a lot of case studies and discussions we have had, we see that helping enterprises to select their first use case is very important. It's so easy to get distracted with all these possibilities, but to make the first use case happen and workable at the enterprise is actually a key success factor, where again we see a lot of failures there. So that help we can provide as an industry, as a community of operators and Ericsson is very fundamental. As we mentioned, to talk with partners and to work with partners becomes essential for the enterprise as well in their journey launching their services. And then comes usually the ask, how can we expand our solution to different geographies? And here's where a seamless platform which helps to distribute the platform, the devices and the solutions across the globe, across different operators becomes very essential. We have done some case study now recently with a company who's manufacturing coffee machines and deploying them in Europe and China. And here's where these requirements on a network to allow them to do this seamlessly, whether it's in Europe or in China, and allowing there for a good collaboration between the carriers to offer this solution to this one enterprise becomes very important. And that's where the network requirements need to consider the entire journey of those enterprises from starting to the inception of their service and then supporting them also to launch the service globally.
Perfect. And the thing that majorly came out here is, how you are helping your clients get into an ease of transition, right? You talked about the first use case, right? And once you help them develop the first use case, how they can sort of get leverage more benefits out of the technology, and add incremental use cases to it. Now here, I would like to have a viewpoint from SR, from Jayanta and Amit also. So Jayanta, we all know that how SR ports, it has a commitment towards this continuous improvement, right? And it has been an early adopter of digital technologies, including IoT and data analytics, right? And there are so many emerging technologies which are coming, like SCADA, etc., in this area. So how do you feel is the ease of transition from an industry point of view?
Yeah, thanks, Deepa. And sorry. Yes, you rightly told that SR is known as an early adopter of latest technologies in the industry or market. And today, if you ask me, one of the critical thing for any technology success is a basic infrastructure. When you are telling basic infrastructure, you have to have a right system, right connectivity, right network within that organization or within that particular manufacturing setup, so that you can bring the technology and you can comfortably tell this technology is going to run. Okay, that basic infrastructure we have focused a lot, and everything is in place. And if you see the SR, we run multiple ports. We have 5 ports at the moment. And out of these 5 ports, the different ports are in different maturity level. Means you can't take a one template kind of this one you can create and you can implement everywhere. So each port is handled different material movement and a different logistic arrangement they have. Means you need to understand first what is the process improvement required in that particular port. And second thing, it's coming use cases. Means it's very easy if you have a right use case and keep that in front of business users and go through that use case and explain them how it is going to help them to improve their efficiency, productivity, or reduce the cost. There are 3 things we are seeing. Okay, that is the second part. Third part is that how fast we can showcase that one by doing a POC. Means in production environment, you can't directly bring a technology and implement from day one. You need to do a small POC and see the result. Means how it is performing, how it is benefiting me in that particular segment or in that particular process. That is the second thing. And third thing is that then we can think about connecting, putting all the sensors, connecting all the devices, and bring all the data together, and we can process using a centralized command center. Means our theme is very clear. We don't want to create a siloed digital technology implementation. Whatever we do is a big bang approach. We create a command center. We have a command center in our corporate office, and all the experts are sitting there, and they are monitoring all the post data simultaneously, and they're taking right decisions. That is the approach we adopt today. And means what we have seen is that small bit by bit implementation and showing the result to business users and bringing them together and going with the big bang. And that is the approach we use in SR, so that everybody feels that whatever technology we implement or whatever process improvement we are doing, that is helping them.
Great. So so now, Amit, how do you see this ease of adoption from an operator point of view?
Yeah, I think see, Deepan, we try to make things simple because we are not a very complex technology company if you take away the connectivity part. So we like to keep it very, very simple. What is our core strength? Our core strength is the smallest part in the ecosystem, unfortunately, which is valued the most when none of this automation works, and that's connectivity, right? There's only 5 to 7% of the entire architecture. So that's why we have to be very simple, and we have to demystify this complex thing about automation. So we do not, our emphasis and the teams are trained like that, whether it is BD, whether pre-sales, whether it is the solution designing guys. We are always in our internal evaluation or qualification of an opportunity. We don't start with things like how will we do it and all. With the customer also, we invest more time in trying to help them, because this is a struggle with the customer also, mind you, whether big or small. They are unable to articulate the outcome, number one. They really do not know what they want. They like to experiment with us, and we do not want to be the backend or an R&D team or an IT company for our customer. That we are very clear, because we are not built like that, okay? And we do not have an unreserved amount of funds to invest. So that's why we spend inordinate time in helping customers identify the outcome first, articulate that outcome, help them build a business case, because a lot of times the user department, and there are 3 departments which gets involved in our experience we have seen. the user department, the IT department, and the procurement department in the entire buying center. The user department, who has the maximum need of adoption of automation, has the least understanding or the time or the bandwidth to create a business case which his finance or his IT guy will help him push it through. So we help that part. So we spend a lot of time there. I think that is our strength, because we have been dealing with almost 10,000 enterprise customers, and we know how we do that part, the qualification part, very well. Second is educating the customer with our own experience of diverse use cases. And as I told you, at any given point in time, we have in double digits POCs going on, live POCs going on. So there are a lot of learnings which can cut across industry, cut across use cases also. We invite them to accelerate their adoption in our lab. We actually we bring in their devices. So somebody will be using a Bosch, somebody will be using a Dunlop. I'm talking about, say, smart connectivity. For them to do a testing, easily it takes away 6 to 18 months, depending on their own internal complexity and the features they want to build in. I'm just giving you one OEM scenario. If you go to an AMR scenario, it will differ. It will go to a water management, it will differ. It will go to logistics, it will differ. So our IoT lab is pretty robust enough to offer that platform for testing. And there we do the firmware, hardware, connectivity, all sorts of testing. We help in certification. If you take mobility, smart mobility, you need to have at times ARI certificates, you need to have CAT 3 certificates. There are a lot of certifications, government certificates. We do help them because we are experienced in getting that done. Third thing, we help design the right solution, which is a hybrid solution. So today, fortunately, IoT is not only connected through cellular. There are almost 5 or 6 or 7 protocols by which you can connect. So we have invested in a very strong solution designing team, which is called Application Advanced Solution Group. They design these hybrid connectivity solutions for the client, because the client is always constrained, because one is they can't afford to really hire so many connectivity technical people in their team only to design. So that's another thing which we offer, and it comes as a consulting practice. It's a paid service. But the other ones which I was telling you is obviously our investment with the client, and it's a long-term investment. And the last one, to appease the procurement guy, we definitely work out a total cost of ownership, because these contracts are 3 to 5 years period. So at times you will find, and this is a very fragmented ecosystem. There are giants at one end of the spectrum, and there are very small startup innovative companies also at the other end of the spectrum. So for the procurement guy to really determine the value, and they always try to bring it down to the lowest granular element of costing. It is very easy when they are purchasing. They will say, my upfront cost is lowest out here, so I'll go for it. But when you look at the total operational cost, total people cost involved, your colleagues are also involved in a customer's environment, which actually adds up to 34 to 36%. We have done those calculations. The total TCO, if you take, then that is where the guy gets convinced. So I think there are a lot of things, push and pull both, assist and paid, non-paid, everything is there. But we are doing our bit. We are working very, very hard in ensuring that clients are adopting it faster. But these are some of them which I just thought I'll share, Dipayan. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. And so if I can move back to Klaus. Klaus, do you see a similar perspective given by the clients, even in global markets, when you were talking about the first use case? And Amit talked about 3 major decision makers, right? The users, the IT, and the procurement. Now, even in a global scenario, when you have worked in other geographies, do you see the same characteristic represented in terms of users having the urgency, but doesn't have the bandwidth to understand the relevance and the way you can implement the use case, and hence you need to actually run a consulting-led engagement, if you will, right, to convince them?
Yes, I mean, I can definitely echo what Amit just mentioned. I mean, if I pull out this case study I was mentioning before about this coffee maker machine company, what was very interesting is to see that they, of course, had heard all these possible use cases, preventive maintenance and user experience improvement of the customers and other things. There's a sheer amount of possibilities. What we just saw there is that ultimately what no one can remove from them is the burden to decide what is now the most important. Where do we want to grow our business or our product? How do we want to enhance it? And what was interesting is that usually everyone talks about cost reduction, preventive maintenance as a first use case. But what we saw here in this case, that they were much more looking at how can they expand the user experience of their customers. So whenever a coffee machine is, for instance, in a hotel lobby, or it's in the industrial environment of some fair, they were just trying to understand how can they really make a better experience. What are these users of the machine do better, or what do they demand? And I think that homework is something you cannot remove from them. But the good best practice here was that they actually went really into the details to understand how their product should be perceived better by their customers. And I think that helped them very much to focus on the right things. And then comes, of course, what technology to use, in which market they want to launch. And then these questions which would come to the operators or to ourselves become a bit more sharper. But it starts with them having had an idea how they want to evolve the product. And I also agree with Amit here that, there are cases where it's sort of a blank sheet of paper. And then obviously there is a tremendous work to get to some point. So here's also to be a bit aware of how far is that enterprise in the digital transformation in their structure. And then obviously there are these three departments, but if for them digital transformation is still very foreign, it will be very difficult to get to some sort of a next step in an easy way. So that's sort of expressing some very practical examples what we have seen where it's not rocket science, it's just a matter of the enterprise really thinking a bit different jointly and focusing on what they really want to achieve as an outcome.
So that's quite insightful. Let's move to another burning topic which people come up with, is about the enterprise security. So many devices, so much of data across various touch points. So enterprise security is a concern that most of the clients and the industries and the people who are going to implement IoT come up with. So and if I talk about enterprise security in smart manufacturing, right, Jayant, with this explosion of technology in AI, right, in the hand of the hackers, if I may, how do you think the manufacturing sector can safeguard itself from these potential cyber attacks? How are you looking at dealing with it from the future threats?
Yeah, Dipan, one of the major concern, rightly you told that cyber security or enterprise security is very critical in today's date. And so as per latest report, in last year, 30% attacks which has happened on manufacturing systems. And IT systems are very critical. For what we have seen is that for hackers, this is a honeypot kind of thing. Manufacturing systems are a very honeypot for them. And there are multiple inputs here. Means earlier, if you see the way manufacturing happening is that it is a siloed environment. It is not connected to internet. It's not connected to main network or IT network. They had their own network and they used to run everything. Means all the automations are implemented and they're running. And today, what is happening when you are talking smart manufacturing? Now all the devices we need to connect, and anyway internet is anyway it has to require, and we are integrating with IT network to bring out the data and bring out the meaningful result for all the CXOs and their laptop, iPad, or their mobile devices. And so all the CXOs, they want to access all the critical information or the decisions when they're on go. And so that is a requirement. And today, if you ask me from IT side, we spent over a decade to implement all the technologies or all the tools or solutions to protect our entire enterprise. And when you are talking manufacturing setup, you need to start with the scratch. Means you need to create framework. We need to create on multiple manufacture technology. How I am going to protect, and some of the technology you need to really test, because of these are running plants. You can't shut down that plant for any reason, and these.
Hi, and welcome to this session as part of the India Mobile Congress 2021. Today's session is about the narrowband IoT, and we're going to be talking about how do we realize the true potential of NB-IoT. And joining me today is a very, very experienced panel of leaders in the industry who actually spent a lot of time working on this technology. And we're fortunate to have them with us today to share their experience. And the good news is we have participation that spans across the entire ecosystem, right? From the telecom operators to the OEMs and also the platform and ecosystem partners as well. So without further ado, let me introduce the panel for today. Joining me first is Raghavan Sampath. Raghavan is the Director of Business Development at MediaTek. Hi, Raghavan. Good morning and welcome to this fireside chat.
Hey, good morning, Chaitanya. It's my honor and pleasure to be on this fireside chat.
Thank you. So Raghavan has spent a lot of time working on proliferating technology, be it 5G, 4G, or NB-IoT, etc. And he's also been actively involved in multiple IoT use cases and applications. And he has over 20 years experience working across the industry, across companies like NXP, Freescale, Amtel, and Texas Instruments. And we will look forward to hearing about his experience working on IoT, especially NB-IoT. Joining me next is Anand Bhandari from Reliance Jio. Hi, Anand.
Hey, hi,
Good morning and
Chaitanya.
welcome.
Good morning, Chaitanya. Good morning, fellow panelists. It's a pleasure to have you all today morning. So,
all right, sure.
yeah.
Thank you. So Anand is part of GeoThings, and he leads the NB-IoT initiative. He leads smart utilities and smart assets. And this is a very exciting area. And from a Geo perspective, as a telecom and infrastructure provider, they are extremely critical part of the ecosystem. And we're very fortunate to have him. And he's also led the development and commercialization of the GeoThings IoT platform. And he has a very good vantage point, which we hope to benefit from today. Joining me next is Saurabh Gupta.
Thanks, Chaitanya, for inviting me, and I'm looking forward for the session.
Sure. Welcome, Saurabh. Good morning. Saurabh is a director at Capital Power Systems. They are a leader in the electricity metering, smart metering space. And he is also looking at, he's also a consumer of various technologies, including different LP1 technologies, including NB-IoT. And we'll look to hear his perspective as an OEM in this space. And this is where the rubber meets the road. And he's also getting into other ventures around gas metering as well. So truly, he has a good perspective about the product roadmap as well, about where we go from here. So welcome, everyone. And thank you for joining us today as we speak about the potential, realizing the potential of NB-IoT and the technology. To set things into context, first of all, we are very interestingly poised in India today. In the aftermath of COVID, we've seen a big push towards digital technologies, which was already a trend even before COVID hit us. But after the experiences that we've had as a country, as an industry during COVID, everyone's realized that this is extremely critical for us in the future. We've already seen great success in the B2C space as far as technology and digitalization goes. But now it is time for the next leap, which is around the industrial IoT, industrial connectivity, the B2B connectivity, and what we call Industry X.0, right? So which is smart manufacturing, smart operations, etc. We've also seen several areas where telecom has been a big enabler for the digital revolution so far. However, as far as telecom technologies go, we have an interesting conundrum in India, one where we have a very dense, high traffic urban market, which is very well served by the existing 4G and upcoming 5G kind of technologies. But we also have, in contrast, a very vast expanse of rural areas in India, which are not very commercially viable to serve using more expensive technologies. And that is where we have the potential of technologies like LPWAN, especially NB-IoT coming in. And that's why we're going to talk about it. The other big factor as far as this goes is the viability and the business case of these technologies. And that is where NB-IoT has a big advantage, being a fairly low cost and low maintenance technology. And this is especially attractive for a lot of businesses which have a very large spread, which are spread in remote areas, hard to reach areas. And that's also adding to the attractiveness. And lastly, we are well poised towards getting into the next stage of the telecom infrastructure around 5G. But NB-IoT is interestingly poised where it's like a stepping stone into 5G, wherein we can identify specific use cases which require extremely low latency or high bandwidth, which can transition to 5G. But for the other use cases, we can have a coexistence with the NB-IoT. So with that as the context, what we'll do is we'll hear from the participants over the next 15 minutes and hear their take on what we see, right, as the future of this technology. So first off, I'd like to start with Anand on your experience working with different technologies, you being at the forefront of connectivity. What are the benefits of NB-IoT in your view compared to other connectivity technologies? And how can industries actually benefit from this?
Sure. Thanks, Chaitanya. Fortunately, I come from a background where communication is, I've tried multiple communication options, right from Zigbee to RF to cellular and LoRa at times. PLC was also at one point in time technology to be looked at. Now, connecting various sensors or multiple sensors, massive IoT has been the need of the day. But all these technologies that I spoke about have, had their spike. They tried their luck to be a backbone of IoT, but none of them really have scaled up to the extent that we expected. The reasons have been multiple. Some technologies do not, scale up from the perspective of the actual global reach. They're only confined to a particular vendor or a particular geography. Corresponding with the cost of chipsets is not really affordable for adoption. Some technologies like the previous cellular technologies, to be precise, have been pretty expensive on the power consumption aspect. So the constrained devices always face these problems. LoRa, on the other hand, had an issue with upfront infrastructure cost. It had these issues with transferring data, FOTA, and all these things were obviously a challenge. But then, with all these challenges, now we have NB-IoT, which is actually addressing all of them in a single shot. So, for example, when we talk about the coverage, anywhere you see an LTE tower, it can radiate NB-IoT. So you don't really have to set up an additional infrastructure. If we just talk about Geo, we have more than 300,000 plus towers which would radiate that. So that's covering over 95% population. Now, Airtel, Voda combined will actually increase this coverage by an extensive margin. Then it comes to power optimization. It's really power optimized with EDRX and PSM functions where you would have 10 plus years of battery life. It can get into deep indoors with additional 20 dB of coverage as compared to 2G. And of course, it has got the security and reliability aspects that comes from the cellular background. So in my opinion, there are four decisive factors, and what I call them as 4 Cs of next IoT adoption. And that's where NB-IoT stands out. The first part is coverage. As I said, NB-IoT can have a global presence. It is not just 4G, but 5G has adopted NB-IoT. So it's got pretty good coverage in terms of the actual geographies. And then when you talk about penetration or deep indoor penetration, you can get an additional penetration as well using repetition of transmissions technology that NB-IoT comes with. The second C is the cost. Now, if you see the cost, it's like 50%, at least 50% economical than Cat 1, Cat 4. And then there is no upfront network deployment cost nor network maintenance cost. The third C is connections. So when you talk about massive IoT connections, we are talking about 100,000 potential devices getting connected to one NB cell. So the story of billions of devices getting connected to the cloud can be realized only by NB-IoT. And the fourth part is the constrained devices. Now the control plane optimizations with PSM and the EDRX extend the battery life up to 10 years, which was impossible for any of the cellular technologies. So with all these factors, I would suggest that NB-IoT is one of the best technologies. It's secure, it's simple. OEMs can adopt it very quickly to scale it up. So that's it from my side on this opening remark on what or how NB-IoT could benefit.
All right. No, thanks, Anand. That is very, very helpful and a very, very succinct way of looking at the 4 Cs, right? About coverage, cost, connections, and constraints. So, Raghavan, coming to you next. So, based on these, and like Anand said, this is technology which is already adopted in over 16 countries, right? So it's already getting international acceptance as a standard. So, what are some interesting use cases for a country like India, which we can adopt, right, based on what has been successful elsewhere?
Yeah, thanks, Chaitanya, for bringing me in. And I would like to, first of all, convey my regards to Anand because he has captured the entire advantages of NB-IoT in a nutshell, right? So that's the theme of today's topic, how to realize the true potential of NB-IoT. For unfortunate reasons, India has not yet lived up to the expectation of NB-IoT technology itself compared to the global deployments. Just to give you some benchmark, already 180 million NB-IoT technology nodes are live globally. And based on several market research reports, by 2025, they are saying it will touch 1 billion units of NB-IoT technology, NB-IoT nodes, live nodes. So why this huge spike in NB-IoT? As Anand rightly said, it's the technology itself. So there are several other low power wireless technologies available, like Mr. Anand said, Sigfox, LoRa, 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G is just near the corner. So NB-IoT is slightly made for India, right? One is the number of connections, the huge geographical need of India, millions of IoT devices to be connected, the cost of the technology itself compared to the Cat-M, Cat-1, Cat-4, right? 50% cheaper than the existing technologies. So with this background, there could be a plethora of IoT connected devices in India. Just to give you some example, the smart city deployments itself. So what do we mean by smart city, right? All the utility meters like electricity meter, water meter, gas meters are connected live to the utilities for 24/7 monitoring. Today, if you look at the utility deployments in India, either it's a overkill or an underperforming technology. So why do I say this? 2G is underperforming. So most of the utility metering companies are still using 2G. Whereas 4G is an overkill. You don't need a 4G module, the pure Cat1, Cat4, or Cat-M for smart metering, right? My co-panelist Saurabh Ji will definitely summarize this. So similarly, the street lighting applications, right? Waste management, and it could be various industrial and consumer applications. So when I come to industrial applications, it could be the factory automation 4.0, cold chain monitoring. So today we are going through the pandemic and you need to store the vaccines in an optimal temperature. So how do the vaccine manufacturing companies monitor this is happening in the right way, because the vaccine efficiency will go down, efficacy will go down. So NB-IoT being low power, very good in terms of latency, response, cost, right? So there could be fisheries, railways. I can name at least 50, 60 NB-IoT deployments in India. But in the interest of time, I would like to end my opening remarks here and allow the other co-panelists to discuss further. Thanks, Ajay.
Sure. No, thank you, Raghavan. Like you said, I think the possibilities are very, very wide. But I think connecting to the next topic of discussion, right, around say with Saurabh. So you are a participant in this space, and you've already seen energy metering as a very, very viable and proven use case, right, for NB-IoT. So could you share your experience around how has it changed the degree of digitalization of the energy space in India, especially around the last mile distribution and transmission?
Okay, thanks, Chaitanya, for the question. So basically, what we have seen in last 18 months, we can say the post-COVID era. We have seen that that our customers are mainly the power utilities who are using this kind of digitalization for a long time. Okay, there has been trying of 4G, 2G, 3G, LoRa, Sigfox. There has been many technologies that are coming and going, and we have seen and struggled with our customers to have a scalable, reliable, and cost-efficient deployments. So these three things are very, very important, because the amount of data which need to come from each consumer might look small, but overall the data or the scale which we are talking about our country is huge. Now the government has already sanctioned the budget for change of 250 million meters with conventional meters with the smart meters. So if a country is talking about 25 crores meter replacement with a very, very optimistic timelines of next 2 to 3 years, means we are talking about 2 lakh to 3 lakh consumers to be connected to the reliable technology every day. To have this kind of scale, like it is an old saying that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. So being a OEM, coming from the OEM background, our focus should be how we can develop and deliver the reliable product. From the communication technologies, we have telecommunication companies in India who are committed to these kind of technologies, and we feel that NB-IoT is one of the, you can say, the most adoptable, easiest and reliable technology. As Mr. Anand has just mentioned, that the kind of penetration, whether it is rural India or urban India or different pockets, whether it is agriculture consumers, where there are variety of consumers from the energy meter perspective, those who will be connected to this technology. So I feel that there are two things. One is capex cost, one is opex cost. Okay, these two costs are very, very important for any things to be successful. So from the utility perspective, already if you look at the financial impact, they are suffering huge losses, and smart meters are one of the way, because it is called cash box for any utility. So I think going forward, we are very, very excited to work on this reliable technology. And OPEX cost is also there. So we do not want to deploy or become a network operator and deploy again, reinventing this wheel again and doing all these things. So on the same towers which we have, on the same technologies which are there with the telecommunication companies, if we have a deep penetration NB-IoT network, I think we are going to make an impact into the world.
All right. No, thanks, Saurabh. I think it's time for some closing remarks, but I just want to leave one question to each of you as you finish your closing remark. One is, what is your prevailing sentiment as regards to NB-IoT? Is it bullish, neutral, or bearish? And within that, any one challenge that you would pick, which would be a top focus to actually realize the potential. So Anand, over to you first.
So I'm definitely bullish, and we anyways launching multiple products in terms of NB-IoT. So right from smart metering to lighting, all these use cases have actually come to its true potential because we've gotten into the NB-IoT space. So the simple answer is I'm bullish. The challenge, one of the challenges is, I think the only challenge that needs to overcome is the mindset. And instead of having proprietary versus X technology versus Y technology comparisons, we should have a very, very, neutral and unbiased comparisons of technology. Ideally, we should not promote a technology or not promote a technology basis what is your strength. It should be basis the technology strength that it should be adopted and not. So I think apart from mindset change, I don't think there is anything else that is a challenge as per me.
All right. Thanks, Anand. Raghavan, your view, please.
Yeah, sure. Of course, we are extremely bullish about NB-IoT technology because of the global deployments, what we are seeing. And I feel India is at the cusp of adopting NB-IoT technology. Challenges wise, there are several stakeholders and ecosystem partners. My take is all of us need to come on board and go full force. So today we have smart metering OEM, Capital Power Systems, Mr. Saurabh Ji is representing, Anand Ji is from Jio, the network infrastructure provider. We still have the module makers, software service providers, system integrators, and also the government policy makers. For example, in instance, in India, it could be Power Ministry or EESL, various other governing bodies and utilities. So if all of us can come on board and agree that NB-IoT is the best technology for India, considering the various aspects, I think so we are good to go. We are in a nice position to ensure that NB-IoT technology becomes a successful technology.
All right. Thank you, Raghavan. Saurabh, your view, please.
Yeah, I think you can say we are itching to deploy NB-IoT technology in the space. So I am very bullish on this technology. From the challenge perspective, like Mr. Anand and Mr. Raghavan has told, that it is very important that we work as a one team. All the stakeholders need to work as one team, because then only we can take a single direction, which is to make this all program successful. So I think this challenge we have to overcome by sitting together, by having more conversations like what you have organized today, and bring everybody on the table, get their views, and get it aligned to a single agenda to make this success.
All right, thank you. So I think we've heard some very, very good insights from all the participants. Just to summarize, clearly the mood is clearly bullish because there is a significant amount of potential. As a technology, Anand summarized it very well about coverage, cost, connections, and constraints. It's a technology fit for purpose in India, and we heard from Raghavan about the kind of use cases possible across industries. And Saurabh mentioned the kind of scale at which the transformation has to happen, especially in energy and so on. The one recurring theme we heard is about how do we come together, how do we avoid fragmentation, silos, walled gardens, etc. And how do we have an ecosystem working together, something like maybe a equivalent of MPCI, right, which helps craft the standards for this sector, would really take it to the next level in terms of potential. With that, I'd like to thank all the participants once again. And, it was great interacting with all of you and looking forward to the next revolution in India around NB-IoT.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hi, a very good afternoon to all. I am Siddharth Talavdekar, and I lead business for Airtel IoT. Thank you to the India Mobile Congress for having me at this wonderful event. Today, I'm going to be talking about how Airtel IoT is helping enterprises accelerate their businesses and reimagining their future. All enterprises across industry segments have felt the need for digitization for a long time. COVID has only accelerated this need. Enterprises today are looking to adopt new technologies and at a faster pace to achieve the following goals: improve business agility, increase efficiency, and transform digitally. The stats out here show that the need is clearly felt in how enterprises can serve their customers better, with better products, scalable and available platforms, and robust security built in. They are seeking partners who can help them in this journey. Airtel Business is investing heavily in these new age technologies, and we believe IoT is one such area which is going to enable our customers on this quest. But IoT adoption in India is challenging. When we speak to our customers, whether it's chief digital officers, manufacturing heads, operations heads, CIOs, on what challenges they face, these three are on the top of their minds. Right connectivity anywhere. Connectivity is the bedrock of IoT, and then there is a need for ubiquitous and the right connectivity technology suitable for varied use cases, whether it's needing low latency, low energy consumption, and at the same time, the technology should be scalable to billions. Second is data security. 53% of enterprises cite data security as one of the biggest challenges, especially given the scale and the number of devices which can be compromised. Third is cumbersome. IoT deployments are cumbersome. Managing variety of devices and integration of data with existing legacy systems is fairly complex. This is where Airtel IoT is born, with the goal to accelerate businesses with future-ready IoT solutions. Airtel IoT is an end-to-end platform with the capability to connect and manage billions of devices in a highly secure and seamless fashion. Airtel IoT is built on these three pillars: future-ready, secure, and flexible. The first is future-ready. We offer the widest range of connectivity technologies coupled with eSIM to meet today's and future needs, whether it's 2G, 4G, NB-IoT, 5G, big investments happening out there, and even satellite via OneWeb. The second pillar is secure. We manage data of more than 430 million customers globally, and we also operate a payments bank. With this, we abide by some of the most stringent security norms which are inherently built into our network and platforms. Third pillar is flexible. Our platform is highly modular and can be seamlessly integrated into your business applications via APIs. We have built end-to-end solutions on this platform. We call it the Airtel IoT Hub, with focus on three industry verticals where we are seeing major demand and proven ROIs. First is manufacturing, where we are offering IoT solutions for use cases like industrial asset monitoring, energy monitoring, and Industry 4.0. Second is automotive and logistics. There is a big demand for asset tracking, vehicle telematics, and visibility in the supply chain. Third is utilities, where we are offering advanced metering solutions. Today, I'll go a bit deep in the smart manufacturing vertical with Airtel IoT. Okay, so before I take the case, let me try to make it a bit more relatable. The other day, I was working from home and the power went off. As expected, I was on an important video call. And there I'm waiting for the power backup to come up. 20 minutes have passed, and I finally call the maintenance office saying, what's going on? And there I hear that the diesel in the genset is over and they're refilling it now. Never thought that the IoT solutions that we are selling to enterprises could actually be relatable from a personal experience. Now, this was a small loss, at a personal level due to this one interruption. We can only imagine at a company level the cost of quality and the business impact that such incidents can have, with a cascading effect on production and processes. What if there is a solution which is remotely monitoring this genset, which proactively gives you alerts before something goes wrong? That's precisely what Kirloskar Oil Engines has done. Kirloskar wanted to monitor gensets deployed in remote locations to improve their customer experience. Their aim was to provide product usage insights and proactive service to their customers, thereby differentiating their product and enhancing their revenues. So here you see an IoT system was deployed on the genset to provide real-time insights into its performance. Based on the incoming data stream, Kirloskar was able to build models that predicted breakdown 30 to 40 hours before they actually happened. The system was integrated with their after-sales service network to ensure that the gensets were attended to before they break down, and you can see the impact out here. You know, the improvement in MTTR, reduction in warranty costs, reduction in product breakdowns. That's a big, big impact, right? So we are doing something very similar, a project at Airtel's own tower sites. Not only are we monitoring gensets, but we have gone a step further. We are even monitoring the energy consumption across the mains and other workloads to basically optimize energy and fuel costs. We are monitoring even the tower tilt, which is critical for the safety of people. With this, we are expected to achieve up to 20% improvement in efficiencies. That's a classic case of how we are using it for our own internal use cases. Now, taking a cue from the examples that I spoke about, here we have captured some challenges that our own customers in the manufacturing sector face with respect to making their processes and equipment smart. Whether it's unscheduled downtimes, productivity loss, reactive maintenance, suboptimal utilization of the equipment, even thefts of, let's say, fuel, energy, we don't have any control on the consumption. These are some of the major challenges that our enterprises are facing. Now here, if you look at the slide, here I'm talking a little more about what Airtel is offering, in terms of IoT. On the right-hand side, you can see our Universal Edge IoT Gateway, which is an easy-to-deploy edge device, and it can help address a variety of industrial use cases, which you can see on the left-hand side. Whether it's gensets, whether it's construction equipment, compressors, airport equipment, chillers and storages, HVAC systems, a variety of industrial assets can be basically monitored. Data from them can be captured using the same universal gateway. It is fully configurable and supports a wide range of industrial protocols. And then our IoT platform seamlessly integrates with all these, which helps you monitor the equipment on a real-time basis. The analytics and reporting package helps with driving actionable real business insights. Now here I'm talking a little more of what are the various components of our IoT solution. We just spoke about the gateway, which can work with multiple sensors. Essentially, it is connected using our cellular connectivity, whether it's 2G, 4G, it supports Ethernet, supports Wi-Fi. We are even building towards 5G. So it has connectivity to basically collect and transmit the data. Then we have the application, which is hosted in our own cloud. You would be aware that we are the largest data center operator in India. We have more than 10 data centers, large ones, 4 new big ones coming up, and we have more than 120 edge data centers. All the applications are hosted in our own cloud with security built in. And then we are building analytics and predictive models on top of this with large investments in our engineering and data science teams. So whether it's a genset from let's say HVAC systems to the tower cranes, a wide variety of industrial equipments, we can provide a solution for all of them. Our application has multiple modes built in it. For example, remote KPI monitoring, the utilization of the equipment, the overall equipment effectiveness, fuel and energy monitoring, real-time location tracking, predictive maintenance and alerts. All these modules are available on the application, and we keep enhancing them as and when we get more and more insights into our customers' needs. Now here, let me take an example of how Airtel is helping Ring Plus Aqua, a Raymond subsidiary, which is a tier 1 auto supplier, on energy management. So Ring Plus Aqua basically wanted to monitor and save its energy cost across its factories. Airtel IoT energy management system was deployed, basically which helped in central monitoring and control of important electrical loads and machines. The descriptive analytics on the platform helped at an equipment, section, and overall plant level. It gave complete visibility at each of these levels. The result, you can see for yourself, almost 10% savings in energy cost with a reduction in breakdown costs, because essentially you can understand which machines is consuming more beyond limits, and then you can take that necessary maintenance action as well. Here is another example of how Airtel IoT helped a large compressor manufacturer improve productivity. The assembly lines, CNC machines, were connected to Airtel IoT platform. We got a lot of data from the machines via controller. We generated real insights on the overall equipment effectiveness, machine uptime, and tool life. We could actually establish the causes for loss of productivity at an operator and a machine level. Again, the result for you to see, we could achieve more than 10% improvement in OE, 15% reduction in unplanned downtime, and 20% reduction in MTTR. Now, having said that, all these numbers are specific to those parameters, but the cost of all this downtime, cost of issues is much beyond this. And obviously, our customers see value in these savings. Now here I'm trying to just show some dashboards of what our application looks like, what are the various use cases where we are actually solving problems. On this screen, it's actually an example of a genset and mains monitoring application or use case with the business intelligence tool. You can see the various parameters just to give you some idea of what we can monitor. We are monitoring fuel refills. We are monitoring the actual run hours, the fuel level, the kilowatt hours, the mains consumption, what is the power loss, what is the PAF factor, and so on and so forth. It's another example of how Airtel IoT is actually helping a distribution company monitor its transformer. This is for a private sector distribution company. You can see the snapshot out here. We are monitoring various parameters like the RYB phase temperatures, the oil level, oil temperature as well, which are actually very, very crucial for the operations of a transformer. And as you know, in a transformer, the oil temperature plays a critical role as it can lead to tripping of the transformer and power outage for the entire operating area. Now, this is an amazing example, right, of how our data science team actually worked on building a predictive model. We actually worked very closely with our customer, followed a consultative approach, and we could arrive at this model. And essentially, with our ML algorithms, we could successfully predict oil temperature 24 hours in advance, which can actually help in preventing a transformer going down. This is real value that we are generating for our customers. This is another example, again, an energy monitoring application. I spoke about this earlier. Just one snapshot of what are the kinds of analytics, what are the kind of data points that we are capturing, consumptions at a daily level, the cost of consumption at a daily level, weekly level. At a machine level or at a section level, you can actually analyze a lot of information. And this gives you real business insights as well. Now that we have seen how Airtel IoT is powering smart manufacturing, through all these examples, I would also like to highlight that we have more than 7,000 enterprise customers across a wide range of industries. Some of the key verticals that we are doing a lot of work on are the utilities, automotive and logistics, as well as the BFSI. In utilities, for example, a discom like BSES or Meghalaya Energy Corporation are digitizing their complete meter to cash cycle, and they're getting advanced analytics using Airtel IoT. In auto, customers like MG Motor, Mahindra Electric, and many more are revolutionizing the driving experience with Airtel's connected car technology with a host of smart features. In BFSI, our customers are coming up with innovative solutions in the POS industry to drive more touchless and secure transactions using Airtel IoT. Lastly, I would like to talk about why customers are really choosing Airtel. At the end of the day, customers would think, Airtel is a telecom operator. Why Airtel? These are some of the reasons. We have made some very heavy investments in enhancing coverage as well as a dedicated network core for IoT. Second, we understand that solutions need to be tailor-made for customer needs, and our in-house product and engineering teams are building platform features as per real customer problems. We are very modular, we are very flexible to the needs of our customers. Third, we are collaborating with the entire IoT ecosystem with the right technology, with the right industry experience. Plus, we are investing in technology in a big way. We are powering use cases of the future depending on the industry type. But the biggest USP of Airtel is that we manage connectivity, which is the bedrock for any IoT use case. Apart from that, we own the infra to host applications. I spoke about it earlier. And we are providing AI ML based advanced analytics on top of it. So it is an enhanced experience with an end-to-end ownership, which is a compelling proposition for our customers. To give you a sense of the India market, there are more than 15 million connected devices in India. And I'm pleased to share that we are the number one in the cellular IoT space, powering more than 50% of those devices. A big thank you to our 7,000 plus enterprise customers who actually made it possible. We are looking forward to partnering with many more of you and democratizing IoT across businesses. Stay safe and thank you again.
Hello everyone, this is Tushir Malik. I head the sales and business development and consulting for IoT in Vodafone Idea. So today I'll give you when you say integrated IoT, a bit of a solution overview, what all we are offering in that, then the benefits, and few of scenarios where we have gone very successful, and the overall benefits. So just to start the whole thing, the journey of launching the integrated IoT has been getting work for almost 18 months now, where we were, going from telco to techo mindset to changing our DNAs and also assessing the market where an enterprise would like to have more from the adoption of digital before the pandemic, and then the pandemic changed a lot of things, and the whole adoption journey gone in an acceleration mode with a slightly, I'll say, changes in few industries to a very rapid change and ask on a larger industries. So the learning were all getting while we were stitching the launch. And the very first thing to make sure that what we are launching is more suitable to our customers, we launched the IoT self-scan framework almost a year back, I'll say, in which we came up with a very 20 questions which were giving you a quadrant, and I'll give you that in the next slide. But in the integrated IoT, we have launched 3 verticals. One is a smart mobility, where we talk about all the solutions related to connected vehicles, fleet management, AIS 140, logistics, operations, asset tracking. In a smart infra, it's more of an industrial IoT, where it is also IoT 4.0, and along with that we have our energy management, HVAC to connected chiller, cold cabinet, and lot many things. Then in a smart utility, we have solutions on transformer monitoring, AMI, AMR, largely the discounts which they are launching to give you a smart meter and many multi benefits to multi stakeholders. So this is our own overview. Then I'll give you, when I say IoT self-scan framework, it has a unique build framework to analyze an enterprise, which gives you largely 4 quadrants: explorer, conventional, innovator to path breaker, which has its own benefits. And largely the benefit is if as a SME or a company where, or maybe a large enterprise, if you are trying to see what best fits to me, how I can be utilizing, where am I lacking. So this will give you your score, which makes you fall into one of the quadrant, and also to give you sort of a sense through our workshops that how best we can go from one to another and maximize the utilization of digital IoT and how best the ROIs can be stretched. So with that, we got a large assessment in what sort of things to be done. Then if I give you how the entire integrated IoT solution works, so we have 3 stages largely. One is your consulting, which we utilize our self framework. Then a series of workshops, and also have a lab where we not only just see the best of the solution or a scenario which fits for an enterprise, but also make sure when we execute, there are no surprises. So we do a lot of things back in our lab to make sure instead of a boilerplate, it's a tight integration. All the pieces are working together, and you have obviously 4 layers typically, which is your devices to connectivity and platform, and the integrations on your existing systems like ERPs, which is our stage 2, so which is largely our implementation stage. And once it is done, we come to a stage 3, which is your service and support. There we have a very unique thing. Instead of having you coming multi vendor approach to going and doing a triage, that what is failing, how is my device not working, is it a challenge on my platform, or maybe your multi dimensional processing which you have done, or multi business problems. So all in a one unique framework with an integrated approach, hence integrated IoT. So stage 3 is more unique because as a company, often you do your stitching by multi vendors, and execution wise to sales support wise, falls into cracks. So that's the uniqueness we bring on the table. Then comes a bit on a smart mobility success story. We have done, though a lot of learning to the industry, where what we launched to where we are, it was more of an analysis and calibration, and we could clearly see, the ask on logistics are quite different to what we thought initially, and how the EV industry has evolved, and a lot of features to, in a recent time, 50 plus unique models has been launched on a 2-wheeler to 3-wheeler and a 4-wheeler, and each having its own unique proposition, from B2B to B2C, the predictability to, real-time monitoring, then a few features which tells the last mile delivery person to be uniquely facilitated by remote on off using Bluetooth technology if somewhere your connectivity is not working. So I say a lot of progress and convergence has been made in the whole ecosystem. And the way industry is evolving, we also can see how the data marketplace to data monetization will be the next ask, where we're stitching our POCs, and that will be our plan soon. Then comes the smart infra, where you will have a typical industrial IoT of OEE to uniqueness on real-time monitoring of a machine, to all the machine-based learnings, which also to our few deployments tells us that it's just not the automation which goes in the machine or the process, but it also enables the, the cultural change in a company, because your real-time data and the analytics tells you how currently you are utilized, and is this something where, if what has been done, if the data has come to you when the whole event has been done, then making it more fruitful was not the case. But when you see when something is getting built, or say in a real scenario example, if your production is going on and you get to know that there is a challenge in one of your PLCs, or there is challenge in one of the things, you get to stitch it right at the same real-time thing, rather than your whole production going into a different tangent. So these are the things that we have learned, and we are uniquely applying them for various industries. Then comes a smart utility, where transformer monitoring is unique, not from the technology perspective, but from the operational perspective, because these are largely done by either a OEM or third party, and there are many leakages into that. So it's just not the process and a technology automation, but an operational automation as well. And then comes your recent smart meters to all the AMR and the AMI projects, which you will clearly see in coming years, that most of, more or less all the discoms are right now in the stage of exploring the right models to the right data points. And again, as I say, the convergence of telco to taco is very unique, especially in this scenario, because your connectivity is the most critical point here. And you will see multi technologies coming in this one. So where we play more role as a telecom rather than a taco guy. So that's very uniqueness. Then comes our the overall benefits of the solution. Why we make sense than our competitors, which could be just a product company or just a service company or something in isolation. Because we can have multi-stitch thing to our total cost of ownership, which largely reduces because of the things that we do in the lab, to our multi-partner ecosystem, our partner market model, and the stitching of the solution to your reducing the complexity to everything. So we are offering ourselves as a long-term partners in the space of IoT, and the expertise that we bring on the table is largely from the sell, build, and run scenario. So we can run the complex operations to do complex executions. And lastly, I'll say if we have to do more, we have to keep on launching our solutions. And in my recent, and as you can see on your screen, we have multiple blogs written on that. And recent one was the IoT game changer in the Schrodinger's cat paradox, which is a very unique way of putting things that anything which you launch can be good or bad until unless though you all do your own systematic and robust mechanisms to make sure that what you're launching is the right one with the stringent evaluations and everything. But till you see that it's been a success, or a success in a way where is it a game changer, it's a different ball game. And I'll say still industry is looking for a solution which is yet to claim a game changing, or a black swan. So with that note, I will say we are stitching a roadmap. We are talking to multiple product innovations and companies, and we will, I think, in the right path. And we believe that it's trying to be make the complex thing by saying, you press the button and we'll take care of the most. So with that logo, I say thanks a lot, and let us know if you see or you want any more information. And with that note, thanks, and have a nice day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's IDC session titled Enterprise Connectivity Reshaping Asia Pacific Businesses Roadmap to Conquer Enterprise Needs. And this session will mostly reflect the insightful sessions that have preceded before this. I sincerely thank Ramki sir and COAI in arranging IMC 2021 and all the industry stalwarts and eminent industry leaders in giving their views on changing industry dynamics in India. We will talk about some of the challenges Indian and Asia Pacific enterprises are facing from a connectivity standpoint, explore what the need is, and then define the future enterprise and what FOC means within that ecosystem. Finally, we'll look at some broad-based profiles on how enterprises in Asia Pacific are implementing FOC, that is future of connectedness projects, and how can telcos look at engaging more effectively. Without wasting any time, if we consider the supply side forces of connectedness, the global IP traffic witnessed exponential traffic, the need for real-time data was paramount, even the migration to the cloud accelerated, and compute has already started moving to the edge, and that is only proliferating going forward. So the traditional networks were never built keeping in mind such a big number of remote users passing through the VPNs. Earlier, VPN was just carrying 20-30% of the corporate bandwidth traffic at max to accommodate remote users, but what happened is that the management of WANs becomes even more critical in a post-pandemic world. And it's costly in maintaining and troubleshooting, as there is almost nobody working from office, or a good 33%, or whatever IDC's surveys are suggesting, good 33% of the are working from office in the future. The second important point is ensuring consistent UX is mostly difficult for both remote as well as office goers. And the third, as always is the case, security is everybody's responsibility, but managing and bringing it to compliant and a continuous state is even more difficult. So there are 3 C's which are also the answer to these challenges. One is the cloud reliance, which is ever growing. Second is the provisioning of the consistent CX, that is the customer experience, with continued cable investments. And third, but not the least, is building chip resiliency and semiconductor self-reliance, as Atmanirbharta India puts. So security and COVID implications are very short-term challenges in an ever-evolving threat landscape in India and across AP. There is a continuing need for enterprises to transform their IT, not just IT, but also the network and connectivity-led business models. So along with this, there's a need for new technologies that is sharply rising on the right that you're seeing, with the focus on IoT, CDN, 5G, Edge, and SD-WAN. So once the technology adoptions in these areas rise, and there's a big caveat there that there's a deep opportunity for telcos already in those spaces. There's a fourth and an unseen challenging dimension of unlocking the service and experience transformation. So there is not just business IT network and connectivity business model transforming, but there's also a experience-led transformation that is happening, creating a superior user experience and engagement, and ultimately a retention mechanism. So cloud migration, cloud adoption, even managed cloud services for enterprises have skyrocketed. So again, speaking of cloud, I think while we have seen that cloud is quite central in driving innovation, collaboration, and even better decision making with infrastructure apps and services surrounding it, and also spanning across headquarters to edge to branches to even private clouds in some cases. Cloud in this case, as you see, is essential not only for the data sensitive industries like BFSI, but also for customer facing ones and the ones which require higher bandwidth, such as the media industry. Uh, but this is just one side of the story. What is essentially happening is that uh, cloud and SD-WAN are quite complementary to each other. The same way it's the same way as SDN and NFV were 5 years back for telcos. So we also see that SD-WAN is becoming integral part of Asia Pacific and Indian organizations, and the attach rates are quite different for different industries. But 80% of the organization are still not prepared or are not even planning to deploy SD-WAN by 2021. And for India, the 2/3 of the organizations would want to have an integrated solutions with not just managed CPEs, but also virtual network functions and hosted connectivity. So the opportunity is quite huge for Indian telcos. Uh, the, the basic motivations behind SD-WAN adoption remain the WAN optimization for most organizations, because they are not just ready to put millions of dollars into MPLS. So they would just rather see a hybrid scenario in their use case. So there are also two ways Indian organizations are leveraging SD-WAN. So first is by pruning. When I say pruning, it's mostly to do with MPLS consolidation and even scaling back from two lines to going back to one line and relying on internet lines, adding them and then shifting some of the traffic on the internet, make way for SD-WAN for corporate connectivity. So as you know, the internet lines now act as traffic haulers, not just from data center to the office, but also from home office to the data center. So from an industry per se, banks are the last ones, but retail and manufacturing setups are also a big opportunity in India. That's the first when I said around pruning and consolidation. The second trend is around the new lines which make way for hybrid connectivity. When I say that, it's mostly to do with 4G and 5G connections. 5G, of course, when it launches in India, but 4G when coupled with a last mile ultra broadband radio for line of sight communications and fiber, you get a resilient network for bank ATM or even a tier 2, tier 3 city branch office somewhere in India. So as we have seen, the 4G data rates have picked up. Even the speeds have increased across the board, and we have seen during the pandemic. So banks can now easily rely on that second 4G link to save costs and prune their networks further, which helps us understand what is needed by the enterprises and what is their requirement around future of work, second future of trust, and the third future of operations. What we see here in the leftmost column is a real estate developer in Singapore focuses on developing an integrated portal for merchants, tenants, shoppers, and even office goers, thus creating a very healthy customer engagement zone through triple play technologies enabled by Wi-Fi 6, SD-WAN, and FWA. Similarly, what you see in India as an Indian scheduled cooperative bank gains more visibility for its 500 plus branches to provide single pane of glass view for the CIO and the leadership. Staying on the plane two again, what you see in the middle is the future of operations. Global port operator again in Singapore now has 10% plus of the automated guided vehicles and cranes running on 5G to boost productivity. Not just boost productivity, but improve the worker safety and accelerate innovation in the process. And the technologies used here are augmented reality, virtual reality for maintenance through a private 5G network. And what's important and what's crucial for this project implementation is that once it reaches a critical level of maturity, the government can go beyond the already promised $30 million funding. Similarly, what you see in India is that a garment manufacturer enables end-to-end visibility and traceability using technologies such as IoT, blockchain, even GPS to cut the waste. The last is around the future of trust. Plane 3 is a project around a smart city in Jakarta, Indonesia, which targets future of trust plane. The aim is to enable the government act as a collaborator and not just as an administrator. So the future vision is to connect the education, economy, government, health all put together, providing not just food price alerts, COVID-19 information, but also connecting citizens in emergency situations, providing alerts on flooding levels, monitoring water or air quality. So the possible use of technologies in this domain would be in the future around blockchain technologies and 6G, which will mostly be around inference-based networks straddling between people, processes, things, and applications and processes. So with that in mind, and let us now understand how it is the glue, how is the FOC, that is the future of connectedness, a glue as well as a bedrock in the ecosystem, along with IDC predictions for 2020 and 2022 and beyond. Again, this also puts telcos in a very good limelight, and the opportunity is huge. From a future of work perspective, by 2022, as more VDIs get set up, 75% of the enterprises in Asia will integrate network within home premises. That's a given. From a future of operations on the right that you see, and that is where the majority of Asia Pacific enterprises have focus on. At least 20% of the employees will work remotely. What it eventually coincides and what it means for telcos is that there's a greater opportunity in the middle to address connectivity needs of a hybrid enterprise. The second bit is mostly to do around the bit where organizations in Asia will strive to provide that level feed for hybrid operations, hybrid workforce. What it also means from a manufacturing standpoint is that we'll see a huge leap in deployment of edge processes for the next 1.5 to 2 years, 2 years for India. But that will also address productivity for enterprises by architecting that branch of one operating model. But for India, what is glaring is that 1 out of 5 enterprises are willing to host edge VNFs, the virtual network functions on the provider edge. So the opportunity for edge is clearly undermarketed from a telco standpoint, and clearly not understood by many enterprises in India. So the year 2022 is going to be crucial. Any telco supplier or a telco itself which focuses on these two adjectives, which is the hybrid and remote, will be the winner in the region, and this will also form the basis of the Future of Connectedness Award winners in this category. So IDC believes most telcos will have their segmental and their regional pushes, marketing positioning around these two adjectives, the hybrid and the remote. But what it eventually means is that to do that, telcos will need to look where they exactly stand in the ecosystem and how can they go forward from there. With that in mind, we have a a view of a market glance, and this is only from India, as an example, we have 8 categories and 27 plus subcategories with 250 odd players listed out here, which clearly highlights many journeys for all the stakeholders, not just telcos here. And let me just speak through the journey here, and these journeys could be from very specific product securities standpoint, security solutions to uniformly orchestrated and governed secured enterprise journeys. It could also mean moving from a limited data experience to pivoting to a data-centric enterprise. This journey also highlights a clear move towards a virtual cloud-native infrastructure. It also enables telcos to move from digital services using open APIs from various other suppliers. That's one way to look at it. But the other way to look at it is through the tech buyers and tech suppliers, which are quite active in across infrastructure services and the solution space. And IDC has such views. On the right that you see has views on 5G infrastructure, the SD-WAN IoT ecosystem, SD-WAN satellite, and others. So there's an overlap that is there in the ecosystem between the pure play CSPs and Industry 4.0. So we are also talking about the satellite and the new Spacecom policy that is readily shaping up in India. All this will create a metaverse of opportunities in India. Hence, having that visibility across each supply chain will be very crucial. And under the Atmanirbharta theme, also there's an aspect of reliability down from the supplier to tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers in the network. And as the infrastructure keeps pushing boundaries, there's one mention that I need to make is of the Indus Towers. It is the only company which is into a non-manufacturing but a telco domain outside of Japan to win a Deming Prize award, a total quality management. So that's needless to say, Indian suppliers and Indian telcos need to have a very hard view on maintaining that quality as infrastructure proliferates and straddles boundaries between services and applications. So and again, the opportunity of engaging with the IT services players like TechM, Wipro is huge. Building POCs and pilots and engaging with the startup community is again huge. So as India now starts about thinking self-sustenance, the need for India's relationships with global and regional counterparts will be a given here. So we know that India did not participate in the RCEP last year because of obvious reasons that this was in 2019, but the opportunities arising out of the restructuring will be immense out of the China Plus One strategy. And what IDC is also forecasting is that by end of next year, the top 2,000 Asian enterprises will have reshored at least 30% of their current offshore suppliers. And in that process, what is happening is that there's a two-way street emanating from India. One that is clearly focused on the Look East, and the other one which is supporting that plus one strategy coming out of Asia Pacific, including Japan, into India. So what it means is that while India seeks to gain foothold in the global trade and finance through the region will capitalize itself through PLI schemes. And again, as the region itself connects to the world and it seeks dominance in global technology and business space, the West will need Asia more than ever for importing that growth to enterprises and to the West. So we have seen that with Amazon partnering with Uber partnering with Grab here locally and letting it go eventually, and the likes of Gojek and even Flipkart and several others in the region. Paramount to say that the need for local partnerships is huge. So there's a tight coupling which is required between the telcos and the local tech giants going forward. Now, from an industry diversification standpoint, on the left that you see, there are several ways one could look at this in India and the region. Telcos, IT, ITES, the BFSI, retail will form a bulk of consumer-driven businesses, which is more business and innovation-led. The rest, which are in manufacturing, transport, health, and the asset-intensive industries, which are more mixed in terms of regional and national plays. You will see telcos form a different bridge with these companies, but and the first set to capture is definitely the future of work opportunities. Then get on to the future of operations in the middle, as 5G and satellite regulations mature in India. Then lastly, tackle the government piece, which are more risk intensive, investment intensive through blockchain and satellite technologies. So coming to the space for CSPs and tech suppliers, the initial point is to start low and with future of work and future of operations type of engagements, help improve the cash flows of the vendors and telcos, but ultimately also engage with the government on FOT or the future of trust initiatives, maintaining a balance between uh, data privacy and data sovereignty, and also connecting the unconnected, which is huge in India. Second is that while we see that the Indian telcos are far behind the Asia Pacific counterparts when it comes to improving the transport network, we also say that India doesn't have to go a separate path in terms of 5G I standard, and benefits only come when 3GPP release 17 and beyond also mature and converge globally, not just in India. So those will also have ramifications on how PLI schemes are benefited. So there has been a continued growth in IoT and SMB mobility-led offerings in the past, but while 5G remains quite exciting to telcos and even end users, uh, the the first opportunities or the revenue monetization opportunities for telcos will be around the fixed wireless access only. Uh, and the last point that we needed to make is around enforcing the TL 9000 and other process standards for Tier 1 and Tier 2 suppliers to bring the parity, even as the PLI schemes come to fruition. Next is just to embrace the platforms and develop platform-led skills. We have seen telcos have started on that digitalization journey, but there's a certain stitch that is required between the two planes. That is developing your IT modernization core with API, microservices, and analytics, and again the second plane, which is more to do with cloudification and automation. This automation will straddle between both the planes. So you need to have a focus on platform operations, automation, DevOps, and use cases to boost that growth. Again, you need skills for that. So Telecom Sector Skill Council builds a competency-based framework, and telcos need to prioritize the skills going forward. What we also see is that the only 60% of the companies in India advocate data led strategies. So that's a cultural issue telcos have to face across the board. Last is around the enterprise infrastructure market itself, which remains challenging. And India just contributes 7% to the enterprise market of the total of the AP market. But IDC is foreseeing a very gradual growth driven by mostly SMB and large enterprise segments. You need to take into cognizance right funding partners and how they bring more innovation in the ecosystem. So mobile-led offerings will go certainly no long way in a consumer-dominated market like India. So with that, I would like to thank CUAI and viewers for taking out your precious time on this. I wish you a very great evening, and thank you for your patient listening.